My name's host Eric, and I'm here to say, welcome to Talking with Famous People today. I actually started this stream a little bit unusually. I'm not sure if it's going to work properly. There was something a little odd happened when I was starting the stream. I ended up wanting to double check something, went back, can't close something out, and then it went there, and it didn't come. Anyway, there may be a problem with this stream. If there is, I'll just restart it, but I'm going to give it a shot first and see if it's working. Is this old man in big trouble? No, I'm not in any kind of trouble. But I just got back from town. I'd gone into town to, um, hello. I'd gone into town in order to get cigarettes, and I also needed to want to start this vacation rental application process, which I got the paperwork for it, and then lastly, I wanted to make an appointment to get the front right tire on my car replaced and get the oil changed at the same time, which I did all of those things. I didn't make it to the hardware store, which I was also kind of hoping to do, but that's fine. Let me get this pulled up on the big screen so I can see the chats. Foxman 101. Sure, we can talk. I mean, you can always talk even when there's lots of people here. I talk with everybody who comes in the chat. Richard's S. Nice to see you again. Yeah, well, I should have gone to the hardware store and gotten a couple of other things done too. I need to get a trash can for the other house. I need to get a reflective sign, or the firemen are mad at us. The firemen left a note on our other property saying you must comply with our rules regarding your street numbers. So I will have to go to town and get a reflective street number sign for that house. But I thought to myself, hey, Eric, listen, you got cigarettes, you went to planning and development, you got the paperwork you needed to get. And if I had had a pen with me, I would have completed the first step of it already, but I could not find a pen anywhere in the car. So I just said, okay, well, you're going to have to come back tomorrow anyway. Let's see. 6 feet is 72 inches plus another 5, call it 77 inches, 76 and a half, I guess. 6 times 12, 60, 72. Yeah. About that. I'm 6'4.5", 6'5". Hello, number 2 with fries. So anyway, where I was going with this, and this is what caused me to title it this way, is that I don't know. I'm not on Medicare. What I experienced leaving town, as I stopped by the subway. I also stopped by the subway. I don't know if I mentioned that. Stopped by the subway, got a sandwich for me and a sandwich for Rachel. And on my way away from Subway, I pulled out onto the main street in the town and made a left in front of a sheriff who was quite some distance back here. So it's not like I cut right in front of him or anything. Keep in mind, there's at no point did I do anything remotely illegal, okay? Even though he was some distance back behind me when I made the turn, and even though the sheriff truck things in Mariposa are white, so you can't really tell they're a sheriff, I know this already. I recognized it as a sheriff before I even turned, okay? So I was highly attentive to the fact that I had a sheriff behind me, even though he was kind of hanging back and being like low pro, right? Well, here's the thing that's weird, Howie X. That may be true of Mariposa County sheriffs and stuff, but they generally, if they're going to do that, they're going to go after tourists. And I don't think he understood me as a tourist necessarily because I have one of those happiness is Mariposa things around my license plate that you only get at the local hardware store here. Now, granted, some visitors might get that, but regardless, if he ran my plates, he also would have determined that I live here. Yes, Alexis, I do remember you. So anyway, he followed me all the way out of town, and as soon as I got to where the speed limit goes to 45, I put it at 45 exactly, and cruise controlled it. When it went up to 50, I put it at 50 exactly, cruise controlled it. And when it rose at 55, I put it at 55 exactly, cruise controlled it. Cruise controlled it like that, so I was perfectly at the speed limit the entire way back from town to Dara Road. Then I turned left on Dara Road, and the cop turned left with me. And then I turned into the Bootjack Market parking lot, and he followed me into there. I pulled into the spot where the tire pressure thing is on purpose because I wanted to check my tire pressure again. And well, he turned in there, and then but after I pulled into that spot, he went past me and went around and went back out onto the road. So I don't know why he was following me, but it made me think more about how like spite monkeys like Gift Gaff and what's his name? Jacksonville kid, that it is very plausible that spite monkeys like them would call the sheriff's department, make false reports about me or whatever else, generally try to raise suspicion about me. So Rachel and I are going to go into the sheriff's station tomorrow and just say, here's who we are, this is what we're doing, and be aware that, people might try to get us swatted or something. Am I a Sigma? I don't know if I am or not. No, I'm not gay. Okay? Stop. Don't spam, please. Here's a little dilemma for you. You sing everything you say, or every time you move in slow motion. Oh, I'll take the first one for sure. I mean, not everything. Okay, I'll take the slow motion, actually. It's an interesting dilemma. So, Gift Gaff. Actually, I just restarted streaming after not being streaming for quite some time because I don't have a job. But what I did need to do, Gift Gaff, was go to development and planning to begin the application process for running our other property, the vacation rental. So it's not like I'm just fucking around. Okay. Regardless of which, now YouTube this channel's starting to blow up. So this actually has some serious earning potential long term. For the first time in my life, this YouTube channel actually is purposeful, potentially economically, not just for my own shits and giggles. So, Gift Gaff, you are losing on absolutely every possible metric. No, I will not. How many subs do we have now? I will go to the dashboard and see. 11,713. In the last 28 days, 2,071 subs in 1 month. I've been doing this for 10 years plus, right? YouTubing. In the last 28 days, I've gotten, what's 2 over 11? Like 5.5. So basically, almost 20% of my total subs that I have accumulated over the last 10 plus years, I've gotten in the last 28 days. If that doesn't explain how dramatic this change is, yeah, I know. He says he's been out for hours and this dude's still streaming. But probably he's been sitting by his phone for hours waiting for me to start streaming again. I'm not going to get 500,000 subs within a year. Zero chance of that. But I do think I can get to 100,000 within, say, a year and a half to 2 years, probably. You know, I think that's reasonable. What's your opinion on the FOMC no change? I don't know what that is, so I don't have an opinion on it. Little Stitch in the house. Hello. Good day. How are you? Wonderful to see you. Sometimes it happens. That would be wonderful. That would be unbelievably wonderful. And the thing is, I feel like extra good about it in some way, in the sense that I'd long since given up on this ever happening. You know, long since. I've been doing it for such a long time with such little progress that I have given up on really it ever possibly being successful. But if in fact people there's a genuine audience for Eric just doing what he's always doing anyway, then wow, how exciting is that? You know, for me, it's very exciting, and so it makes me want to live stream even more. You know, I've always live streamed quite a bit, but my numbers of lately, in terms of live stream for hours and hours and hours and hours, that links to the fact that I'm getting new voices, new people in here. I've got a lot of stuff going on in the chat. There's plenty of stuff to talk about. When there's plenty of stuff to talk about going on in the chat, then I can live stream indefinitely, practically, you know? Gift Gaff, how do you know what I think? I think the key to my current success is vertical live streaming. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, and that's the deal. It's like I'd already determined that I could build a bunch of views with shorts. Okay. The thing is, I don't really I mean, there are plenty of shorts on YouTube that have over 1 million views, maybe not chess ones, but I don't really want to get subs for shorts because that's not what the core engine of what I'm doing on YouTube is. The core engine of what I'm doing on YouTube is live streaming. So Twisted Sith says, this is problem with your generation. Go outside and touch grass. What would happen if I touched grass? What what benefit would I get? Still on this, bruh. I mean, I'm consistently on all sorts of topics of, you know, they go all over the place. Oh, don't worry about that little stitch in that. Gaff can't be mean to me. He attempts to, but you know, you got to have, like, if you go hunting for, let's say, deer, you want to bring a certain kind of ammunition. If you go hunting for elephant, you want to bring a certain kind of ammunition. He's brought birdshot to a dinosaur fight, you know. Oh, I'm not. Believe me, I spent most of my time YouTubing definitely not hoping to get famous, but resigned to languishing forever in obscurity. So I didn't have any promise of fame, was not necessary for me to be doing this all the time. This is actually what I like to do. Just like you like to watch me do this for some reason. Yeah, I don't worry about Gift Gaff. I don't worry about Gift Gaff. I don't worry about Jacksonville Kid. But I did think, I will concede this, I did think if that cop was following me, like, this cop has absolutely zero reason to be following me. I know this for certain because I've been following the law, you know, meticulously since the moment I turned in front of him. Made me wonder, you know, like maybe some spite monkey is called the sheriffs here in Mariposa and said, these people are up to no good or something. Right. I'm here for the interaction too. That's really what I'm just here for as well. And the reason why I'm live streaming a lot more now, yes, it has to do with possibility of growth for the channel and stuff, but really it has to do with the fact that it's fun when there's a lot of people here and it's popping, you know, and they get a lot of new ideas. being introduced, or just different voices. It makes it fun for me. I've got this endless succession of different things that I could choose to respond to or not. And like right now, there are only 16 people here, which is not an unusually large number. That I would get up to that about uh, in the years for before it started to succeed, or in the years before the last couple of months. Okay, would you like me to change my hat, Gift Gaff? I'd be happy to change my hat for you. Here you go. Would you prefer I be hatless? I don't give a fuck. I wear these hats because I put it on and for the thumbnail, basically. I figure sometimes I purposely don't have a hat on for the thumbnail because I want to show how wrinkly my forehead is or something. So yeah, I make aesthetic decisions, a variety of aesthetic decisions, as a YouTuber will, Gift Gaff. And what I'm enjoying is knowing that Gift Gaff gets to experience the natural consequences of his ongoing failure. So I encourage anybody to keep stepping up to the plate, but after you keep whiffing, pitch after pitch after pitch, you're getting more and more frustrated. The onlookers are going like, "Oh God." Well, at that point, sometimes it's wiser, Gift Gap, just to say, "Let me pack it in for the day. I'm not going to make any progress here. I'm trying to shit on this guy for streaming too much. But if it's shitty for him to be streaming, what the fuck am I doing watching him?" You know? Well, some of them are even bigger than that. More than 3,000 views for 4 hours. Some of them, they really pop off, get like more than 5,000 views. It's crazy. The thing is, obviously, most of those views are very short duration views. Most people who land here are just going to come and leave. But some of them will stick around. Some of them, it makes sense why they stick around because they think it's interesting. They think this is the kind of stream they want to watch or engage in and engage with or whatever. Others are more confusing. Like, it's unclear why Gift Gaff's here. He can't even make the point he's trying to make while he's concurrently here because, after all, he's the one watching the thing he says is so terrible. Yeah, so most of the views I get are just probably like 4 seconds long, right? They're not something that's desirable to have attained. But having new eyes on it is it's just a basic numbers game, right? You get a certain number of new eyes on your live stream, a small percentage of that number will find it their cup of tea. So I don't really care very much about the views. That's not what impresses me about what's going on right now. It's the subs that impresses me. Because if people are subscribing to this, well, I can guarantee you that's what they're going to continue to get. There's no bait and switch quality to the thing where people subscribe because of my shorts and then discover that really mostly I live stream. That's the thing. I don't want to attract audience with BS. What I want is to win an audience doing exactly what I'm doing all the time anyway. And not trying to fool them into, you might get a different product than this. This is the product you're going to get. Well, sure, plenty of subs never watch again, right? And I'm not saying that every new sub I get is meaningful in some important way. I'm saying that I put it this way. Even if you are going to sub and never watch again, if you do sub and you're on the shorts feed and I'm live streaming, it'll probably pop up on your feed, right? And you might watch again. Regardless, if you are a sub who subbed because you actually like this content and would like to consume more of it, then that's exactly what you're going to get. Unlike every other kind of thing that I've done, which is, long form videos, I've had long form videos pop before because it's a single great idea implemented really well. Wait, there's no way to repeat that. Thanks, Richard. Well, Gift Gaff, you should be proud of yourself. You are one of those very special people who's here. You just cannot get enough. The thing is, do you have an issue with this Gift Gaff, like kind of like one of those people who's got a conflicted relationship with food, like, oh, you're bad, Cupcake, you're bad. Get away from me. Except I'm your cupcake. I like drugs. I like watching. I'm old. I'm a dude. There you go. Richard S. knows what it's all about. I guess Gift Gaff basically views me as his naughty cupcake. You can hear a lecture from me anytime. You're hearing one right now. I'm constantly lecturing about this, that, or the other thing. You probably attract working class. I don't know. That makes sense. He gets fucked every time he types. Yeah, Gift Gaff is your name a renamed porn file? That would make sense since you get fucked every time you type. Excellent work, Sean L. I'm giving you a wonder point. Yep, you just earned one. I should give Blue Elvis Draw an assist wonder point, but we don't have partial wonder points, so I'll keep that in mind, though, Blue Elvis. Next time you get another partial wonder point, I'll give you a full one, okay? So that's the other central thesis of what's that guy? Jacksonville Kid. Okay. The engine of his critique is the same thing. It's that Eric does drugs and or smokes pot. Well, I do smoke pot. I don't know if it's really you certainly are like romanticizing marijuana to call it a drug. It barely does anything. But if you think I'm doing other drugs, then, well, I do take my prescription. I'm prescribed Adderall. I'm prescribed gabapentin. And those are more or less the only drugs I ever take. Occasionally I'll take mushrooms, but if you want to call that a drug, fine. It certainly is. It certainly is mind and mood altering, but it's not the kind of drug you can have a problem with, like cocaine or something. So if people want to condemn me for that, so be it. I definitely am an authority on drugs. I have in my life done a lot of drugs, but I'm not currently doing a lot of drugs and probably won't ever again. It's a reality of growing older that you mature somewhat. I mature somewhat. When I was younger, I used to drink. I no longer drink. When I was younger, there was a period of time when I had a meth problem. I no longer do that. You know, that's yeah. Gift Gaff, your name isn't even original on this channel. Fiaco Kiek's been here forever. We call him Gift Gaff, Fiaco Kiek. The other guy, we just call him Gift Gaff. He's trying his very best to shit in his mouth, but continually finds himself either constipated or discovers his butthole's over his own mouth. Yeah, some drugs are very weak. For instance, two Tylenols is not going to help you if you've got serious pain, right? It helps if you got a little headache, but nobody would critique you for doing two Tylenols. It's also the case that I smoke cigarettes. I would say that smoking weed has not much more of a. It's more like smoking cigarettes than it is like doing drugs for me. So I've been smoking weed for a long time. So gift gaff, if this is the only engine of attack you have, namely that purportedly I do drugs, well, you're gonna be fishing in a lake with no fish. How addictive would I say meth is? I I mean, it's no more addictive than any other kind of speed, right? It's just that because meth lasts a super long time compared to say, they're shorter and longer acting amphetamines, right? Um, Me losing half my teeth was probably more than half actually, was a combination of various factors. So I had uh a problem with my teeth as a kid. My grandmother gave me chlortrimeton, which not chlortrimeton, some kind of antibiotic. I forget what it's called. Tetracycline. My grandma gave me tetracycline when I was a kid, and that caused discoloration and weakness in the adult teeth if you gave it to children when they didn't have their adult teeth yet. It caused problems for my teeth. So then I had to get a lot of teeth like shaved down and had veneers put on way back at the beginning when that stuff was going down. At that point, of course, your teeth are, are a lot thinner and smaller than they started out as. Um, these teeth over here, I had a lot of them pulled out at once one time at the dentist because I don't know, that was just what was advocated by the dentist. You know, I had a couple of cavities and stuff and various problems with various teeth. I also would suggest that it no doubt had something to do with meth as well. Meth will damage your teeth apparently, and certainly you see instances of people who have tooth problems linked to meth consumption. So that's certainly plausible, right? But you would like for that to make me subject to your disdain and dismissal, or to general dismissal. You would like that to rob me of all legitimacy, right? So that's, I guess, the question that we need to figure out with you, Gift Gaff, is what makes you want to do that so badly? What about me makes you feel threatened or angry or dismissive or whatever it is? And why? See if you can talk that question out a bit. Richard S. points out, my wife has no drug history and she lost her teeth at 37. And the other thing is, I can and at some point will get my teeth fixed, probably with implants. It's going to take a little while. And I don't know, a whole mouthful of implants is very expensive. But, oh, good, Isaiah Rude. Nice to hear. But regardless, what is it about me that makes you so desperate to dismiss, you know, hold me in contempt, uh, point out things that you think will help diminish my legitimacy? What is it that makes you so antagonistic? Just talk it out. Yeah, I also, one thing, when I started having some of the dental problems occurred actually when I quit drinking. I had this massive sugar phase. Like when I was in China, I was just gobbling candy and cake all the time. And I got a cavity there. I had to get a Taiwanese dentist to fix it because you don't want to put your mouth in the hands of a Chinese dentist, obviously. Anyway, would you like to know more about my teeth? Gift gaff? You see, I'm a regular human being living his life happily, enjoying himself. What about that makes you so upset? Are you recording and publishing them, Isaiah? I lost a tooth. Your head hurts like a bitch. Yeah, well, I think teeth are kind of one of the parts of human beings that is kind of shoddily designed, you know? I think it's just worthless, Sean. The problem with any kind of test that relies on self reporting is that only some types self report accurately, other types can be reliably expected to self report inaccurately. Are you publishing the videos, Isaiah? That would be great. I mean, it's still reliant just on self reporting. If there's no sort of skills tests that can be informative at all about functions, then subjective types are going to always mistype. They're going to self report what they want themselves to be rather than what they are. Endless regrowth. Right. I want shark teeth. You know, I want rows of teeth when the new ones get when the old ones get knocked out, I want new ones to come up. Simple Girl 357. I don't think my teeth are important enough to fix. The reason I don't is because I mean, how is it relevant to anything? You know, it's not relevant to anything I say. It's not relevant to my character. It's not relevant to my honesty. It's not relevant to my utility. It's not relevant to anything. Yes, by just leaving it like this instead of getting it fixed, I open myself up to certain kinds of attack from certain kinds of people. But as you can tell, I don't give a fuck. I just am interested in it as a phenomenon. I'm interested in gift gaff because, um, you know, I get this opportunity to deal with at a safe distance somebody who absolutely despises me, right? And I don't know why. I think it's hilarious in the sense that he has absolutely no reason to dislike me whatsoever, right? So the thing is, in every instance, when one person dislikes another person, there are two possible circumstances. Either number one, the person A wrongs person B in some way, does something bad, fails to be held accountable for something they should be held accountable for, and then person B is understandably mad and upset about that, right? Option two, person A is just minding their own business, doing their thing. Person B comes up to them out of the blue for no reason and starts telling them how much they hate them. You know, I think he presumably wants to elicit some kind of response he's not getting, but he is getting attention right now. But it's unavoidable to get attention because it's something that I don't understand. You know, if he were just trolling for kicks, he wouldn't be so like aggressively spiteful in his language and tone and stuff like that. People who are trolling, instead of just saying like super hateful shit to people, they try to elicit kinds of responses with fakery, playing characters, stuff like that. This guy's just spewing venom and spite, right? Well, that's where I want to get to the bottom of. If he is not just being mean to be mean, if he were being mean to be mean, that would require him to be able to determine that what he's doing is mean, in the sense that it would have to be working on me. Then you could get to see like a victim squirming, which is what he wants. Now it's more plausible, since he's not getting that. It's more plausible that he he be motivated by what he is actually getting, which is this attention here. Except this isn't even really attending to him; it's providing analysis about him. So, and the advantage is this: in this forum, and in general on the internet, where it's all about like talking and not fists, right? I have a I have a pretty insurmountable advantage. The kind of insurmountable advantage that the biggest, toughest guy with weapons has in the real world, right? Except in this world, it's all metaphysical. It's all about language, being correct, being likable, being reasonable, engaging meaningfully with other people, versus, say, being triggered by them in some fashion. Clearly, I triggered Gift Gap in some fashion. It's not like he's ever done this before, because he's never been permitted to have an extended exchange like this with anybody before. They've all hidden him long prior. Here I am, still letting him be around and engaging at least what he's doing, what he's saying as an object of analysis, and he's kind of at a loss. He doesn't know how to leave himself when something's making him feel bad. He's accustomed to trying to push others into hiding him, and it always works. Now, what are you going to do? He doesn't have anything else to say. He only has like one idea, maybe two ideas. He just repeats those variations of them. Now what, Gipgaff? Now what are you going to do? I'm going to continue spending time here talking about how I'm wasting my time spending here? Anyway, let's change the subject a bit. I want to go back in and resume watching the basketball games. When I started this stream was a good spot, because the last end of the previous set of games was ending, and the new set of games, first of those, just starting. So I figured around now, when I feel like, all right, let's do a little bit of a segue, a little bit of a change of pace, that at that point, it'll be around halftime. After halftime, we start up, see if we get any buzzer beaters in the second half. No buzzer beaters so far. A couple of upsets. Oregon rather stomped on South Carolina, much to my delight. Charles Barkley picked them to be in the finals. Charles Barkley's picks for this tournament have Arizona versus Oregon in the final. That's a crazy pick. I wonder if these are my seeds. Oh no. This is definitely closed. This is Rachel stuff. And that's boring Rachel stuff. I'm reading this article here. Probation hopes for new office, for new building. Probation department does not need a new building. For goodness sakes. Does, does the county think it's made out of money? Probation can stay in their old building and suck it. You know? You don't need a new building. You already have cushy fucking jobs as probation officers. Just fucking thank your lucky stars and deal with your old building, okay? Some seed place online. I don't know. Seemed reputable enough. And I got a confirmation email of the order and all that stuff, and they only mail to certain states. They mail to California. They're from California. God is father of Jesus, and Jesus have God DNA. We dig Jesus' grave and clone God DNA. Then we become gods. I mean, if we dug up Jesus and cloned his God DNA, wouldn't we still be us, but then we just have Jesus clones? Can you get a shout out? Yes, you can, Millie. You don't need to even have pneumonia. Yes, the rich want castles. What else is new? Well, I don't think the probation officers want a castle. I just think they unnecessarily want a new building. How old am I? I'm 52 years old. Find the God gene and CRISPR that shit into the next generation. But see, I remember, let's stop worrying about the species and start worrying about us. Do we really want superior humans walking around? I don't. I want to be at the top of the animal chain myself. I don't want there to be some evolved species above me. Jesus does not know when the time of reckoning is due. So how can I have a God who does not know when to hold his servants accountable? I don't know how you can have that God, Thales. You're the one who has that God, you tell me. Have I ever run into a movie star? One time I ran into okay, so let me get this straight, Gift Gap. I'm old and mad, right? Do you have any other ideas? Is that all you have? I ran into Jerry Buss at a Lakers game one time. I pushed the button for the wrong elevator, and it stopped his elevator and it opened the door, and he was in there, and I was like, I just waved at him, and he waved at me, and then the door, and then somebody came and said, "This isn't the elevator for you," and they went down. So we're gonna wait and see if Gift Gap has any other ideas. It is true that a long time ago, I did in fact do meth. It's true. That was a long time ago. I wouldn't advocate you do it. I don't personally regret having done it, but I certainly have no interest in doing it again now. So if you want to judge me for something that I did in the early 2000s, well, go ahead and judge me. Again, though, I am still waiting for you to display any capacity to have any ideas other than the couple of simple-minded things you've said so far. We'll wait and see. Remember, people do get timed out around you for being boring. So if you just keep repeating yourself, you can expect that to happen. No, I'm not in big trouble. I'm not even in little trouble. Was your family originally from California? My dad's from Pennsylvania, and my mom was from, well, she was born in Colorado, I think, and then moved to Arizona and then to California. Her mom, Gladys, she was the first woman pharmacist in Arizona and then moved her pharmacy to Los Angeles. After my parents got back from Europe, where they were living and working for the military and stuff back in the 60s, uh, after they came back, they moved to California to be kind of near my mom's mom. They didn't move directly to Los Angeles, but started off kind of closer to where we are now, a little further north than us. And then eventually moved down to Los Angeles. I was born in Los Angeles County, and I grew up there almost my whole life. A couple of years when I was very little, we spent in Redding, California. But I was born in LA County and spent basically my whole childhood there. And I went to college here in California in Santa Cruz. And then after college, went back to Los Angeles, moved back in with my parents, lived there until I was like 24, 25 before moving out, getting a place, renting it with friends, you know. I had a job at the point. And then I met my first wife in LA. We got married. She got pregnant. We rented a house in Temple City. She had a kid, namely my child, Delilah. And then that marriage ended. I stayed in that house in Temple City, though. I rented it for 20 years. I rented the same house in Temple City. Did I graduate from UC Santa Cruz? Yes. Yeah, I have a BA. I would say I am an Angelino. Yes, you can never really quite take the Angelino out of me, but I feel shockingly, stunningly, blessedly at home here in Mariposa. You know, I feel very lucky to live here. It's wonderful. Have I seen any reptilians in LA? Is that what was asked? I've never seen any reptilians in LA. I met my second wife in LA. Third wife, I met her in person in LA, but we met on the internet. Rachel lives in New York. I lived in Los Angeles. Well, you know what? It was a good deal on rent there. I had unusually low rent for the neighborhood. And you know, it's like when I started renting that house, I didn't know I was going to rent it for 20 years. It's not like you make a plan to rent a house for 20 years. It just kind of happens, okay? Sailor Fowler, why are you so sad? I mean, sangry. You look both sad and angry. Why, Sailor Fowler? Yeah, I mean, everything's all no all money numbers are higher in California. Salaries are higher, you know, property values are higher, cost of products is higher, everything. You're a Compton cat, but I love going back to East LA all the time because they get the best seafood there. One time I got a dog um, from Compton, and we named it Compton. But unfortunately, I got hit by a car and died. Not that long after my first dog got hit by a car and died. You might think we're reckless with the dogs, but Compton was an escape artist from that yard. We tried to get him to stay in the yard as best as we could. But he could escape like nothing. He had some hops, man. He could jump over that fence. Even though it looked like there's no possible way this dog can jump over this fence, he could jump over it anyway. She. Anyway, Compton got hit by a car. No, you may not, bruh. You may not. Have I ever traveled to the NorCal wineries? Not really to the NorCal ones. I used to go wine tasting when I drank. I do not drink anymore. But when I did drink, the wineries that I went to were much more likely to be Central Coast, Santa Barbara, Santa Ynez, that kind of area. Uh, Simply because Northern California is further away, more expensive, and just more fancy. I do not currently have any dogs because uh, he was actually yellow. She was a yellow dog, kind of like a blonde dog. Um, I don't I don't know if that's contrary to what one would expect from a dog from Compton, but that's what she was. She was yellow. How far am I from Los Angeles? Now I'm 5 hours. A solid 5 hours, maybe a little more. I did successfully do ecstasy one time. I back in my 20s when I tried to do ecstasy multiple times, on at least like 5 occasions. But only one of them did I get real, like strong ecstasy. I don't know what I got the other time. Sometimes just nothing, and I just felt like this isn't doing anything. I don't know what this is supposed to be doing. Sometimes it would feel like, oh, I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. Um, but I did successfully do it one time where I got good, strong, real ecstasy, and it was as advertised. I felt like an angel. What's the best city in California to live in? I shit you not, Mariposa, California. I was thinking this before I started the stream. I live in what has to be the best place in California. It has to be. There's not a single stoplight in the whole county. Okay. There's only county level government. It's it's hyper low growth, low density prioritizing. So Mariposa's county board of supervisors is determined to not allow development and to just keep it as it is. And as a consequence, it's a beautiful, fantastic, just wonderful place. I can't believe I get to live here. It makes me emotional. How are women in California? I don't know how women in California are, but I have two women in my life, namely my wife and my daughter. I mean, I don't want to get away with anything, you know? I just want to do this kind of stuff. I guess we have to just say goodbye at this point to Gift Gaff. It was a solid 10, 11 minutes ago that I asked him to have a different idea than the one or two ideas that he keeps saying over and over again. I should probably run for mayor, to quote Kendrick Lamar. I got a bone to pick. Monkey mouth motherfucker sitting in my throne again. I'm mad, but I ain't stressed. True friends. One question. Bitch, where are you and I've been walking? I like that song. That's a good song. What's the yams? The yams brought it out of Richard Pryor. Tempted Bill Clinton with desire. Kendrick Lamar's so good. I love is you know how you know Kendrick Lamar's so good is that song right there. Just think about the beginning of it. Here, if you've heard it before, imagine the beat dropping, right? And then this brilliant thing Kendrick Lamar does. I got a bone to pick. Where did the vocals go? It just started. Where did they go? This is big ass pause, right? I got a bone to pick. Tired of these monkey mouth motherfuckers sitting in my throne again. It's great. I'm Easy, the one they're talking about. Rolling down the street in my meow. You know, he sounded like, he was like the Michael Jackson of gangster rap. I'm Easy. I got AIDS, but don't worry. It's just because I fucked so many bitches. No, I'm not gay. I'd fuck anything, basically. Doesn't matter how filthy and ratchet it was, I'd just fuck it, and that's how I got AIDS. This has been Easy signing out. You could call him the Michael Jackson of gangster rap. You could also call him the Charlie Sheen of gangster rap. Anyway, I love Straight Outta Compton. I bought it on vinyl right when it came out, you know, when you had to go find it in the record store and you heard about it from somebody or you heard it from somebody else because they didn't play it on the radio, you know. I don't remember how we heard about it, me and Dick Porter. We both bought that album. I thought, oh my God. I didn't like all the songs on it, but the ones I liked, I thought, what is this crazy stuff? I love this. What is this crazy stuff? Is what I thought. You know? This is great. Fuck the police indeed. I often think the same thing, NWA people. Fuck the police. I too am coming straight from the underground. I too have it bad because I am brown. They're just fucking with me because I too am a teenager with a little bit of gold in the pager. I could really identify with what they were saying, you see. Except I didn't have any gold or pager, and the police were rather lenient and forgiving of me, I suppose. A little bit of a different experience, but I still didn't like them at all. I was inherently, reflexively anti-authority. Not really that way anymore. They're not so much that way anymore, anyway. I remember the riots. Don't matter if you're gay or straight. I love you, everyone. Don't matter if you're gay or straight. I'm a straight man in a gay relationship with my wife because we do gay stuff like go berry picking together and shit. So I'm kind of a lot of different things all at once. Thank you so much, Gustavo Carrillo Lopez. Okay, what are you squawking about, bird? What you squawking about, squawky pants? Tweet, tweet, tweet. I get it already. Oh, you want me to put out more cutlets? Oh, I didn't get any more cutlets. I'm sorry, I forgot to get them. God damn it. Now the animals are going to make me feel all guilty. I definitely have to go back to town tomorrow anyway, so I will get more cutlets tomorrow. I put some out this morning. All the birds are squawking at each other like, oh good, we're about to get more cutlets. But they're really just about to get a heaping helping of disappointment. Because I don't have any more cutlets right now. No, those aren't pet birds. Those are wild birds. I just feed them cutlets a lot. You think birds got COVID? I have no idea. I didn't hear any coughing. I am just getting over COVID. Supposedly COVID. I don't know. It felt like a regular cold, but according to Cameron, who definitely gave it to me, because we're we're just kind of like here out here by ourselves, not really encountering a whole lot of new germs. And then Cameron came the day after he arrived. He started getting sick. Informed us after he got home it was COVID. After he left, I got sick. Then Rachel got sick. So it's probably almost certain that we got it from Cameron. Um, and he took a test, I guess, when he got back to LA, and he had COVID, supposedly. But I mean, I don't know what to think about that. It's like if I can't tell the difference between COVID and a cold, then like, does it really matter? Does drawing the distinction matter? I don't doubt that there is a legitimate distinction, but I'm saying if I can't tell the difference, does drawing that distinction matter? Meat or milk? Meat or milk? I don't even know what that question is. I suspect it probably has some kind of sexual innuendo to it. So I don't feel like answering it. Because I am a very prudent, proper old gentleman, okay? And I don't appreciate that kind of body talk. It sullies my otherwise clean ears with its bodiness. What with your innuendo and double entendre, your unfamiliar slang terms frightening this old man with their lack of familiarity. You can say COVID, sure. I talked all about COVID the whole time, throughout the whole thing, from the get-go. I was talking about it on YouTube. I never encountered a single problem. Why? Because I wasn't spreading misinformation. I was correct about everything. I still opposed the lockdowns in full. I called bullshit on various methodological problems, but I didn't spread misinformation. Is the world going to end on April 8th? I don't think so. It's not on my calendar. I'm 52, Susan Lilly. 52 years young. Can I be your uncle? Unfortunately, no. I'd have to have already been your mother or father's sibling. Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg? Neither. Did I create COVID? No. If I had the ability to create stuff like that, I still wouldn't create COVID. I'd make something cool, like a disease that gives you laser eyes. Somebody contact Ryan Reynolds. Tell him the Kool-Aid Man needs to be in the movie. In what movie? Would I slap Mark Zuckerberg? No. I also wouldn't be interested in talking to either him or Elon Musk, but I do think they should be interested in talking to me. Yeah, what just happened April 8th? Is that International End of the World Day? I mean, the thing is, Howie X, I pointed this out way back when at the very beginning when people were citing these supposedly horrific death numbers from Italy. I pointed out that just 5 years previous, 5 years earlier, Italy had had more deaths in a regular flu season. I pointed that out for everybody to hear um, early on. A huge security flaw with Samsung devices and they won't contact me or talk to me? Really? Well, hopefully it doesn't affect mine. People listen to mainstream media too much. I mean, the thing is, Howie X, you hear that, but none of the people who fret about other people watching too much mainstream media think they themselves are susceptible to those slanted, you know, advocacies or whatever. No, thank you. Take off VO5. I will pass. All right, let's see how the basketball games are doing. Let's pop out this chat like something like the eyeball, like a glass eyeball. Let's pop out this chat like a glass eyeball. I think that's a good analogy, simile, whatever you want to call it. Moderna and Pfizer stocks made rich politicians rich. Well, yes, I don't disagree with you that Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson and Johnson all made a lot of money on that thing. But pretty much everybody else lost money. There was a global inflationary cost of about 10% of total wealth. So, I mean, to say that this thing was motivated by money is to be very willing to overlook masses of evidence to the contrary, or in other words, to say that some very specific moneyed interests outweighed the voices of all the other moneyed interests, even though they did not outvalue them. So that seems very unlikely to me. And I think it should seem unlikely to you as well. It just doesn't make much sense. The economic costs of COVID to massive economic interests. Like, I'm not talking about little mom and pop shit. I'm talking about huge corporations. Huge corporations failed during COVID and never came back. It's a big club and you ain't in it. Who? Take out VO5? I don't think you should time them out. No. How do I feel about being taxed $15 on the dollar? I mean, I don't think that's possible, obviously. You can't be taxed more money than you have. I don't like either Trump or Biden. I'm opposed to both of them. I think they're both wildly inadequate candidates. Dayton beat Nevada. Interesting. What's this one? McNeese State versus Gonzaga. Okay, what's this one? Oh, yeah. Colorado State versus Texas. All right, well, looks like these games are just getting started. We'll check in on them a little later. I wish I'd watched the end of the Nevada game, but probably would have found myself feeling disappointed. Couldn't help but kind of root for Nevada a bit. I got to root for Nevada. I got to root. Yeah, it's great being taxed on the money you make and to have it taxed again when you buy things. And also, should you choose to not buy things but rather invest in something, any money you make off those investments will be taxed again. Keeping in mind, of course, then that the money you do make off those investments, when you spend it, it will be taxed again. The worst thing in the history of taxation are capital gains taxes. They are the most upward mobility suppressing element of the government's horrible taxation protocols. I disagree, Sean L. But I think sales tax would be fine but it should replace other kinds of taxes. So instead of having income tax and then sales tax, you should just have a bigger sales tax. And the reason is it's neither a good idea to monetarily punish purchasing things, nor is it a good idea to monetarily punish earning money. But it's a worse idea to monetarily punish earning money. Progressive taxation is a terrible, terrible idea. Do you guys have CGT discounted after holding the asset for at least 12 months? I don't know what, oh, capital gains taxes just, no, not necessarily. It depends on the kind of capital gains. I think it's very good that the USA has guns. Um, I'm I can assure you, Vlad banned me that a very small, tiny portion of the American tax dollars are going to support migrants. Okay. What kind of is that true for every capital gain tax or not? I don't really know that much about this specific thing. I probably shouldn't have even tried to answer the question. I need to be asking questions about it rather than answering them. Okay, well, color me informed. Thank you, Firearm Manic, and also Money. Thank you for that information. I did not know that. Is that a new thing or was it always like that? Oh, cool. Yeah, but there's another kind of IRA though that if you inherit it as that we have via a trust, you still have to pay some taxes on it, even though it's in the trust. Why? I don't know. The other one, no taxes have to be paid on it. Who knows why? Living trusts are great. They are wonderful, wonderful things. Hallelujah, living trusts. Well, I need to know the accounting there, Comedy Flu. I I I doubt that the way that sentence is phrased is upheld by the actualities of the accounting. So the thing is, what I'm not interested in doing is finding some boogeyman group or wedge issue to get politically angry about. I'm interested in the correct position on everything. Certainly, the correct position on the borders is they should be secured so that we can implement our immigration law, whatever it may be, as written. It shouldn't be porous. We should have control of the borders. That's fundamental national sovereignty stuff. So the thing is, I'm not really interested in demonizing Biden or Trump. I'm interested in saying, I'm not sure what's going to happen this election cycle, but the next election cycle, I will be running. I'm not saying I'm going to win, but I will be running. And I hope, at least in the process of running, I am able to provide an example of how I think political discourse should proceed in the country. And that should say, not be about platypusing. So currently, the problem with political discourse in the country is platypussing. Platypussing refers to a Phineas and Ferb episode where Schmertz fell down a record and got glue on his fingers. Now there's records on his fingers, and he just can't stop, don't stop. Well, there's a platypus controlling me. And then he's playing this song where Perry the Platypus is controlling him. And then all the teens who are dancing to this music, one of them says, I get it. A platypus represents whatever's keeping you down. And they take turns saying things like, the government's a platypus. Corporations are a platypus. Our parents are a platypus. Things like that. So my point is, let's not platypus things. Let's instead behave as civilized adults in a citizen democracy and have conversations about specific policy issues rather than using specific policy issues as means to reinforce the divide between us, the good guys, and them, the bad guys. We're all Americans. We should all be on the same team, even if we have stark political disagreements, unless those coalesce into the form of a specific policy matter that's, say, going to be put on the table for debate in Congress or that might cross the president's desk to sign. If you're asking me what my position on abortion is, well, it's irrelevant, right? Because the Supreme Court ruled it's a state's issue. The federal government has nothing to do with it. If I'm president, I have nothing to do with it then. Oh, Star Trooper, you always want to see the thug shaker. Because you do the thug shake. Yes, you do the thug shake. Do the thug, shake, shake, shake. There. I hope you're satisfied. Have I encountered supernatural things in my life? A few kind of supernaturally things. I don't believe in aliens. I think aliens are bullshit. Because I don't believe in faster than light travel. By aliens, I mean, intelligent life traveling here in spaceships. I want no divisions except for the division between us and those illegal aliens. It's just fine. That's a real division. Obviously, it's perfectly reasonable for citizens to want their tax dollars to be spent on citizens and stuff domestically. We don't perfectly reasonable for Americans to go like, hey, I don't like the fact that our tax dollars is going to some of it's being sent to Egypt for some reason, like, why are we giving money to Egypt? No, I'm not Jewish. How are you always streaming? With my phone. How are you always watching the stream? Free Palestine. As I will tell you, JF, and I've said this before, I am not the one holding Palestine hostage. I cannot free them. What do you think about the border security issue? Well, what I think is that we should definitely secure the border. We should make sure that we know it for sure, in full, anytime anybody's attempting to cross the border, and we can successfully funnel all border crossings through border checkpoints. Okay. Then I think with that in place, then we can implement whatever immigration law the country deems is best, whether it's one that's lenient and lets in a lot of immigrants, whether it's one that's restrictive and lets in few. Regardless of what anyone's immigration policy is, we should all agree that the border needs to be secured. Why do you think you can reach the speed of light? I mean, after all, if you did, you'd invalidate the passage of time. Is the goat man for real? I don't know. I've never met any goat men. I think they're called satyrs, Satyr, half goat, half man. I've never met any. See you later, JF. Have a great one. Free MZ. What's MZ? Mozambique? With a secure border, how do you speed up the cultural revolution? I don't even know what that means. I'm assuming you're being silly. Are you worried about similar attack? No, I'm not worried about that for open borders. I understand that a nation state has certain implicit duties to fulfill. One is to maintain and secure the borders. I also understand that the federal government has jurisdictional authority over immigration matters and that Congress has passed immigration laws. However, we cannot implement immigration laws if we don't have a secure border. So the idea that the federal government could be so remiss in one of its most fundamental duties, one of the few things that's definitely its jurisdiction and enumerated power, and fail to even secure the southern border is insane to me. It doesn't matter. I don't have any problem with Mexicans, okay? Like, my first wife was half Mexican. My daughter's a quarter Mexican. My second wife was all Mexican. I'm an honorary Mexican myself. Okay? I got Mexico coming out the wazoo. For my birthday, I want one of Pepe's piping hot piñatas filled with piping hot flan. All right? I am the Mexicaniest Mexican in all of Mexico. I probably have been called a pendejo before, but I'm sure the person who was calling me that was just wrong. Oh, well, you don't want to. What we don't ever want to do in the U.S. is mistake ideology for any kind of effective citizen democracy. Ideology is always bad. You can't try to totalize some ideology in politics. You always have to deal with politics on a policy by policy basis. There is no dominant paradigm that can collapse down and tell us the definitive answer about everything. Like, well, whichever thing most upholds equality is the best. There is no thing like that, okay? There has to be a realistic and nuanced engagement with each specific policy matter on its merits. So everything there's an order of questions. Legitimacy questions do come first, but are not 100% of the time necessarily determinate, right? You can't justify the ends with the means, but once legitimacy is validated, there's no other way really to justify a given proposed advocacy other than by appealing to the ends, right? In other words, solvency and impact magnitude. I'm not advocating anything one way or the other in terms of what our immigration policy should be. If you want to ask me that question, well, my answer is probably somewhere in the middle. It's not an issue I care much about, but I'm not advocating what we do with the borders once they're secured one way or the other. What I am advocating is that we secure it so that only legal immigration comes in. If we need more legal immigration to meet labor needs, say in the South, then we legally let more immigrants in. Hi, Lady in Red. Nice to see you. I can say happy birthday to your friend, Mr. Her, happy birthday. You get timed out because of your lack of originality. It's not because it's offensive, but it's because it's boring. So you're getting timed out for that. And you deserve it. Say you were traveling in a car traveling at the speed of light. If you then put the headlights on, would that light be seen before you or after you? Well, this is why there's a firm barrier, a light speed barrier, is because anytime you ask a question like that, it's really contradictory premises because it's not possible to be traveling at the speed of light. The only thing that can travel at the speed of light is light. everything else is encumbered by some mass burden that's greater than that light carries, you know? If you just think about it. There's going to be in a weight sense, the lightest thing in the universe, the least drag thing in the universe, and that's light. Nothing can go faster than that because everything else is somewhat more encumbered. I am running for president in 4 years, not this year. I'm not exactly retired, but I don't have a regular job. Yeah, I am going to run for president in 4 years. I've been saying I'm going to run for president for a while, but in 4 years I actually am because I'll be ready to do it. It's like I said before, like to realistically make a decent even effort at running for president, I'm going to need at least 100,000 subs, enough of a platform on YouTube, enough visibility so that I've got some grassroots interest, and then I'm going to have to do very much like a train whistle kind of old school presidential campaign where I set up opportunities to speak with voters in various places, in League of Women's Voters or college campuses or whatever, and do my best to generate an authentic campaign in favor of the best candidate the country will have ever had. California is blue, if that's what you mean. This county's not. I live in a very libertarian / red county. And different counties are in different ways. But my purpose, my goal with politics is always to be correct, dispassionate, and not divisive. Because to correctly engage any political issue is to engage it non-divisively. If there's something that's so outrageous that you can't engage it anything but divisively, then you're not talking about politics anymore. You're talking about some kind of crime having occurred. And if you want to talk about crime, like people spend a lot of time saying, like, this shady billionaire is doing criminal things. Well, fine. Talk to the cops and the prosecutors about that. I agree that should be prosecuted and whatever. But we can't spend our time talking about that if we're talking politics. We need to talk about what's in the interest of the country, what kind of approach we should take internationally, what kind of approach we take domestically, etc. We need to have those real conversations, not things that are fundamentally mythologizing politics, creating singular characters to blame and sort of secret cabals and stuff with monolithic visions that they implement with a clarity regarding how given actions are going to create disparate impacts that no human being actually has, you know? We don't need to play around with those mythologies. Even if they're true, they're unhelpful as part of the political discourse. Do I have any animals? I have 2 cats. We need innovative, creative, and critical thinkers. Too much entertainment. Well, I mean, I don't think that there are very many people really like me in the country, which is to say, I was raised as I was raised to believe in the American citizen democracy. I was raised to believe that the Supreme Court was there to protect our rights from government overreach and from each other, you know. That's what the civil and criminal courts are for. They're to give people legal remedies when their rights are violated. And by and large, I still think the country functions beautifully in that regard. We've got a fundamentally sound structure for a society. And it makes me very sad to see how, you know, how overwrought and paranoid everyone is. I'm not saying without any cause. Like 9/11 was definitely an inside job. But somebody who's not freaking out needs to be driving this bus here. Not somebody who's completely overwhelmed by the situation like Biden. Somebody who is freaking out like Trump. You know, it takes a lot of specific things in order to be fully qualified to do what surely is one of the most difficult jobs in the world, President of the United States. And the people that we have filling this position are so woefully underqualified to do the job that they don't even know it. Just Dunning-Kruger, you know? And we've got a population that's become so accustomed to divisive platypusing that it's forgotten that there's an alternative to that can function as political discourse. No, I don't think that the U.S. should have the military involved everywhere. I think that the U.S. should not be engaging in use of military force overseas, except when and where we have declared war, received congressional authorization for specific use of force against a legitimate enemy, not against something like an abstract concept like terror. So, I think that our checks and balances were put in place for a reason, and we need to embrace those. One thing I don't like about Trump is that he thinks any check on his authority and power, the scope of his office's unilateral decision making, is bad. As a president, one of the things I hope to do using the Justice Department and the courts is to conscribe the scope of the executive branch's power and to get rid of much of the ability of the executive branch to use these writs, presidential writ of whatever. Well, I forget what they're called now, presidential orders or something like that, executive order. Presidents need to stop pretending like they're the king. They are there to execute, right? Not to make shit up. I mean, I obviously believe regarding the Israeli situation that Israel can't claim any moral high ground until they afford the Palestinians their own autonomy without any stipulations or terms. Until they do that, they can claim no moral high ground. You cannot say, how wicked are these slaves? They rose up and killed one of our neighbors. Well, stop trying to own them then. No, I don't think the U.S. is going to have another civil war. Because the thing is, no matter how it may look in the media, in our day-to-day interactions with each other, Americans are incredibly pleasant and civil with one another, get along great. Nobody ever talks politics. Nobody really treats you differently, whether you're a Trumper or a progressive or whatever. No, I'm correct about Israel. Let me advocate it for somebody like you who's already married to the Israeli position. Okay, here's what I'm offering you. I'm offering you the chance to treat Palestine exactly like you want to, as though they were a foreign country attacking you. You should be able to do that. But before you can do that, you're going to have to let them be a foreign country. In fact, you're going to have to make them be a foreign country by refusing to have anything else to do with them and cut off all ties, all control, etc. with them. And then when they attack you, it's a foreign nation attacking you, and you can bomb them back into the Stone Ages. Now, do you agree with me? Sure, that's not, that's it. Look, the thing is, you're still platypusing, right? Let's talk about what we can do first. Let's talk about where we can accomplish things with our responsibilities. Like people want to blame COVID on somebody releasing it from a lab. Blame you and your neighbors for not listening to me at the right time. So, anyway, hi Korea. Danbe pinan shigani da. Okay, Danbe pinan shigani da. Are you listening to me? Now go outside and smoke, you Korean. Okay, MacDude85, again, Israel can unilaterally sever all ties with them, or stop executing all control over the population entirely, and say you are on your own. Israel can do that. Israel pretending as though they've tried to let the Palestinians govern themselves, but they can't. It's just a bunch of propagandist bullshit. Okay, do not believe it. If you are already married to the Israeli position because, I don't know, maybe you're from Israel or whatever, then get your ass out of this discussion because you're not being objective about it. I don't like the Muslim Middle East, okay? I think it's a horrible place full of a horrible ideology. That's why I want Israel to have the moral high ground, okay? But they're never going to have it until and unless. Can somebody time that person out, please? I'll do it myself. Okay. So, what is it that the Palestinians are demanding? What is it that the Palestinians keep saying free Palestine about? And what would they like Israel to do differently? Can you please not get all sexual? It's gross. Ah, you understood what I said, huh, Korean person? That's the only thing I know how to say in Korean. Okay, you too also stop spamming. Well, I mean, you're the one insisting that Israel has nothing to do with Palestine anymore. So, what is Palestine asking for right now when they say free Palestine? What are they complaining about specifically? Okay, stop that. Juanita, if you don't know what the Palestinians' case is, then you have no reason to support Israel, right? You need to be able to articulate what the Palestinians' case is, not just your own side. If you are going to tell me to go read something, then you're not making any case, right? Then you lose the argument. If you cannot articulate, answer my questions, then you lose the argument. So I'm asking a very reasonable question. You explain to me what it is that the Palestinians are complaining about in the status quo. And you explain to me what it is the Israelis are offering if the Palestinians meet the terms that the Israelis are setting forth. If you can't answer those questions, then you're not ready to discuss the topic. I mean, I don't care, right? It's like it's Israel and Palestine's problem, not mine. But I just speak the truth about the situation. Wing lift, you need to stop eating drywall. Well, you haven't answered my question, so you don't have anything to say about it. Until and unless you answer my questions, then you are inadequately informed about the topic to have the position you hold. Okay? You need to be able to articulate exactly what it is the Palestinians are asking for and what it is the Israelis are offering with stipulations. If you do not know that the Israelis are currently offering something with stipulations and that the Palestinians are currently asking for something, then you are not prepared to talk about this. Give me back my son. Dad? Daddy? Is it you? You gotta get me out of here. Of course, Jews are real. I mean, oh, for God's sakes. I agree. The Middle East is horrible. So if you want to argue with me a bunch about it, then just, I don't care. Daddy, Daddy, you gotta come and rescue me. I know I'm 52, but I'm still counting on you. Andre Brown, still counting on you to come rescue me. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what all the details are, but I'm saying if homie out there is so sure that Israel's done everything I articulated already, then which he says they have. Like I said, well, Israel needs to afford Palestinians full self-governance without any terms or stipulations. He says they already did that. So I'm asking, well, then what is it that the Israelis are currently offering with stipulations, and what is it currently the Palestinians are asking for? That seems like a reasonable question. Everybody who's here, please take a moment just to mercy sub for Isaiah Rude so he can unlock live streaming if you're willing to, please. Because he's been wanting to live stream for quite some time now, and he's only still at now 19 subscribers. I realized that I could subscribe to him under this account too. I'm subscribed to him as Talking with Famous People. Now I'm subscribed to him as Eric Strauss too. I'm sure he'd very much appreciate it. Thank you so much if you're willing to do that. Isaiah, I should have put the link to your channel here. Let me do that actually. Go to channel. Piao. Copy. Piao. Piao. Well, Isaiah Rude, what do you say to that? What do you say to Ruben R? Why Ruben says you can live stream with fewer than 50. But maybe that's because you have more uploaded videos or something, Ruben. I don't know. It's been such a long time since I've dealt with that stuff. I don't remember how it goes. I'm sure it was. Yeah. Do I think the U.S. should focus more on domestic efforts rather than abroad? I mean, I think there's an ongoing need for the U.S. to improve its management of domestic affairs. I think international sphere, it requires the U.S.'s attention or not, depending on what's going on. Things sometimes outside of our control require us to turn our attention outward, right? No, I mean, to the best of my understanding, he was saying he's not able to, which made sense to me because I do know there are certain things that you have to unlock this, unlock that. So yeah, apparently you can't live stream with less than 50 subs. Maybe that's a new rule. if I get trolled, I don't worry about getting trolled. You know, you know. Gift Gaff was here earlier and attempting to attack more, but he only had like two things he could say: "You are old" and "meth." And when I stopped working, and I didn't hide him or anything. I said, "Well, come on, let's go. You want to fight me? Let's go." And then he just kind of like wilted and just disappeared. So I like that. Maricela Baye, yo. Hello, you're back again today, yo. And Maricela Baye, yo. Hi. Let's check on the basketball games. We've got Gonzaga up by 7 points over McNeese State. Oakland beating the University of Kentucky by a point in the first half. What do you think about that? Iowa State looking like the best number 2 in the field, as I identify them, up by 12 already, 22-10 over South Dakota State. Poor South Dakota State. Well, you probably saw that one coming. It shouldn't come as a huge surprise to them. You're just getting over your racism? Well, this is a good place to get over your racism because I'm fluidly transracial. So you'll have to deal with me as an example of a number of different races as I continue on. Yeah, well, I mean, look, we're trying to adjust to a paradigm in which the world needs old school U.S. leadership, both in the aftermath of an example of horrifically bad U.S. leadership, and in a changing world where U.S. is no longer global hegemon. You know, China and Russia are combined, you know, more of a threat to a free and civil society than I think explicitly militaristic threats like Nazi Germany really ultimately were. You know, it does, but I'm not going to use that kind of term that they use to keep us down. Okay, I'm not going to play that game. You know, I've got a little more respect for myself than that. All right. That's why when I'm African American, I refer to myself as a Negro, old timey Negro, I say. That way I can access the United Negro College Fund. Hilarious jokes. Do I believe in God? I do pray to God and Jesus. I'm self-identified as a Christian. I don't understand God as something that one makes affirmations regarding. Like, God is not there to be argued about. Certainly, anybody who purports to prove or disprove God is missing the point of it, since a relationship with God is one of faith, not of evidence. Given the rumblings from the Federal Reserve, can you please weigh in on the capital requirements for large and mid-sized institutions? I don't know enough about it to have a strong opinion. I'm assuming it's designed to reduce margins, right? Like, you can't loan out X amount more money than you have on hand, that kind of shit. I would say there's a fundamental problem in the way the Federal Reserve distributes new wealth into the economy. The reason the Federal Reserve needs to infuse the economy with quantitative easing or more currency is because Americans doing meaningful work throughout the country generate a certain amount of new wealth via their work, which is generated first as a metaphysical quality of beholdens among people. In order to prevent deflation, the government has to keep pumping more currency into the economy to keep pace with the added wealth generated by the work. During the lockdowns, the reason we haven't had this 10% inflation correction is because they kept pumping in money at the same rate, but people weren't doing any meaningful work. So the thing is, there's no good reason that I can come up with for why the Federal Reserve needs to infuse this new currency into the economy by giving it to banks to loan out. Why don't they just split it up into pieces and send it all out to the American people directly? I can't think of a good reason why they don't do that. It would be no more inflationary and pressure than the way they currently do it because that new currency is just there to keep pace with the additional wealth in the country anyway. Well, my point is that an individual's relationship with God is a faith based relationship and is an individual relationship. I don't get evangelizing. You're not going to hear me tell you what you should do with your faith. I think it's insane that anybody ever suggests they know what somebody else should do with their faith. It's like jogging. I won't tell you that you should swim laps instead of jogging. You don't tell me that I should jog instead of swim laps, you know? How about that? We both respect each other's subjective areas of mysticism or whatever. Or, in other words, we respect each other's behaviors as such, not as things that need to be justified with arguments. What's the purpose of life in the universe? I don't know. If you find out, please do tell me. I'm curious as to what the answer is. I would like to know, but I don't know. It may not have any purpose, but it may have a very specific purpose, or it might have sort of an amalgam of related purposes. One can imagine it being any of those things. In other words, one can imagine also that instead of the universe having a purpose, each individual entity has a purpose of some sort. You could imagine it like that. There are lots of possible architectures to life purpose that one could conceive of. However, every conceivable life purpose is predicated on a teleology, namely, the universe has to have been made for a reason for there to be a purpose. It necessitates some creator god, at least, uber race of simulators or something like that for there to be any purpose. In the absence of some kind of over intelligence above us and inaccessible to us, then life has to be purposeless. You know what, Unicorn Ninja? I stand corrected. We have figured out the purpose of life. He's got it right. The purpose is to take many smoke breaks and talk about things that have no real meaning. That is right on the nose. I'm surprised I didn't figure that one out. You're a smart guy. Oh my God. I just realized I'm doing it exactly right. I'm living the perfect life. That's amazing. Okay, if you're going to get anti Semitic, please don't. LEX. I'm not into groupism of any sort. All right. Well, you don't have to leave your phone outside of the bathroom, Marisol. I hate to point that out. Or you just don't want your phone to have to smell your poop. Is that what it is? That's true. I am not a vampire. I'm just a headless being, a headless head floating in the air. How could you be a headless head? I mean, a bodiless head, okay? I mean, the bodiless head. Yeah, thank the chat. Thank you, chat, who told me about Smooth Move Tea, whoever it was, because I had some deeply satisfying poops today. I drank that tea last night. I'm going to just go ahead and say correlation equals causality here. I credit the tea regardless of whether it was responsible and appreciate it. Where's my wives? My wife is sleeping because yesterday she took a Adderall. She took Adderall and she didn't. She stayed up all night. She didn't go to sleep until like 10 this morning or something. The purpose of life is to have clean bowls. Huh. I guess I need to clean my bowl. Is that what you're saying? You're saying I have a filthy bowl? Is that a backhanded compliment? Yeah, I mean, I clean all the bowls that we always clean the bowls that we eat out of. The problem bowl is the one that gets dirtiest the most of all, which is the bowl on my bong. That gets very dirty. What's the purpose of life? Excellent question, Cosmic Pinch Star. Excellent question. The purpose of life is to make it harder to harvest dolphin-safe tuna. Oh, my bowl movement. Right. Well, I actually do feel like I have a bowl movement on the way. I can smoke without restrictions. I already can smoke without restrictions. I have plenty of places to smoke. I like to step outside. That's part, like, I've been standing out here for quite some time. I have still haven't lit this cigarette. And if I stand much longer and have to poop more, then I may postpone the cigarette till after I poop even. It's the purpose of life. Yeah, I got backed up and the chat told us about the tea and we got it on Amazon. Well, I also got it on Amazon, as per your suggestion. Oakland is still beating the University of Kentucky left in the first half. I'm sure Kentucky will pull away in the second half, but Oakland's put up 36 points on Kentucky in the first half. That's surprising. Have I ever had a toilet backed up? Howie X, when I lived in Los Angeles, my toilet was always backed up. I had to plunge it like at least once a week. Since we moved here, we've been here now over a year, I have not one time had to plunge any toilet. That's how great the toilets are here compared to what they were in Los Angeles. I mean, the real secret to quitting smoking is doing what I'm doing right now. And I'm not even really doing it purposefully to quit smoking, but I find myself doing it more nowadays increasingly because I find I just go outside really to go outside as part of a habit, and I don't really enjoy the cigarette that much. That's a dumb joke, Adnan. It made me laugh, so I'm gonna let it slide. But that's a terrible joke. Do you still piss in a bucket? I don't know. I did used to piss in a bucket. That is not. He's not just trolling. He's referencing a time in my life when I did regularly piss in a bucket. But no, I don't do that anymore. Todd Sweet. That was back when I lived in the back house. Well, we had the back house and the master suite, but I spent most of my time in the back house. I didn't like to have to walk all the way inside to go to the bathroom. So I had this pee bucket I'd pee in and pour it out periodically. Well, I mean, if I want to quit smoking, like I did quit smoking last year, actually, for about a week or so. Um, I purposefully let myself get snowed in with only a few cigarettes left, you know. Before I knew it, I not had a cigarette in like 5 days. But if I wanted to quit, if I made a firm determination to quit, I would quit. I would just quit. I know how this shit goes, you know. Cigarettes in California are about, well, I buy them at the boot jack market, which is like the cheapest place in California for Marlboro Red. It's under $11 a pack. No, I don't want to smoke lights. I only smoke Marlboro Reds. Okay, lights aren't even more healthy for you. They don't even exist anymore. They're just like a different colors, like Marlboro Blue or something. You're supposed to know that they're lights. I don't need any advice on how to quit smoking. I don't currently want to quit smoking, but when I do, I will quit. No, it's not really true, Unicorn Ninja. You got to remember, for me, um, I'm somebody who used to have more addictions, right? And I quit drinking. When I quit drinking, I had to make certain deals with myself. And it's a really bad idea when you're quitting one thing to try to quit other things at the same time. But regardless, um, I don't compare myself against an ideal, right? I don't say, Eric, wouldn't you be healthier if you didn't smoke? I compare myself against a realistic alternative. I'm somebody who's pretty addicty, you know? And I rely on temporal bargaining arrangements with myself just like everybody else does. My temporal bargaining arrangements may involve things like cigarettes or weed or whatever. Yours may involve going shopping or whatever. But the thing is, everybody has to make temporal bargaining arrangements. A unicorn ninja, no, I definitely don't trust you about that. Why would I trust you? I mean, you're making a unilateral statement that says any kind of addiction, or in other words, habit basically, is bad because it somehow wrests control from you. I mean, there's no good reason to think that. You have to evaluate a person holistically on their life. You have to understand that I'm making decisions based on my strengths and deficits. You don't understand what it's like to be me at all. Never possibly could. And so you don't understand how different things play different roles in my life. For you, it's easy for you to imagine, well, is it simply the difference between yes and no, right? Yes, you're doing that. No, you're not doing that. It's just that easy. It's actually vastly more involved than that, you know? Um, I've got a whole life history that references these things and bargains, various bargains that I make with myself, etc. I am getting to a point now where I feel like I might be coming up on a time when I want to quit smoking, but it's definitely not a good idea to quit smoking before you feel ready to do that. You're just going to fail. It's definitely not a good idea to like say embrace some universal like it's always a good idea to quit every addiction. That's you're being really reckless. You don't know the extent to which someone else is depending on something and why they're depending on it and what would take its place if they were to get rid of it, maybe, right? Quitting smoking might sound like a great idea, But what if it came with me start drinking again? I no longer smoke, but now I drank again. Well, I can guarantee you that would be 1,000 times worse. Now, I'm not saying that's what would happen, but what I'm saying is you don't know, right? That's not what would happen with me, but you don't know. And that's why you got to be careful about giving people advice about their consumption habits. You don't understand the role those consumption habits play in that person's life. And it's going to have unintended consequences if they listen to you that you sort of blithely just didn't consider when you made the advocacy in the first place. No, I'm not saying that I don't want to quit smoking at some point, that I won't quit smoking at some point. Um, I'm pointing out that I'm not talking about the issue of whether or not someone should quit smoking. I'm discussing the much more important issue of you using language responsibly. In my case, it's fine because I'm getting close to the point where I'm ready to make that decision for myself. And even if I weren't, I'm not I'm not susceptible. I'm not like iffy about my health and well-being. I'm not gonna start drinking or anything. I've got 10 years without alcohol. I'm the master of this field that you're pulling shit out of your ass about, right? So it's safe around me for you to be this reckless in your discourse. But you got to be careful because not everybody's as correct and certain about things as I am. Well, I'm not talking about me though, right? Right? I'm not saying um, that maybe it is a good idea for me to quit smoking. That's fine. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is, remember, not everybody is as advanced on this topic as I am, and some people are. You got to be really careful with your language. Don't go giving advice to people about this subject when you don't really know what kind of unintended consequences your words might have. You want to be more responsible than that. I mean, no, I'm definitely not pulling shit out of my ass. So, for example, Unicorn Ninja, when I quit drinking, I had all of AA telling me I needed to quit smoking weed too. Okay. So I know how harmful that can be. I've seen many people, I know how many people end up going back to the drug they cannot go back to because they're trying to force themselves to quit everything, right? And it doesn't work. You got to be realistic, not just idealistic. And you got to be responsible, not just absolutist. Wow. Smoking causes no boners? Why do I keep fucking my wife with, I wonder? And you decided to quit them at some point, right? That's good for you. I think you no doubt made the right decision, right? No, I don't doubt your experience. You've got lots of experience with what works for you, right? What I'm saying is don't be irresponsible and project from your experience a norm that others ought to uphold. Because this isn't a moral issue, right? It's not a moral issue, so it doesn't universalize as a norm. It's a prescriptive issue. And while we might normalize out that in a vacuum, it's better to not smoke than to smoke, that doesn't mean it's a good idea to tell somebody they should quit because they're smoking as part of an existing ongoing life that you don't know. So I'm not just talking out my ass, right? What I'm saying makes perfect sense and is the most responsible position. No, listen, you can advise me to quit smoking all you want, right? What I'm saying is it's safe for you to do that to me, but you should be careful about that because, you know, it's like I could very well, in theory, go up to somebody overweight and tell them, hey, you're kind of fat. You really need to lose some weight. That's not healthy. I can guarantee you it's going to do a lot more harm than good, right? Their spiritual well being matters too. The idea that they're okay as they are, there's not something wrong with them that needs to be fixed. That's the more important message. I think that's what you're missing here. So yeah, it's not a big deal that you do it to me because I'm I'm like hyper prepared in all of my paradigms, I'm hyper prepared to defend all my paradigms. But for people who aren't, who are still seeking answers, looking for some clarity about something that's a huge demon for them or something, you could uh you could really do some damage. It's always and only ever the case that someone should quit something if and when they themselves identify it as a problem in their life. Otherwise, they will never quit it. So you first want to, when you want to talk about these subjects, the first thing you want to do is say, do you, other person, identify this thing that I'm about to talk about as a problem in your life? If not, well, then that's where you stop, right? You don't presume to know better than they what's a problem in their lives. I certainly am not closed off to considering outside advice, uh, but I'm much more interested in giving you advice because the thing you're doing is much more of a problem than the thing I'm doing. The thing I'm doing is a problem for me potentially, not a problem for you. The thing you're doing is a problem for everybody you talk to. I don't know. Howie X, I don't know. I don't even know if that's true or not. Well, I mean, there are endless possible things that one could identify as potentially a problem monetarily and health wise. I would agree that there's broad consensus that smoking is bad for you. And yet, at the same time, there's broad consensus from our collective experience that most people who smoke can smoke for decades before they actually encounter health problems from it. Additional, no, I mean, listen, Unicorn Ninja, don't insult me, okay? When I make arguments, it's because they are the best arguments. I am not motivated by my subjectivities like that. I am not trying to defend my smoking. I would like to quit smoking, and I will one of these days here quit smoking cigarettes. But what I want you to do is step back a second and realize I'm not defending my addictions. I'm talking to you about a problem you're demonstrating here, displaying a problem of a lack of respect for other people and the differences between you and them. Because we are talking about subjectivities, right? So when we are talking about subjectivities, you don't get to universalize what's good for everybody. Okay, stop, preppy girl. Don't spam, please. I don't want to quit right now. As I indicated before, that's saying the same thing I'm saying now. I am moving towards wanting to quit, right? I can tell I'm getting older. I don't want to get COPD. I know the health risks, etc. But that's just another reason why you need to listen to what I'm saying. I don't need to hear anything from you about the subject. I'm a full-grown adult man who knows what he's doing, understands himself, makes his decisions in a dispassionate fashion. I am not subconsciously being driven by my addiction to hold this position. That is insane. That would never in a billion years happen. I don't roll like that. I hold the positions that are correct because those are the ones that are most defensible. It's circular here. How do we know they're correct? They're the most defensible. Why are they the most defensible? Because they're correct. It has nothing to do with what I want, feel, think, etc. Nothing whatsoever. Because I'm not interested in my interests. I'm interested in always having the most defensible arguments. That's my interest. Okay, well, you don't need to agree with me. And I still hold the position that it's presumptuous of you to tell me what to do. I'm telling you at least how to talk, right? Like, I'm not even telling you how to talk. I'm just saying, be aware that if you're going to talk to people like this, you're engaging in a fundamentally reckless kind of discourse, and you don't know what unintended consequences it may have. You may disagree with that, but it is nevertheless true. And regardless, you are trying to tell me what to do with my mouth and my fingers. Like, you worry about your mouth and fingers, fucktard. Don't tell me what to do. Have some sense. Didn't you learn any manners? You cannot respectfully tell other people what to do with their fingers and mouth and lungs. Why don't I tell you how to fuck your wife? There's no respectful way to do that. Think, have some fucking sense. If I see you in the supermarket, I'll be like, hey, don't buy that product. That's not good for you. It's got too much salt. Okay, well, if you think it's fine to dismiss what I'm saying because I've cursed, then that's the standard you apply, and accordingly, you aren't going to listen to anything else I say. But until and unless you want to address the equivalence I brought up, namely, like, would you think it's okay to come in and say, "Hey, Eric, your wife's too fat. She should lose weight. It's healthy for her," or to tell that to Rachel directly? If you think that would be okay, then you're consistent here, right? If you don't think that would be okay, then you really need to think to yourself, regardless of Eric's cursing, he's making a lot of sense here. Maybe I need to reevaluate this. Other people's purported health doesn't justify you disrespecting them like that, right? It's much more important to respect other people than it is to express concern. I curse a lot. I curse a lot. I call people fucktard periodically. I say, you fucking dumbass, or whatever. Fortunately, no matter how much I'm cursing, because of the way I am, what I'm saying, the message I'm conveying is always the same. And if it's judged on its merits, then it's always affirmed by the other person. Of course, I get frustrated when other people don't want to learn anything and need to learn something. Because I go to all the trouble to explain it perfectly to them, to say everything in very clear and well spoken fashion, and to bring up, say, an analog like weight, to point out that if we look at that analog, which has the same mechanics, you'd acknowledge that no decent person would go up and interfere with someone else's business like that. And yet, instead of responding on point, you want to diminish what I'm saying by saying that I'm getting emotional and pretend as though there's nothing of value to be heard because I used some profanity. That's, well, you're not going to get anywhere like that. Let's put it that way. You're not going to grow at all like that. So, one good thing about this exchange is likely in the future, before you say this kind of thing to somebody else again, you'll have at least a second thought about it. Like, oh, right. If I say that, I'm opening myself up to all these super legitimate critiques, and I don't have any answers for them. Maybe I don't want to run the risk of incurring those critiques again. And then maybe you'll not behave accordingly in the future. Or maybe you will anyway. Maybe you'll double down on your wrongness and say, fuck that, Eric. I'm going to do that even more now. Who knows? But the point is, you don't have to explicitly learn something here. In other words, you don't have to voice that you have learned something for this exchange to have positive outcomes. So I'm glad it happened. I encounter this shit all the time. It's like, how many fucking people do you think I've heard tell me to quit smoking? Just shut the fuck up already. You decide what you do with your mouth and lungs. Let me worry about me. That's your addict brain talking. Okay, shut the fuck up. It's like, oh, whatever you say, we don't have to consider as legitimate because you're addicted to the thing you're talking about. So any opinion you have on it is invalid. Okay. You want to piss me off? Commit that fallacy. Try to pretend like my absolutely legitimate intellectual work is somehow illegitimate and doesn't need to be heard. Insanity. That's just the mark of a person driven to the very brink of death by syphilis. That's how insane it is. So yeah, I get a little annoyed sometimes. It just is like, okay, maybe I'll go off on the 120th instance of this. And then again at the 200th instance. It's not every time, but you happen to pick, congratulations, you're our 120th shopper today. Yeah, I don't feel like hearing that anymore. Just, you worry about you, and let me worry about me. That's just basic common courtesy. Well, I was getting expressive. I am a very expressive person. So when I'm making when I'm arguing a point, I argue it passionately, okay? And I have good reason to have some emotional engagement with this topic because it's close. It hits close to home. I'm somebody who's successfully overcome multiple addictions and is managing my own temporal bargaining arrangements very, very successfully and has been for the last 10 years. So for you to tell me that you know better than me how I should engage my habits, addictions, indulgences, whatever you want to call them, is going to be a little triggering just because it's like it's like a blind man telling me he can see this picture better than me. I'm the only one who has access to seeing this data. How could you possibly see it better than me? Just based on your universal understandings of things? Sorry, with subjectivities like this, it doesn't work that way. But the thing is, what's frustrating is not that you're doing it; it's that you're not learning anything here. You know, at least not explicitly. But like I said outside, hopefully you've learned something implicitly, and we'll think twice about this next time. You know, in general, stay off the bingo card. Okay, stay off the bingo card is a good idea. Let's look over the bingo card again. Things that people say, dumbass things people say to me. Meth, teeth, old grandpa, lost meds. Is that your daughter? Are you okay? Homeless, pedo, gay, crack. Do you have a job? Stop smoking. Let me shame your wife's body. You're bald. To my wife, blink for help. Shut up. Stop talking. Those are all the mostly negative things that people say to me. So you made the bingo card. Stop smoking. You don't want to make the bingo card. These are unoriginal, boring, and dumbass things people say. And I am perfectly correct to get emotional about being boring. Yeah, it's hilarious, right? It's like if you hit the bingo card, you really should just earn a timeout right away for boringness. Oh, he wasn't telling me to quit immediately cold turkey. He was telling me quit like this. You know, use a vape pen and step down with nicotine. I don't want instructions on how to quit smoking. When I quit smoking, I'll quit smoking in the way that's right for me. Obviously, your way is not going to help me quit smoking. Oh, don't worry about it. My girlfriend is not on the couch. She is in her room. She is my wife too. Well, both that just because I'm actively engaged in stuff people are saying doesn't mean I've been hit in the fives, right? Like I can make various arguments passionately in favor of a multiplicity of different things. It doesn't mean anybody's hit me in the fives. In this case, it is true. I get irritated after hearing the same fucking thing a billion times. Obviously, I'm aware that smoking is bad for you, okay? I have not been living in a cave, right? And I know various ways to quit smoking. Again, I've not been living in a cave. I've quit smoking before and remained not smoking for some stretches of time. In this most recent instance, I wasn't quite ready to quit smoking when I quit for like a week last year. Um, and I understand now more clearly why I wasn't quite ready. You know, it took me until this January to really feel like I was waking up from the future shock of all the transitions that I've undergone over the course of the last year. So it wasn't really time for me to quit smoking then. It's coming to be time. But regardless, I don't need anybody to tell me that. I'm much more well aware of where I am with that than any third party could possibly be. I think about it regularly, where what I want to do, what my long term prospects are, how long I want to let these certain behaviors persist, what I might replace them with, etc. Wow. Oakland, 14 seed Oakland is still up by 3 points over Kentucky here in the second half. That is a surprise. I'm sure, I don't doubt that Kentucky will pull away. I don't want advice on how to quit smoking. Have I not made this clear? I don't want to be told to quit smoking, nor do I want nor need any advice on how to quit smoking should I decide I want to do that. I don't need anybody's input on this. I mean, the tendency of people in the world to tell other people what to do, I do not understand it. Where does it come from? Yes, Stephen Tracy, I know. Again, do people look at me and say, this man clearly is under illusions regarding the dangers of smoking? And if so, why? It's like, what makes you think that I would be ignorant of things that are so commonly known? Okay. Do you see what I mean by boring? Do you see what I mean? Do you see? Uh, oh, sorry, you already beat me to it. I'm not feeling bullied. I'm feeling like I'm feeling like the guy who travels back in time in King Arthur and Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court, who's trying to explain like real wealth versus currency denominations to a Middle Ages population of people who simply refuse to understand. Tell me a funny joke. How many peas are there in Mississippi? None. Mississippi doesn't eat peas. I made up that joke last night in bed. It's not a funny joke, but it is a joke that I made up. I tell you another joke that I made up. What do you call Helen Keller juggling 6 dead babies? Impressive. Yeah, I am under no obligation to hear every disruptive comment or any disruptive comment, in fact, or any comment. I'm under no obligation to listen to anybody. I, as a fundamental operating procedure, tend to believe everybody deserves to be engaged with until the thing is resolved. Unfortunately, many people, if not most, don't want to engage about a topic in order to resolve what's correct about it. Like, unicorns just like, well, we agree to disagree. No, motherfucker, that's not why people talk about things. They talk about things to determine who's correct. Well, that makes it all the more impressive that she was juggling 6 dead babies, Sarah. People act as if they are going to live forever, but our lifespan is 80 years if we're lucky. What's the big deal about smoking? Nisargadatta was an enlightened man and a smoker. The whole thing about others telling you not to smoke is because they are mired in body consciousness and see their body as the self. That's possible, Stephen Tracy. Certainly, it is the case that certain types of people are much more focused on the physical aspect of ontology and others much more the metaphysical aspect. I'm of the latter. Well, Stephen Tracy, I don't feel bullied at all. I don't even feel nagged. I feel consistently like it's a teachable moment that I want those people to incur the natural consequences of their own bad behavior by ways of my cutting words. I'm a teacher, you see. I believe in teachable moments. I believe in natural consequences. If you're gonna be a douche, I'm gonna explain to you exactly why it's douchey. You don't have valid points because your points aren't about smoking, they're about me and my decisions and my behavior. You can't have valid points about those unless they in some way violate your rights. It's not like, say, a valid position on the earth. Is the earth is flat a valid position? Probably not, right? We can falsify it in a number of different ways. One thing on the matter is correct and the other is incorrect because the matter is outside of both of us. But you're talking about what I should do. You can't be correct about what I should do. You might be correct about what I should not do in terms of don't violate rights or something, but not about what I should do. Certainly, you can't possibly be correct in attributing my positions to my addiction. That's the most offensive thing by far that you said. My positions are not influenced by my subjectivities at all. Okay? One time, Rachel suggested that. I've never been more angry at her than I was that day. She suggested that I wasn't being objective about something. I'm like, oh my God, you did not just say that. I might be wrong about it. That's fine. I'm not saying I'm necessarily right about it. But if I am wrong, it is not because I want it to be my way. That is never, ever, ever a consideration in my position statements. Subconsciously, consciously, or otherwise. Absolutely not, because it's irrelevant as to whether what I say withstands scrutiny, and that's what I care about, explicitly, implicitly, and otherwise. If you can't explain to me in ways that are responsive to specific things I said why I'm wrong, then it's not subjective of me to maintain my current position. That's the objective thing to do in the absence of rebuttal, is to maintain the position, right? It's not in dispute in the absence of rebuttal. So we default to sustaining the status quo, in that case, whatever my affirmation is. If it gets disputed and I don't respond to that dispute, I don't respond to that rebuttal, then it defaults to the negation. These are universal laws of everything. They're the difference between humans and animals. Humans understand how to be reasonable and disinterested in their calculus. Animals, you just have their interests and their instincts. I am fully human. So don't accuse me of being a stupid animal. Okay, Stephen Tracy, I don't believe in these sort of group label monolithic reductions. I don't think that leftists are fundamentally less rational than conservatives. I think multiple people, almost everybody, is wrong about multiple things and right about some things. Usually, for most people, it's a mishmash of randomness. It doesn't matter, therefore, that they're right about anything because they're wrong about how to take positions, so they're fundamentally wrong as a paradigm. Nevertheless, people are right and wrong about all kinds of different shit, right? But that's nothing unique to leftists, conservatives, libertarians, or anybody else. That's unique to everybody, apparently, except me. I don't do that kind of shit. There are other people who don't too, but they're mostly around here. There's no point in creating a boogeyman called the leftists, attributing to them some sort of monolithic political perspective, and pathologize them as saying that political perspective is monolithic because this is wrong with them. No, Not on my watch, mister, because my correctism is an equal opportunity employer. And I'm sorry today has turned into such a scoldy live stream. But, like I said, when the world needs a scolding, that's when I bust out my wagon finger. But it's not the case that one side is based in feelings that dictate beliefs. Both sides comprise a bunch of individuals, very few of whom are capable of a purely disinterested and rational calculus of the sort that I'm issuing here. People on both sides. It is non-unique to either the left, the right, or anything else. I see a tiniest minority of people not engaging in the sort of simplistic, groupist, reductionist bullshit of those darn leftists, those darn rightists. A most minuscule fraction of people don't do that stupid shit. I'm among that minuscule fraction, and that is the only way to be. Otherwise, you're just doing a disservice to America. We are all Americans. We are on the same team. We need to work together like adults, not demonize one another based on monolithic group labels that nobody actually conforms to. I agree. Many arguments here have been feelings based, but not mine. And yes, I may express the arguments with emotion. I may be expressive emotionally. But just because an argument is stated either highly emotionally or very flat, it doesn't matter. What we want to do is listen to the meaning of the words, which is unchanging regardless of the tone, and determine the legitimacy of what's being said based on those words, okay? You cannot conclude that because I'm angry that my argument is motivated or determined by anger. I'm probably angry because I'm not getting through to you. You're not seeming to hear and understand me. I never get angry right away. It's when people are stubborn. They cling to their wrongness. They want to double down on it, etc. They don't want to hear me. They don't respond to what I actually say, etc. I get frustrated. And I should. That's the natural consequence of their bad behavior. I don't do them that disservice. I listen to what they say, read it out loud, and respond to it on point. In great length, no doubt. What you're not getting through to me because you're wrong and I'm right, The reason we can't compromise is because one of us is correct and the other one is not. So there's no compromise there that's good. You don't split a baby in half so that both the purported mothers get half of a dead baby, right? That's never a good idea. Not everything conforms to that kind of mechanics. There are some things you can compromise about, but for matters where one person is correct and the other is incorrect, you should never compromise. Those are binaries and should be treated as such. Okay, the left-right dichotomy is not perpetrated by a third different but same fundamentally monolithic arbitrary group label that you name. That's bullshit too, okay? So you can be like, yeah, those binaries, they're bullshit. Created by this mythical cabal of people. No, dude, you're missing the point entirely. Stop mythical caballing people. Even if they're not mythical, let's deal with politics like adults trying to talk to each other in reasoned and dispassionate ways, rather than as two enemy teams. Even though we never actually engage with each other in the world like that. When I go to the store, I don't have any idea what the person at the store's politics are, and how I treat them doesn't change at all depending on what they are. We all get along fine together in the world. We all generally want what's best for the United States. We want what's best for people. we disagree strongly about these philosophical disagreements that don't have any direct linkage to any specific policy proposal usually, and therefore are irrelevant and serve only to be divisive and not even inform any political specifics at all. So yeah, we don't want to do that stupid shit. You know? I missed a bunch of your arguments. Were they arguments about what? Smoking? How smoking's bad? How I shouldn't smoke? Or what? I don't know. I've been reading through the window here, almost all of it. I may have missed a couple of things, but I don't know. Whatever. I don't want to argue with you guys anymore. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of correcting people. It's more fun when I'm not. Oh, there were answers to my questions? Okay. Well, then I definitely should have read them. I'm sorry that I didn't. You deserve to have those read and be responded to in full. So when I go back in, I'll try to find your answers and see what you said. I didn't mean to straw man you, shortchange you, or not not cover your full case. I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, I mean it's more fun when it's more fun, right? I don't want to argue with people. Uh, I don't like arguing with people, but I feel some responsibility to correct certain kinds of wrongnesses that I see. One of them is this: those damn liberals, those damn conservatives things. I feel compelled to correct that every time I hear it. Like, will you fucking stop it, please? Another one is anything on that bingo card. Stop smoking, Eric. Is obviously I don't like being told what to do. So I'm gonna get irritated sometimes. But yeah, I'd rather be a cheerfuler live stream myself. Let's talk about cheerful things. Let's cheer it up right now. Who wants to find the cheery way for us? Who has the cheerful topic? Mired in body consciousness. You made a poopy. Good for you. I don't have a ukulele. I just have a guitar. No, they do, Stephen Tracy. If in fact I'm engaging with them argumentationally about this, and they've responded to something I said, especially given that I said they didn't respond to it, then I definitely have a responsibility to read what they say. I'm not going to just straw man him. And now, granted, I don't have a responsibility to read everything. If he's just repeating himself, saying the same thing over again, ignoring me, then at a certain point I'll stop reading that. But since I've chosen to engage him on this point argumentationally, since I've chosen to claim that I'm winning the argument, should win the argument, and that I'm correct about these things, then I definitely have an obligation to uh, make sure I cover his case in full. I actually address everything he says. Kate Middleton. Kate Middleton is a lady who was kidnapped by the North Koreans. Live and let live. Or, as Sir Paul McCartney said, live and let die. I could talk about the basketball games. Believe it or not, Kentucky is still losing. I'm as shocked as anybody about this to Oakland. Lowly 14 seed Oakland. There's 9 minutes left in the second half. Kentucky's down by 5 points. I figured, okay, Oakland might be able to hang with them for the first half, but obviously Kentucky's going to start blowing them out in the second half or whatever. No one uses the word conservatives except him, and yet he's acting as someone else did. No, I said, you talked about leftists. I said, there is an equivalent other side, right? That talks about reactionary conservatives and stuff. I'm not saying that we represent it here. I'm saying that there is an equivalent other side to it. The thing is, if he really didn't like being told what to do, he wouldn't have chat moderators in the chat room. That doesn't make any sense at all, Stephen Tracy. That does not remotely follow. Well, good for you. And proof positive, I suppose, that for some individuals, smoke is not even an addiction. So there you go. I like the smell of tobacco pipes. I think they have the best smelling tobacco smoke, but I don't want to I don't want to smoke a pipe. I like smoking cigarettes more than pipes, but if somebody's gonna be smoking around me, I'd love for them to be smoking a tobacco pipe. You don't smell those very often. You don't see them very often anymore, but uh my dad's friend Brian Tasker, he always smoked a pipe for when he was as long as he was alive, and I remember the smell of it from my childhood very well. Seriously, you need to get back to the shit that matters, like how cabbage is superior to lettuce. Good point. No, Toby Hawk's Norwegian Wasteland. Cabbage is no lettuce, okay? Cabbage is no lettuce. Start twerking. Okay, I will. But I'm only going to give you a non suggestive view of it, okay? You just get to see it from the front. That's not suggestive. You can't imagine me as a child? Well, you know what you can do if you want? You can watch a video of me as a 17-year-old on the Apache News, Arcadia High School's finest daily news program. They played it on the TV every morning in homeroom. Anyway, I have up on the channel uh, a video of me from high school being answering a question from an interviewer from the school news channel. Okay, my phone's about to run out of electricity, so let's go plug it in. And I will try to stay away from scolding people for the rest of this live stream to the best of my ability. I'm going to try to stay on cheerful topics. I'm not going to get meow, 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 meow about things, okay? Here, what you're going to see from this point forward is just a calm and happy-go-lucky man of joy, optimism, and cheer, okay? I don't have any videos of me at 7. I have some pictures of me at 7, but not videos. As far as videos go, APACHE. Here it is. Okay. Let me get at the timestamp spot. Okay. I've shown this plenty of times before. I'll just show it here on the little phone. It's very short. You'll get to see it. I'll turn it up all the way to make sure you can hear it. Make it big screen. Turn this around. I need to drop this down, of course, because of this super annoying thing. And we will zoom in a little bit as per Mia. Okay, get ready for 17-year-old Eric.
Yeah. Thanks, Christy. Okay, you've heard the police's opinion of the new law and why they enacted it, and we wanted to find out what students.
Let me make it a little louder.
Arcadia High thought. So with me I have Eric Strauss, Jeremiah Carroll, Buffy Yaunt, Sam Matringa, and Rita Gatto. And Eric, what is your opinion of the new law?
Well, the First Amendment of the Constitution guarantees essentially that people have the right to peacefully assemble, and a party should be considered a peaceful assembly unless there is injury being given to other human beings, and in most parties that's not the case. So the law is pretty much, I think, unconstitutional and should be abolished.
Okay, and
That's what I said about it. And I should point out, I was right. Even back then, I was exactly right about it. I don't know. I wasn't always right back then, but about that I certainly was right. So I'm lucky. The one that got on video, I was actually correct. Could easily have gone the other way. Do I like politics? I don't like politics. I feel obligated to get involved in them because I see the country going to shit. Politically, discursively. Like we've lost sight of our core values. Which are things like respect for individual autonomy. Oakland is still winning this game by 2 points with 6:38 left in the second half. Oakland a 14 seed. Maybe the first time they ever made the tournament, or they haven't made it in a long time anyway. Oh, they just hit a big three too. This would be a massive upset if Oakland could pull this off. It is way too early to even start thinking about that with 6 minutes left. Oakland's only up by 5 points, but the fact that they're even up by 5 points with 6 minutes left is already a shocking state of affairs. That's a long three by Kentucky, though. Now to close the gap to 2 points. I thought that's a great defensive stand by Oakland to force them into that super long three, but he buried it. So I think I'll do a little basketball play-by-play here. And we'll see how the last 5 minutes of this game plays out. If Kentucky starts taking the lead, Oakland just terrible pass, threw the ball away, turnover. Kentucky's about to come down and either score and take the lead. No, they attempted a 3-point shot. Ooh, okay, cool. Oakland got the rebound, and it's a foul on Kentucky. So obviously I'm rooting for Oakland. Oakland's kind of like a local team for us, assuming it's from Oakland. Oakland. Let me Google this. Oakland NCAA tournament. The Oakland Golden Grizzlies. Okay. What is going on here? News. I want to see where is Oakland University? Is it in Oakland? I mean, it seems like kind of a dumb question. Is Oakland in Oakland? I'm going to assume yes. I don't know, but I'm going to just go ahead and assume yes. And hope for the best here with the Oakland, Kentucky game. Hi, Rachel, you're awake. Good morning, my beautiful darling. We want your comments on... Good night, Grady Wilson. Wow, they hit another three. Wow. Man, if Oakland wins this game, that would be stunning. I figured Kentucky's the best 3 seed in the tournament. I have them on. This is national champion on one of my brackets, at least, maybe even two. I'm not sure. Of course, they hit another three. Kentucky's not going anywhere. 67-65 with 4 minutes and 13 seconds left. They're calling a timeout. Whew, I could use the break. That's intense. Wing lift, hello. How are you? You made a cocktail of drywall, cement, and water. Well, wing lift, I thought we've discussed this before. I was advising if you indeed have a drywall eating problem, that, now again, this is only if you consider it a problem, that one possible solution would be to stop eating drywall. Loneliness. Loneliness is worse than all those other things. Good to know. I'll try to stay not lonely by hanging out here. 40 G's, Jesus Cristo, 40 G's, wow. 40 G's, Jesus Cristo, 40 G's, wow. Did the person succeed in killing that person? Have you ever been to bed? Yeah, I went to bed last night. And I streamed earlier this morning. Then I went to town, took care of a couple things, came back, started streaming again. I'm streaming while watching the basketball game. I'm really excited about this Oakland. Well, you'll notice, Unicorn Ninja, that I demonstrated the behavior I recommend for you, which is I said, if and only if you perceive it as a problem, then one possible solution would be to stop eating drywall. And you'll note he brought up for the millionth time his drywall eating habit, which is, of course, not a real thing. In contrast, I didn't bring up, hey, can I solicit people's opinion on my smoking? No, I didn't. Big difference, right? That's the core engine that I'm talking about. It's about respect. And I anticipated it as well, of course, but I realized I had already set it up right just naturally anyway, right? Probably yes. Okay, fine. You never told me to quit. I don't remember bringing up smoking to you though. Did I? Did I say, hey, what do you think about me smoking? I don't believe I solicited your perspective on the matter or brought it up at all, right? So again, big difference. I could go around you, for example, and comment on, while you're sitting in a chair, comment on how dangerous chair sitting is, and pretend like I'm not commenting on you and your behavior, but that'd be kind of disingenuous, right? Um, well, I mean, juggling is a performance of some sort. If I were blowing my nose, I wouldn't expect people to necessarily spend a lot of time commenting on that. Like, I periodically eat on live stream. I've noticed that nobody, when I'm eating on live stream, usually tells me, oh, you need to eat something different, or you shouldn't eat that. Well, why not? Don't they have opinions on what's healthy and what's not healthy? Because they have a little bit of respect. You know, I acknowledge that by publishing videos, when I talk about stuff, it makes everything I say open to critique. I guess what I don't like about smoking is that's not something I'm saying. You know, it's like what I'm doing is talking. I am saying things. Everything I say is up for critique. subject to scrutiny, negation, contradiction, rebuttal, whatever. Every single thing I say. That is not something I'm saying. If I do any behavior that's wicked in any way, like I'm guilty of some wrongdoing, those behaviors are all subject to critique and scrutiny. Smoking is not one such behavior. So it's like, given the millions of words I say, why do you got to point out something I don't even say, and it's not a behavior that has any moral calculus associated with it, and that is not anybody's business but mine? I don't know. You can. I acknowledge that I opened myself up to people responding to whatever they want, however they want, by doing this. And I choose to respond to that by responding to that. I don't choose to time you out, hide you, or whatever. I choose to critique that and say that's not a good thing to do. So that's how it played out. And that's one to grow on. Perhaps 2 or 3 to grow on. What did you have for dinner? I had half a sandwich. Rachel's sandwich is in the fridge and she could eat it any time. I have my other half a sandwich in there. It's kind of a between lunch and dinner kind of a thing I had there. 6 inches of a foot-long sandwich.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I put it in the fridge for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
And do we have, where's the Benadryl?
It's white there.
Heel.
Here. Yeah. This is a cool, friendly cat. Yes, Capio is a cool, friendly cat.
She is.
Speaking of unsolicited advice about shit you aren't talking about, you should not let your cat sit above your head. It establishes their dominance, your supreme overlord.
What?
Sean's just joking.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say she sits above my head all the time.
Sean's just joking. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I think what you're seeing here is my very metaphysical quality, right? Like, I take great offense at people making commentary about physicalities that I think aren't relevant to anything. Other people, they really like this, like Stephen was saying, they are much more physical beings than me and understand things differently, you know? Are you talking about me? I mean, what I responded to was somebody saying leftist. Okay? Leftists. Leftists, rightists, liberals, conservatives, whatever words you want to use. Like that. They're all the same sort of thing.
This is mine?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, that's a very physical perspective. You know? Some people believe mind over matter. Some people believe matter over mind. I understand I have a nuanced and complex subjective relationship with my body. It's possible, you know, SI is not a conscious function for you or something. I mean, right. So one problem that we have in general is that people project their own frame of reference as universally applicable without understanding how, like, say, for example, the proper kind of meditation for me, because of my attentional habits, is sleep, bath, exercise, maybe a little bit, getting a massage, taking care of myself like that, right? That's the right kind of meditation for me because of my attentional habits. For somebody with a different kind of attentional habits, the right kind of meditation for them might be sitting still in Zen meditation or something like that. So one of the problems we have is that people who are well-intentioned and understand what's correct for them and understand how it could be correctly universalized in theory, right? But don't understand how people's differing attentional habits make that notion that seems so universalizable to the person here incompatible attentionally with them. And they try to force themselves to put on those incompatible attentional clothes, so to speak. Only bad things will ever happen. Oh, well, I don't know. Oh, well, sometimes I don't always get all the, tone slash uh, nuance that can be conveyed verbally in text. Sometimes I miss some of it. Sometimes I read things too quickly. Democrats never let a crisis go to waste, and Republicans never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. I mean, both parties, I just think, like, I'm not sure what's happening here, but it's almost like they're picking the worst possible people out of all the possible people they could pick. Like, they can't be, these parties cannot be completely devoid of people of any worth whatsoever as candidates. They must have somebody who's better than the garbage that's being fielded, right? Nice job.
Wow.
Oh, fouled. He's fouled. He's fouled. Whew. Um, Oakland, with a minute and 17 seconds left, is leading Kentucky by 2 points. Unbelievable. I mean, I think I respond to hearing about cognitive functions the same way I did when I first heard about cognitive functions, which was, what's this? This seems interesting, and I want to learn more about it. If it was future me telling me that, um, like, hey, here's a heads up, get into this thing that you're going to get into anyway, I'd say, okay, why? Well, it's going to prove to be the metaframe. I'd be like, well, how could that make sense? And then I try to explain it to myself as quickly as possible. I'm sure I'd have a lot of questions. Oh, no. Kentucky just hit a 3 to close it to a 1-point game. Remember, you have to have clarity about your goal before you can quit trying and just do it. You have to know what you want to do and that you do want to do it. Have some kind of time frame in mind. Have reasons why, etc. Oh, nice shot! Oh my God! Another 3. Oakland just hit another 3. I did Stephen Tracy, but it was one of those things where I had to get vaccinated or they wouldn't let me see my mother in the nursing home. I didn't have any choice. Right. Well, and I think that's an appropriate thing to say. If somebody keeps bringing up how they want to quit smoking, you can tell them, yeah, quit making excuses. Do it already, right? That's if they bring up and indicate to you that they do know that's something that they want, right? I don't think it's exactly fear-based consciousness. I mean, it's it's a sensible enough change of lifestyle to make. It's just what I'm saying is, um, you understand when it's appropriate to say, quit making excuses and just do it. When somebody's been making excuses, when somebody keeps bringing up, I wish I could quit smoking, I never bring that up at all. I never talk about that at all. It's always somebody else talking about that. Of course, nobody is ever going to accomplish anything like quitting smoking if it's not authentically sourced from themselves. Nobody's going to be convinced by some person on the internet to quit smoking. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're going to foul. They do foul. Oakland is up by 4 points with 18 seconds left. I cannot believe this. It looks like Oakland is going to win this game. And I want to listen to the end of this. So I'm going to mute this for a bit so I don't get copyrighted.
Bracket for one of them I did.
On at least one of Rachel's brackets, she had Oakland beating Kentucky here. I think this is one of the upsets I really basically never picked, maybe once in
I
all
only
my
picked
brackets.
Oakland because they're near us.
Yeah, I just thought I really liked Kentucky coming into this tournament. I thought they were a really strong number 3 seed.
They were.
But obviously not strong enough. Oakland's had an incredible game. They've shot lights out. You have to have credible 3-point shooting like this. Oh no, come on, come on. Still a 4-point game, 18 seconds left. Oakland missed the first free throw. Not ideal. I will mute this again in a second. Oh, he got the second one. He got the second one. .9 seconds on the clock. Kentucky ball, but they're down by 4 points. 5 points. They're down by 5 points. So they're going to need to hit a quick 2 or 3, foul immediately, hope Oakland misses both free throws. Or if they hit a 3 first, hope Oakland misses 1 free throw. Now it's commercial, so we can chill for a second. Wow, this is an exciting, crazy game here. Nobody picked this one. Rachel did. I might have picked it on one of mine, but basically nobody picked this particular upset. This upset is not one that the experts were saying was going to happen.
Yeah, I chose Oakland just because of Oakland. I didn't choose because I really thought that they were going to win.
Yeah. This will be the shocker of the day, for sure. Official review. Why is there official review? What are they reviewing? Let's see. Yeah, it's off the Oakland guy, I guess. Yeah, that's right. They don't need to review that. Or just maybe you're going to put a couple tenths a second back on the clock. They might do that. They might make it like 5.1, 5.2. They might make it 4.7. It's currently at 4.9. They're scrolling back and forth, I think, to determine, right? The time. 5.1. 5.1 left. Okay, I'm going to mute for a second so I can listen to the end of this. Okay, quick layup by Kentucky. 3.9 seconds left. Um, Kentucky calls timeout. Still a 3-point lead for Oakland. Oakland's going to be inbounding the ball. Kentucky's obviously going to try to go for the steal. Failing that, they're going to try to foul immediately. So if I'm Oakland, what I do is I have the uh, I mean, obviously you want to try to get the ball into your best free throw shooter, but it's not a terrible idea to try to make a like down court pass, right? Like all the way down towards the other basket. If it gets intercepted, they only have 3.9 seconds, have to hurry, collect themselves, run down and shoot a three. But it's probably better to play it safer than that and just try to get the ball inbounded, make one of two free throws and the game's over. I think there's zero chance that Kentucky's going to score two more times in 3.9 seconds when it's currently Oakland's ball. So all Oakland needs to do is hit one free throw, and the game is over. So get it inbounded to your best free throw shooter. All right, the game's about to start again. I'm going to mute this temporarily so I can hear the end of this game, which will be very exciting. So somehow they managed to foul without any time at all elapsing from the clock, magically. Oakland is shooting two free throws now. There is still, I think, 3.9 seconds left, yes. If they hit one of these free throws, oh, he missed the first one. Oh my God. Oh my God. He needs this free throw.
Yeah, he does.
And there's a timeout called. Oh, wow. Wow. This is crazy. So the Oakland free throw shooter needs to hit this free throw here. He missed the first one. Hi, Rio. And we have got hi Harpazo33. That day will be as the death of an only son. A bitter day is moments away. Final 7 years is about to begin. Really, the final 7 years of human existence? Cool. All right. Glad to be alive for it. Now, Oakland is here to make this free throw. I will get back right with you when this game is over. I want to listen to the end of this game first. It's a 4-point game, and there are 3.9 seconds left, and Kentucky took a timeout. They're going to try to rush down, quick score again, and then try to foul again, you know. If they can score, say, uh, it's still a 4-point game, right? So if they score a two, well, then they just need the guy to miss one free throw. If they score a three, they don't even need him to miss a free throw. But I don't know if they're going to get two possessions. They're going to have to get down there quick. And I'm sure the Oakland coach is saying, do not foul. Do not foul. This is a super exciting game. Oakland versus Kentucky. All right, we're going to mute again so I can listen to this last bit. Oakland pulls off the first major upset of the tournament, first major one. And you know what? Kentucky got off a good shot. They got off an excellent shot, a three. But even if they had made it, uh, I think there would have been under a second left or something. They still would have been down by a point. So Oakland wins by 4.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow. That is a shocker. That's a real
I really
busted
wonder which
bracket buster.
Yeah. I wonder which bracket I put them in. I was wondering. I don't think I have them going through, but I have them like past this game. But I think I have them.
Well, just making a diction mistake does not necessarily mean you're dumb, Stephen Tracy. I mean, you know, people make diction mistakes. I make diction mistakes sometimes. He said he was going to live precariously through his children. Well, you know, I mean, there's that Tara Reid lady said, I'm not a rock scientist.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's stop bringing race into it, please. Race doesn't exist, so let's stop pretending like it does. It is. It's me. It's your grandpa. I'm here. I'm old. I don't want any more bears. Well, I mean, I guess what needed to be corrected was the contexts, right? He said contacts. That's what he thought was a faulty voice to text.
Yeah.
Rather than context, which is what you meant, right? So unfortunately, whether perhaps because of faulty voice to text, I don't know why, you did the same thing you were talking shit about Michael Jordan for doing. I'm assuming with you it was an accident, with him it was an actual diction mistake. Okay. I don't need to hear that stuff, please. You know, just okay, well, maybe Stephen Tracy, but that seems, you know, it's like you're you clearly understand Joe Biden is like the devil and the enemy side, the wrong side and stuff. And it sounds a little uh, overstated and undersubstantiated, right?
Oh yes.
Who thinks he's a math genius? Nobody thinks he's a math genius. Bring me to get ready to shave. I don't want to get ready to shave. I thought he meant it genuinely looked like fish. My bad. What genuinely looks like fish? A whale? Whales don't look like fish. Not really. Okay, and will you stop? Oh, God. All right, you guys. Just for God's sakes.
Wow. Interesting.
All right, can we keep the partisan garbage to a minimum, please? I'm not interested in it. Politics should not be about people. If you keep talking about people, then you're part of the political problem. I have an IQ of 11,540. Who is saying that? Someone said that. Who said that, Stephen Tracy? And why do you feel the need to respond to it as though it represents some position that people hold in general? You never said who it was that believes Michael Jordan is so smart. Okay, that's also not productive political discourse. The whole system is a problem. We need to tear it to the ground.
It's gonna be another Gem and Mineral show.
Really?
April 13th and 14th.
Cool. You know, there's like a community rib eat or something in Hornitos. I think it's the end of this month.
That'd be fun.
Oh, is that what happened? You posted a link about Michael Jordan? Okay, well, fair enough. Fair enough. If the door was opened, then I guess you have the right to walk through it. I'm not defending our flawed system. I'm saying you can either discuss meaningfully political things without actually talking about specific prescribed, policy solutions or something, or and you similarly cannot talk about like politics meaningfully by simply lamenting the state of affairs, saying it's gone to shit, it's irredeemably broken, etc. All right, so you're sick of virtue signaling. But the fact that you're caring about his race means you're doing something worse than virtue signaling. You think his race is relevant to something. And that's never correct. Race isn't even real. It doesn't even exist. So obviously, if there's a problem here, I mean, if either party here is a dumbass, it would be you, not Michael Jordan, because you believe in race. There's no good way to bring race into any conversation. Because there's no good way to bring race into any conversation. You can't see, I'm not racist because I talk about smart black people too. The fact that you're drawing a distinction between individuals based on their purported race in the first place makes you a dumbass. What is with these people tonight? Who's they, Stephen Tracy? The other black people? I'm just gonna time your ass out, asswipe. Don't tell me how to deal with you. I'll deal with you however the fuck I want. There. He's gone for at least 30 minutes, so we don't have to worry about his spammy nonsense anymore. This is the same guy who was spamming about moderators yesterday. Well, good news. It wasn't a moderator who turned you out. It was me.
Oh, do you mind charging this?
Not at all. I don't need to hear you call me a dumbass. The problem here is not me calling you a dumbass, right? It might not be the most civil kind of language, but the problem isn't me calling you a dumbass. It's you being such a fucking dumbass. Exactly, Cosmic Pentastar. This person is just cherry picking anything that lines up with his team affiliation, not thinking critically about anything, boogeymanning and platypussing. It's the least of the least kind of intellect. It's amazing how much panic one honest man can spread among a multitude of hypocrites. If Thomas Sowell thinks that, he has never been an honest man among hypocrites. As an honest man among hypocrites, I can assure you, nobody is panicking. I am the most easy to ignore person in the world, apparently. My honest, accurate, and thorough and complete truth, even by people who are here and agree with me, is very often doubted and held as untrue in the absence of any adequate rebuttal, even. And there's people who, by and large, agree with me who are here. So, Thomas Sowell, you are wrong. Being correct does not scare anybody. In fact, it also doesn't interest anybody. Nobody wants to hear you be correct. And every time you are correct in any way that contradicts what they already believe, they are going to be convinced you're wrong, even though they have no responses to anything you say. That's reality, Thomas Sowell. Deal with it. If you think you're scaring people, it's not because of your honest correctness, I can assure you. I don't think there's any sort of opinion at all in that quote. It just is describing who he is, you know. That's not an opinion. So even if you were offering it up as your own, it still wouldn't qualify as an opinion. It's just facts about the guy. I am so happy for Oakland.
Me too.
I feel so pleased for them.
Yeah.
Meow. What a meowing pants McGee. Yes, you are a meowing pants McGee. Oh, they're showing highlights of this
yes.
game.
Oh, yes.
I guess that game must be over, the South Dakota State game. Let's see what else is coming up. Drake versus Washington State is about to start. NC State and Texas Tech is about to start. So it looks like Gonzaga won, maybe, this game. I think so. Well, I guess we're kind of between games here. Why don't we go outside for a health tube? And I will share one paranormal. We haven't had a lot of paranormal experiences. I've had a couple of weird things. Like I remember shortly after my dad died, when we were walking from the car to the funeral, I felt like something grabbed my foot from the street, like pulling my foot back down to the gutter as I was trying to step up onto the curb. I have no explanation for it. Additionally, there was this very, very paranormally owl experience we had. Rachel and I were talking about whether or not maybe my dad was watching us from above or something after he died. And just discussing that idea. We drove into my driveway in Arcadia, and sitting on the the power line, telephone line, whatever it was, that was right over our yard, looking down onto the driveway where we pulled in, was this gigantic owl. I lived in Arcadia for my whole life, Arcadia or Temple City, which is right next to Arcadia, and all my childhood. I went away for college for a little bit, came back, lived in Arcadia again. Then basically, after a little time in New York, I moved to Temple City, which is very nearby. I lived in the San Gabriel Valley my whole life for like 50 years or whatever. I had never one time seen an owl of any size. There are no owls there. And then right after we're talking about whether my dad's watching us or whatever, we pull in the driveway and there is the hugest owl I have ever seen anywhere.
Looking down at us.
Yeah.
It's so majestic.
Well, Unicorn Ninja, I think what it boils down to is that there was a time when specific kinds of groupism were a persistent and terrible problem, and they were a problem while other forms of groupism really weren't manifesting in the same kind of problematic ways. So it was important for the country to address race directly during the civil rights movement. I think the fact that the civil rights movement was correct in its advocacies of um, essentially racial blindness, the absence of race is a real thing. Unfortunately, it got intellectualized by the academics as proof that race-based analysis of things produces good outcomes. In other words, they kind of missed the point entirely, the academics did. The academics who wanted to generalize out from the civil rights movement. It is true that the world is best when each individual is treated like an individual, not like a member of a group, like a woman or white person or a black person or anything like that, right? We want a world in which each individual is treated like an individual. And the fact is, there is no way to prioritize or uphold that value by invoking race at all. Academics haven't figured that out, right? For whatever reason. There's no sort of, concerted effort that originates with some mastermind back in time. It's just sort of you might call it like a bullshit snowball, Identity politics are definitely wrong because they run afoul of that value we should uphold, which is treating individuals as individuals, not as members of a group. Well, it doesn't matter who they are or what direction they're in. All I do is I articulate what the correct position of things are, and I don't care about anything else. One time when I was asleep, my mom woke me up to say bye to go to work. And then when I woke up, I was playing games downstairs. I heard my dad's footsteps and said good morning. But my mom answered and said she never said goodbye to me. That was my paranormal experience. You were probably just dreaming. I've had a paranormal experience. Well, I remember this one night at Corey's. This is like sort of paranormal. Like Corey was convinced, paranoid, I think, mostly paranoid, that he was a targeted individual. And I was always like, Corey, that doesn't make any sense at all. How could this be what you're saying? That there'd be people following you around and you don't know why, and It doesn't make any sense. Um, one day he's like, okay, you don't think people are following me around? Watch this. And at that moment, we were driving down the street. There was a car behind us that I didn't even make any note of. But Corey started driving around all these little streets, corners, changing directions all the time. This guy kept following us, following us, following us the whole way. I couldn't believe it. It was like, how in the world is this person actually? He's right. This person is following us. And I mean, he was speeding up, trying to get away from him as much as possible. Finally, we lost the guy, but he was like kept speeding up even more, chasing us. It was crazy. And that's what my friend said was happening to him, was that he was being gangsta. I didn't believe him. One morning he was like, see, like that car behind us is following us. I'm like, that car's not following us, it just happens to be behind us. And he's like, no, watch. And then he proved it to me. And it was indeed definitely following us. On another occasion, he had told me things like, I sometimes hear them outside the house at night or whatever. And I was at his house one night, it was like the middle of the night, and we were up, so to speak. And I swear to you, I heard what was definitely somebody walking on the roof. It could not have been any other thing. And it's like how would I have no concept of how somebody could have gotten onto the roof without us hearing it. So I don't know what was going on with him. And I don't know what was going on with that, but that was some spooky shit. I suspect most people who have these kind of, claim to be targeted individuals or talk about gang stalking, I suspect that by and large, it I mean, how true can it be, right? Like, how many people are you going to direct towards the project of following around and watching some random person? And who's orchestrating it? Why? There's so many questions that just don't make any sense, right? But that experience with Corey was pretty damn convincing that something weird's going on with this guy. I never experienced anything like that. People following me around. We were doing the same shit. Which is to say, we were doing a lot of math. Because we really enjoyed doing math. We're like, hey, can I get a 16th of math? Math, of course, wing lift, yeah. We bought 16th 8 balls of math problems from, local textbook stores and stuff. We then smoked the math problems. It was back in the day. It was the early 2000s I'm talking about. Probably post 9/11, pre 2006, in that area of time. Oh, you smoke drywall. I hear it's a mellow smoke. But you know what I'd be more impressed with is if you smoked wet wall. Does anybody have wet wall? If they have drywall, it must have replaced something called wet wall, right? Or some wall that was wet. Yeah, well, it's possible to buy a 16th of math. It's probably not possible to buy a 16th of weed. That'd be a very small amount of weed. You could buy it by the gram, I guess. It's called a teener, okay? I don't believe I've ever tried opium. I mean, I remember one time I was told I was having weed that had opium on it, but I didn't feel any different than regular weed. I don't think it did. So, I don't know. Yeah, why would you have to state that it's dry if there's not some wet alternative, you know? Lou says it's plaster walls. That's the wet alternative. Is drywall better than plaster walls? And if so, why? I'm not having high thoughts, but you may say that my thoughts live at a high elevation, perhaps, because they're so lofty. Yeah, I don't try to argue about the validity of my weird experience. They were just weird experiences. I don't have any particular explanation for them one way or the other. William McLaren asks, how long have I been smoking weed? Since I was 14, with periods of time that I didn't smoke, but not hugely long periods, Let me think about who I've heard tell paranormal stories. You know what I want to do? I want to call my daughter on Rachel's phone and ask her if she's had any paranormal experiences. We're talking about this on the stream, and that if she has any, we'd like her to share them. I think that sounds interesting. I think it's a great question. I love to hear people's paranormal stories too. Well, I will tell you this: I heard some. I wish I can't exactly recount all the details in ways that would be as convincing as I heard it from her, but I one time typed an ICU nurse who was an ISTJ, very practical minded, not very spiritual minded at all. Didn't really have any explanation for it, but I asked her that kind of question, and she said that what she's seen frequently is the moment of people's death, the TV in the room flickers on and off or gets all staticky or whatever. She's seen what she says are basically like ghosts before in this one particular hospital. There was this one lady multiple people saw that didn't exist, that was a ghost, apparently. And she was very convincing because she was not interested in paranormality at all. She just answered my questions because I was curious, and she was around a lot of death. But, Rachel?
Yeah.
Could you possibly call Delilah while I go to the bathroom? And if she answers, can you say, your dad wants to know if you have any paranormal stories you're willing to share with the live stream? While I'm pooping here. Poop/peeing. I'm not sure if I'm going to poop. I am definitely going to pee. Oh, thank you.
Sorry I didn't hear your call.
That's okay. Can you call Delilah?
I can.
Thank you, then, my man.
Hello?
Hi, Delilah. It's your father, Eric.
Hey, what's up?
I was just wondering if you had any paranormal experiences in your life that you could tell me about. And if so, if you'd be willing to tell them to the live stream, because I'm live streaming right now. The subject came up and I was curious if you ever had any.
Wonderful question. Good news. Good news is yes, I have had some very intense ones. Bad news is I can't talk about it.
Okay.
It's something that got so bad when I was living in Baldwin Park, that I was like at my fucking wit's end, and like I was telling people about it, and I was like, what the fuck do I do? And I was researching and whatever, and the one thing that like people with like my stories, I was like, it's just getting worse and worse and worse, and like I would like wake up like what I'll say generally is I would wake up, with like my back would be like bloody from like scratches going down. This is before I had Zuko. This is before there were any animals in the house. I would wake up in the middle of the night every single night between 3:30 and 4 a.m. every single night without fail, just to nothing or to noises. And finally, eventually, I read something or someone told me, you have to stop talking about it. You have to like pretend it's literally just not there. Just like stop acknowledging it. And so I did, and it also helped when I got Zuko, because anything, it could be like a fucking explosion from the next room over. I'd be like, oh, that was just Zuko. And then I had to stop giving it any energy, any thought. And then it stopped eventually. So.
Really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you tell me about it?
Because of that. because exactly that. Because I was like, I can't. And so it was worse when I lived in Baldwin Park, when I lived in the living room, not when I lived in my room with Zuko. So from like 2017 to like 2019-ish, it was the worst. And then when I moved back in there, because I wasn't sure if it was like attached to me or attached to the house. I still am not 100% sure. But when I moved back in there into my room, it was still pretty bad. But then when I got Zuko, like I said, a couple things that helped were, number one, I could, in my brain, justify anything I saw or anything I heard as like blaming it on Zuko. And then number two, if I was genuinely concerned, I knew that the only time to be like actually concerned is if Zuko was also concerned, which did happen a couple times. But I was just like, you know what? Let's just go to sleep and pretend it's not there.
And what do you think attracted this to you in the first place?
I think it's something with that fucking house. Because one of the first things that happened was that my friend Ashley experienced with me. We were walking down the driveway, and it was like late at night, and like there's like that like adult school across the street, and like there's like an elementary school and everything.
Yeah.
Someone was like pointing a laser pointer at us, and we were like almost like when you have like a sniper rifle pointed at you, there's like the red dot, and we were like, what the fuck is that? And we were like looking around, we were like looking at the adult school. It was completely closed. I was like, okay, it's probably just some fucking kids, like it's just like someone fucking around, or like whatever, we could explain it away. And then we were walking down the driveway. We were like probably like 4 or 5 feet apart from each other, just like kind of like walking in silence. No one was home. It was just me and Ashley walking down the driveway. And we both heard something, and we looked at each other and we were like, what'd you say? At the exact same time. And we had both heard someone whisper to us, run. In our ears. And then we went inside the fucking stuff. We listened. We said, okay. And we ran inside the fucking house and just like pretended it didn't happen. But that was like, I don't know, it was something with that fucking house, dude.
Man, that's weird.
It was intense. And the only reason why I'm still hesitant to talk about it now is because there was a couple months ago where I had told someone the entirety, like everything from top to bottom, like, because it's like, I could sit here and talk to you about this for like over an hour. It was really terrifying, really traumatic, really intense, like out of a fucking movie intense, because I was always very skeptical. And then after I talked about it again, I want to chalk it up to me just being paranoid. I noticed for the next couple days, noises and things happening that hadn't happened previously. And like in my building is very new, it's very safe. I don't feel any negative energy. But after I had talked about it, to someone for like a long time, I felt like negative energy for a couple days. And I was like, okay, I'm good now,
I see why you didn't want to talk about it then.
Yep.
Well, don't worry, because I am archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church, and I am hereby blessing you, which will prevent any problems.
Okay, well, that's great. I believe you, and I feel pretty confident that I won't have any problems again. It was something, I don't know if it was the house itself, or if it was the negative energy that was in that house, or how I was feeling in that house, or what, but it was bad. And so I feel very safe and very good energy where I live now, and I have Zuko, and she always feels good too. So
Well, I'm glad to hear that, darling. Well, thank you for answering. And Sean L, no, she knows. I told her right away that I was on the live stream. She knows.
yeah.
Yeah, she's aware. So,
Tell them thank you for looking out for me though. That's really kind.
yeah, Sean L says thank you for looking out for her. So anyway, thank you very much, Delilah. It was a delight talking to you as always. I love you very much.
I love you too. Yeah, thanks for calling.
All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, see you later. Bye.
Well, that was fun. That was fun. I'd never heard that before. Oh, don't worry about that. I don't believe I don't believe for a second that her telling us that story is gonna cause ghosts to haunt her or whatever. Even if, you know, it just doesn't make any sense. If in fact it's linked to the house, then she's in her new apartment, you know? She's not gonna get any ghosts come to her new apartment. No, I didn't poop. I just peed. I pooped plenty today, though, already, so I think I'm fine. Some places have negative vibes for various reasons. Yeah, negative stuff exists, sure. But I don't think that her telling that story right there was an invocation of the negative. I think it was an interesting conversation that I'm glad you guys got sharing. Nicholas Smith, hello from Southwest Scotland. Yes, I do. I always sit while peeing. I'm quite tall, 6'5", so hitting the toilet is even more iffy of a proposition for me than most men because I'm further away from it. Yeah, that laser part was scary, right? And then they both hear somebody whisper, run. How did that happen? What is that? I'm 6'5". I'm not gigantic, you know. But I am taller than average. And some toilets are taller than others. So, I mean, I'm not opposed necessarily to having callers and stuff. It's just not actually how I normally do things. It doesn't mean I can't do things like that, but it's not my native inclination. My native inclination. Tennessee is killing St. Peter's. St. Peter's is going to be sent right back to the pearly gates. I'm curious in this Washington State Drake game. Oregon won as the 11th seed. Great job, Oregon. See you later, Winglift. Yeah, my coordination wasn't great. I was never a particularly good basketball player. I mean, I was good against average height people, like against my native population of people, but I was not good enough to play organized basketball. Like when I played pickup games, I had the advantage of usually being one of the taller people there. But if I'd been playing in pickup game in organized basketball, that advantage would have been counterfeit by a number of things. Taller other people, and more athletic other people, etc. In other words, I am not naturally much of an athlete. I get tired pretty easily sometimes. I don't like to exert myself too much. It feels kind of like unnecessary jostling to me. I do like to compete at things, which is why I played so much pickup basketball really over the years, is I like to compete. But I like to compete at things I'm good at really. I don't like to compete at athletics because I'm not very athletic. The only thing athletic about me is my cup. What did I do in high school? I didn't do sports. I did newspaper staff, and I was a competition debate uh, competitor. So that competition debate is a sport, more or less. It's just a non-physical sport. It's zero sum like a sport, you know. In order to win, someone else has to lose. My sound is a bit scratchy. Huh. Well, let's see if I can fix that by pushing this. How about now? Is it scratch free? I didn't say good night. The film is called Yellow House. Am I a gamer? I have played Minecraft. My daughter likes Minecraft a lot. But no, I wouldn't call myself a gamer. I probably would have called myself a gamer back in the day before the term gamer existed. I was certainly a gamer when I was in like middle school, a little bit less so in high school, but with my Apple IIe, etc. Still scratchy, push another thing. Okay. I didn't know you could do that. I pushed this one button that it says highlight taken. Is it because Rachel moving around her energy? Rachel's putting dishes away, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to pull something. How about that? Is that better? Is it really scratchy, Ruben R, or are you just bullshitting me? I don't think I can unscratchify it, okay? I think it's as unscratchified as it's going to be until I end this stream. We could end it any time, but Washington State is up 5-3 at the beginning of the first half here in this March Madness tournament matchup. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I didn't think you would, Ruben R. The only reason I even questioned it was because somebody else said there that fixed it. But then you said, no, it didn't. I don't have a mic volume. I just have, I mean, it could be, if I move this up more, maybe. That might help. If I push that, push that, push that. Does that help any? I don't have an input, Boba Fett. It's a phone, not a fucking recording app. I don't have any. It doesn't give you levels like that on your phone. Thanks, vending machines, man. I do tend to enjoy a quick, lighthearted gaslighting, but no, this is for real. It doesn't, Boba Fett. I mean, if I were on the computer, then I would be able to adjust the levels of my mic and stuff, but even that wouldn't be in the YouTube app. Nobody admires me for my height. Sounds fine. These people must have $700 audiophile headphones. Keep yapping. Gift Gaff gave up, I think. He was here earlier, and he just kept repeating the same two things. He tried to attack me at some point, I think this was him, by saying that I had hoged in on Rachel and moved into her house and taken from her house or something. And I was like, that's not how this played out. I don't know what you're talking about. Rachel didn't live here and then I came and moved in with her. Where did you get that idea? Anyway, that didn't work. And then he went back to meth and you're old. So I just said, "Do you have anything else? Hello?" And eventually, he just was like, "But math, and you're old." I said, "Okay, and then he just kind of wilted and went away. I'm sorry, but I don't like it when the FBI watches me watching porn. Height can depend on genetics. Yeah, I don't know about all of that stuff. My dad was like 6 foot 6'1". My mom was like maybe 5'7". I'm taller than either of them. I don't know why. You got bullied by FE users growing up. I'm sorry to hear that. That's just because you were awkward. Like that. Who looks just like me? My daughter? She does look quite a bit like me. Who says she admires people? Oh, Rio. Oh, well, I don't know about that. I must have drank a lot of milk. I probably did. My mom was really into like feeding me like old school healthy food. It was like a lot of butter and fat and protein and no, it's Rio. Her name is Rio and you meow. That's certainly plausible. Although I will say that my mother likes to tell the story that when I was born, the doctors said I was the longest baby they'd seen in 2 weeks. So, they projected me to be very tall early on. That would suggest it might be independent of nutrition, but not definitive on the point, certainly. Wow, nice shot, Mr. Drake guy. I want Washington State to win this, but we got to give credit where credit's due. That was an excellent shot. Hi, Josh. You are from Benover. Okay. You've been over where? Who are you talking about that she is that resembles me? I never really think about it, Cosmic Benestar. Um, I really don't. I'm so accustomed to being taller than everybody around me that when I'm not taller than somebody, it bugs me. It's like, why is this guy standing with my view? I can't see him. It's like, what's going on? Well, it's just somebody's actually tall or taller than you, Eric. It annoys me because I'm accustomed to always being able to see over everybody. Other than that, I never even think about height at all. People sometimes in the store will say, "Can you reach that for me?" In certain stores, I've had that happen plenty of times in life. You're tall. Can you reach that for me? Other than that, I never think about it. Like, it was very late after years after I met Rachel when she asked me one day, "Do you know how tall I am?" And I said, "No." Why would I know how tall you are? She said, "I'm 5'2". And I said, "Oh, okay, cool. Uh, Thanks for telling me." I mean, I don't know. To me, she's just like everybody else, just somebody who's shorter than me. Nice. Wow. Talk about a defensive breakdown by Drake. They were all like standing around looking at each other, and the Washington State guy just ran right to the basket and dunked it. Oh, nice 3-pointer by Drake, though. Washington State definitely has their hands full here. Tall people can fit in Mini Coopers, but I will say this: after my father died, we drove a combination of, depending on our mood, my Mini Cooper, which is a 4-door and taller than the shorter ones, and we drove my dad's old Mini Cooper, which was a 2-door and much more sporty, like fast as hell, right? But the fact is, I really didn't fit in that 2-door. I had to really put the seat back low. My head kind of touched the top of it anyway. Happy birthday, Triple C 2727. Maria Hadur, hey, be bugs as well. I got bullied a lot and I still do occasionally. I'm sorry to hear that, Rio. What you want to do is take some sort of heavy wrought iron rod, and when anytime somebody says something you don't like, just bust them in the kneecap. Don't do that. That was not actual advice. That'd be a good solution, though, but not actual advice. I just spanked to Feldman Comeback King. Who's Feldman Comeback King? I don't know. No, that was not actual advice. Do not do that. ESTJs unite. You and my dad, Michelle, you both love Mini Coopers. It's fine when you sing. I get happy. Well, thanks, Rio. That's a nice thing to say.
I get happy too. Anytime I hear you sing.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
Richard S., I think you're talking about something paranormal that happened. She was 6 years old. I kept hearing knocking and slapping on my bedroom window. I was 9 years old. Oh, wow. Paranormality. I'd gotten the feeling someone was sitting next to me on my bed, and I'd lift the weight, shift down. I hopped up and ran into the living room to the safety of my mother and an older sibling. As they made fun of and mocked me because the ghost girl was haunting me, instantly after they said that, there was a lamp on the stand I was sitting next to, had made a deliberate click, click, and turned off, and it wasn't funny all of a sudden. So then did they go, okay, sorry, maybe you were right, hopefully? That's a crazy story. Okay, Corey Feldman, Comeback King. I don't blame you for that, of course. That is, you might call it the new sensuality. You should just say to them, hey, stop it.
Good advice.
Well, I never heard any of the this paranormal story my daughter just told to the stream. I was excited to hear it. I think Delilah enjoys when I call and ask a specific question like that, which happens periodically. I don't do it too often, so I don't think it bugs her. And I think she likes to periodically get to say something on the stream, be off of it real quick, not have to be committed to anything long term. I never look for it. I've never asked for it. Very unsettling. Well, have you tried holy water? I hear ghosts don't like holy water. And I also hear that ghosts don't like Kings of Leon because even ghosts don't have taste that bad. Now, you're going to have to put yourself through some pretty torturous listening experiences, but apparently, if you play Kings of Leon, at least you'll get rid of all the ghosts with good taste. It's 3 a.m. for you, bros. Lay out the ghost stories. I like the ghost stories. Only negative spirits wouldn't like religious imagery. Okay, my bad here, Lamb. I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on ghosts, okay? I didn't mean to delegitimize the good ghosts. I guess you don't need to get rid of the good ghosts, so there doesn't need to be a strategy to get rid of them. So then you're safe to just sprinkle holy water, right? Because in that case, if only the bad ghosts don't like holy water, then you're perfectly safe to sprinkle holy water all over everything. The good ghosts won't be bothered by it. The bad ghosts will leave. Right? So I still think holy water is a good suggestion. And I want to know this. What is that stuff that they burn in the brazier, I think it's called, like that thing that they swing back and forth with the holes in it,
Incense stuff.
and the incense that comes out.
Yeah, it's really stinky.
Get some of that stuff. That's like Catholic incense.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that'll get rid of your evil ghosts. Sage.
Oh, that's good advice.
Sage is recommended by a couple people here, Michelle and Nicola, and Rachel also is of the sage mindset.
Yes.
Hero Lamb says sage doesn't work. Or no, actually, maybe I think Hero Lamb's talking about holy water. Maybe actually, you have to know what you're doing. Okay, well, there's no single thing that you could just use it even if you don't know what you're doing that would work. Like the Japanese, they're big believers in salt barriers. Like they put a line of salt between them and a doorway, and purportedly the ghost can't get across the salt. Mustard gas. It's not just ghosts that don't do well with mustard gas, though, Sean, is the problem. People also don't do particularly well breathing mustard gas. I'll pray over water and ship it out. Give me a price plus shipping. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why you can't make your own holy water. Meaning, like, you have to know who you're talking to, who the spirit is, what their beliefs, etc. It's not like you're just shooting wildly with a gun. Okay. Well, if you need to customize the treatment to the specific spirit, then obviously it makes sense there wouldn't be a single strategy that would apply to all. So I get that. That makes sense mechanistically. Look how old the Bill Murray and that other guy in this movie are.
They're making a new one?
Yeah, it's called Ghostbusters Frozen Meow Meow. It's got Bill Murray in it. I think it's got Dan Aykroyd maybe too.
Oh, wow.
They both look like they're 80 years old.
Speaking of they're making, there's going to be a new Beetlejuice, and it's kind of like the same thing where Michael Keaton kind of looks his age.
He looks very old.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I like Cosmic Pentastar's suggestion. Just infuse the water with Bibles. Good idea. You know what I think you could also do? Is crush up some of the holy wafers in the holy water. Make kind of like a holy porridge. Maybe pour a little bit of holy blood on it as well. Make kind of a red holy porridge. And like you could put you could sing a hymn to them. Give me my cross of burning gold. Bring me my arrows of desire. Bring me my bow, my hand unfold. Bring me my chariots of fire. And may my my sword wrapped in my hand. No, meow, 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 meow. And then the ghosts are like solemnly marching out back to England where they live on England's green and rolling hills. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn king. Hey, look, here's some frankincense, myrrh, and also this here shit. I believe is the second verse to that song. Kansas, number 4 seed, whooping up on Samford 24-13 by 11 early in the first half. In the first half, or still in the first half of the first half. NC State up by a point on Texas Tech. I have them as upsets on a couple of my brackets for sure. I thought they were kind of a smart upset pick. Tennessee destroying St. Petersburg by 26 at the half. Poor St. Peter's. I mean, St. Peter's, not St. Petersburg. Poor St. Peter's. Their tournament barely had a moment's life in it. Now they've got to slog through a depressing second half of failure. Only to return to the locker room in tears, bereft at what might have been. Alas, these are the dramas of March Madness. Dayton beat Nevada. No shock there. They were the higher seeded team. Texas beat Colorado State. No shock there. However, Oakland beating Kentucky, truly a shock. Iowa State spanked South Dakota State. No shock there. Gonzaga walks away the winner from McNeese State by over 20 points. Pretty big margin of victory. Michigan State handles Mississippi State. Duquesne surprises BYU, the 11 seed, another surprising result on the day's scorecard. Creighton wins their game as the 3 seed. Arizona takes down Long Beach State by 20. It's the 2 seed. And UNC, the 1 seed, beats Wagner, who just on Tuesday night earned their way into the main part of the tournament by beating Grambling State. All right. Oregon, of course, another upset winner today. The 11 seed walks away with a victory. And it's worth noting that before they played, before they played, anyway, Charles Barkley, he went and did his picks for the tournament, and he had in the final Arizona versus Oregon, which was kind of a crazy pick.
That is.
An 11 seed and a 2 seed in the final.
Wow. Whoa.
And,
I like the risk.
yeah, and Oregon was quite impressive today, going away, even though they were the 11 seed. Eric tolling out his TESI. What's the longest you've grown your beard? Not a super long beard, when it gets too long, it starts getting in my mouth a bunch and stuff, then I'll usually take the clippers, put a number 3 thing on it, and just get all my hair at the same time. No, Michelle, being victimized in childhood is never your fault. Okay? You weren't victimized because of anything you did wrong, any way you were wrong. You were victimized because they were victimizers. They were bad people doing what bad people do. Victimizing others, exploiting weakness, causing suffering. So don't blame yourself for stuff that's definitely not your fault. Why did he knock the popcorn out of his hand? I don't understand that part.
Yeah, they're rooting for the same team.
My glasses are bougie. I like your use of the word bougie. Interestingly, these are actually not at all bougie in the sense that they're cheap reading glasses that I got at our local supermarket, and I picked them mostly because I had very few choices. Almost all the glasses there were expressly women's glasses, and I'm looking for a certain magnification, and I just didn't have very many choices. I ended up selecting these. I thought, well, one of the benefits is they're easy to find because they're orange. But I didn't really, I wasn't really thinking of it in terms of like, I'm going to be wearing them on camera very often. I don't like the way they look. I think they look like I'm trying too hard. But I do like the way they work. And of course, these are the glasses that I haven't lost or broken. All of my other glasses I've lost or broken. These are the only glasses I have left now. I need to get another pair because obviously I need more than one pair of glasses. Because no doubt these will get lost and or broken soon enough. Where did I put my health tubes? Where did I leave them now? Health tubes in my pocket, or are my health tubes in your cow? Here are my health tubes. Let's go have one. I found them. Congratulations to me. Do these stay on top of my head? Asked Michelle Way. Good question. She doesn't like flimsy glasses. I feel you. Yes, they do stay on top of my head. Not so much because they aren't flimsy, as because they just happen to be the perfect size to fit like this. If they were a little bigger, or a little smaller, it wouldn't work so great.
They've lasted too. Like
Yeah.
out of the glasses that you've had, like I think because they're orange, you're able to find them easily.
I'm less likely to sit on them, etc. Yeah, these ones really have lasted. But you know what I'm most impressed with in terms of its lasting is this watch. I believe this watch predates Rachel,
Yeah, it does.
which means it's older than 4.5 years. These Timexes never last that long. They last about 2 years, 2.5 years, maybe 3. Then one day you're in the shower and you see this condensation on the inside of the glass, and you know it's got another couple weeks till it's dead. That's just how those things work. But this one's going up on 5 years, probably. That's great lifetime for a watch that I've never changed the battery in or anything, right? Let's go, Wazoo. Drake's got a 2-point lead here in the first half. All right, now I'll be able to read the chat without worrying about being seen in my wickedness. All right, 21-21 here in the game. Let's see what's going on here. Kentucky sadly lost. You're sad about that? Well, you must be a Kentucky fan. Everybody who's not a Kentucky fan was super rooting for plucky upstart Oakland to pull off the upset. I certainly was. I have to say though, that surprised me a lot. I had Kentucky as like the best 3 seed in the tournament, and I actually have Kentucky on one of my 25 brackets as national champion. I liked them as a dark horse pick for national championship. I was, I'm sure not quite as shocked as you, who had a vested interest in it, but I was shocked at that upset. When I was filling in my brackets, I'm like, okay, here's an upset I don't need to pick in the first round. Kentucky's going to go deep this year. I was wrong. When you look at their results, like their season L's and dubs, they got some good high quality wins against some tough opponents. But they hadn't run into the likes of Oakland before. Oakland also had just a lights out shooting game, one of those miracle games where everything's falling for them. They're just burying all their threes. That's the crazy thing. It was a fairly high scoring first half, and Oakland outscored Kentucky. The threes are falling when that happens. You have a fascination with blood oranges. You saw glowing eyes in the woods? That was the werewolf, the local werewolf. I also thought going into this tournament, I was like, Tennessee is a weak 2 seed. I'm not going to pick them to get upset in the first round, but I don't think they're going to go deep. Well, then they just hammered whatever 15 seed they played today. This tournament will surprise you. Wazoo's up by 3. Pleased to see that. I'm a Pac-12 fan. It's the last year of the Pac-12 as we know it, so. I was happy that Washington made it to the final in the college football playoff, although I was sad that they lost to Michigan in the national championship game. That was an impressive semifinal win over Texas, though, by Washington, I must say. Not to distract from college basketball season with some dated college football stories. Nevertheless, worth mentioning because this event right here is really the last hurrah of the Pac-12. Kentucky and Tennessee are your faves. Well, Tennessee looked good. I thought Kentucky had a great chance. Tennessee, I thought, overseeded it too. But since I was so wrong about Kentucky, maybe I'm so wrong about Tennessee too. And Tennessee will be the team that I thought Kentucky was going to be. I mean, Tennessee's up by 30 right now. I guess that game's not over yet, but they're up by 30. I think that's the biggest margin of a lead that I've seen yet today is 30. So, you're doing pretty great both on defense and offense if you're up by 30 points. How do you attract a farm girl? You attract her. That's a silly joke. Watching movies takes a lot out of me too. I like tangy oranges. That's the whole point of it, says here, Lamb. The whole point of an orange is the tang. You don't eat an orange and not expect to get any tang. You might as well eat tofu and expect no umami. Washington State still up by 3 points. I hate sitting down watching films or playing video games for a long time. I get so bored. Not squishy oranges. Ooh, I like mangoes. You mean mangoes. You've mispronounced it. It's not mangoes. It's mangoes. Because I'm a little sassy pants, and I'm sassing and saucing about. Because I'm a little sassy pants, And I'm sassing a lot. Thank you for hiding the wickedness. Oh, yes, I'm hiding the wickedness, right. That's because I don't want to get age restricted. Because some people like flag it and say, you can't see that. And then I got age restricted. And I'm like, oh, God, what is this? Nazi smoking Germany? I don't want to be in a concentration camp in Nazi smoking Germany. Hello, Alex, son of Richard S. My name's Eric, and I'm a voice of reason on the internet. A voice of goodness, righteousness, and hopefully at least one smidge of entertainment. You want some money? I don't know what that means. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Payne. Hi, everybody. Do I have any hidden talents? I do have one, but I'm not sure. Okay, fine, I'll show it to you. I'll show you my hidden talent. I haven't shown this hidden talent in years, okay? No, I don't have a cash app. I don't want you to give me cash. So just don't worry about it. I can do this. I wonder if I can still do it. I can do that. That's one of my hidden talents. I'm a clicker. Yeah, I can make my wrist click. Are you impressed? Meow. Plaintive meows appears to desire an eat watching. So let's go eat watch him. Operation Eat Watch. I'm getting a horse. That's it. I'm getting a horse. When you're really fed up, that's your line. Just tell whoever you're talking to, that's it. I am getting a horse. Well, I know, Mr. Man. I see you. I see your kitty face. Yes, I do. And I know your kitty ways. And I love your kitty heart. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, Daddy knows. And Daddy lives. Do you want me to watch you eat or what? What do you want? I can watch you eat. I can let you outside. What do you want? Who knew that eating little brown dry rocks was a spectator sport? Well, I have learned that since I've moved here with this cat. That unfortunately, I am required to watch him eat. Since I'm required to watch him eat, you might as well watch him eat too. Hello, cat. This is AIDS cat. The AIDS leaves him famished, yeah. My cat has AIDS. That means we need to respect him a lot. That is good form. The cat does speak a lot, but all of his words are variations of meow. I think I'm going to take another bite or two of this Subway sandwich that I got earlier. I ate the first half of it earlier. I'll take a bite or two of the second half now. Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted roast beef, right? So when I was walking into the Subway, I texted Rachel. I said, "What kind of sandwich you want? Tuna, roast beef?" She said, "Roast beef." I said, "Cool." And I went in there and they only had enough roast beef left for one sandwich, so I had to get not roast beef for myself. If I hadn't listed roast beef as one of the two choices with a dot dot dot, she would never have chosen roast beef, I guarantee you. What a fool I was. What a fool. I really shot myself in the foot that time. And then I had to get like super meats or whatever it's called, which is like pepperoni, capicola, ham. Like, it's a little spicy for me. I like roast beef. It's not as spicy. But obviously, if they only have one roast beef sandwich left, enough roast beef for one sandwich, then I'm going to let Rachel have that one for sure. Because his chivalry is not completely dead. Well, North Carolina State is in fact still ahead of Texas Tech, and they were one of my hot upset picks. I've been picked on quite a few brackets, at least as beating the 6th seed Texas Tech, not as like going super deep, you know. Illinois made easy enough work of their Morehead State foe, but Oregon spanking South Carolina is impressive. They beat them handily, as the 11 seed beating the 6 seed handily. They look good. I think Charles Barkley knows something the rest of us may not. Don't get sloppy with the ball, Wazoo. That's how you lose basketball games, okay? By doing dumbass stuff like that. Let's see here. Nelly had some good songs. I like the song Walk Like an Egyptian. Me too. Walk like an Egyptian. You think Nelly's good? What about that guy who sings that song, Look What I Can Do With My Feet? That's amazingly good. Oh, that Nelly. Look what I can do with my feet. I think that's Chris Brown, I suspect. But Nelly, I think it was in the same general category of disposable nonsense as Usher and Chris Brown. Maybe I'm underestimating Nelly. I'm not familiar with his work necessarily, but I just generally think of him as being in this Usher, Chris Brown school of disposable nonsense. Do I know how to play any John Prine? No, I'm not familiar with John Prine. His name sounds kind of familiar, but I don't think I ever heard his music before. Is Rachel your wife? And is that who was shown earlier? And if so, she is much younger than you are? She's 39. I'm 52. I don't know if she was shown earlier or not. But if there was a woman here at all, then it was definitely her. Yeah, Chris Brown, the singer. I believe he's the one who sings the song, Look What I Can Do With My Feet. And that's not the only part of the song. It's the only part of the song I remember. I always thought that was a silly lyric. Look what you can do with your feet. What are you, like 3 years old? Look what I can do with my feet. I can't let them all. You like Beyonce and Rihanna? Well, you know what? Kakio and Rio. Maybe you just like women who slept with Jay-Z. According to Rachel, they both had intercourses with Jay-Z. They should combine into just one person, Beyonce. We don't need both of them. They're just redundancies of each other. Just like Chris Brown and Usher. We don't need either of them, let alone both of them. I like all genres too. Yes, apparently, according to Rachel, I guess, is it Beyonce who's married to Jay-Z? And then Jay-Z had an affair with Rihanna? I think it's that way, but it could be the other one, what other way around. But I'm pretty sure it's Beyonce is married to Jay-Z, and Rihanna is the one that he had an affair with. They had the Jay-Z-ness. Indeed they did. Indeed they did. Rachel?
Yes.
Was it Beyonce who was married to him and Rihanna who slept with him, or the other way around?
Beyonce's married to Jay-Z. Rihanna slept with him.
Okay, there you go. So that's the story that Rachel tells anyway regarding the Beyonce and Rihanna affair. So you could say my wife's much younger than me, but you could say I'm very childish for my age too. So I don't know. I don't even feel like we're different generations really. It just feels like we're super comfortable and compatible with each other. We value the same kinds of things. We don't expect of each other in the same ways and do expect in the same ways, the ways we want to be expected of and we don't expect in the ways we don't want to be expected of and stuff like that. Things that actually matter in a relationship. I think that's the most important thing in a relationship is you need to both want to spend a lot of time together and actually spend a lot of time together and have that not cause any conflicts. You just by default, you just basically never fight over anything. And if you do ever have any conflict, that it's immediately resolved by straightforward, simple, mutually respectful communication. I know she does look quite young, right? She's 39. She's not in her 20s, but thank you. I appreciate it. I do get that a lot, and it's totally understandable because she looks younger than she is. I look older than I am, and we do have a 13-year age gap, so. And that's right now. Come April 27th, it'll be 14. It's 13 and some, 13 and change. Regardless, I don't, except for other people asking the question, like, is that your daughter? is a common question that we hear around here. Except for that, I never think about it at all. I just think about it when somebody else brings it up. But I'm not spending much time thinking about our relationship either. It's like, our relationship is great. It's perfect. It doesn't have any problems. What's there to think about? It's dark now because the forces of evil have taken over and blotted out the sun. I'm trying to fight back against them, but you know how powerful those forces of evil are. They have the advantage of being evil. They don't have to follow any rules. I also like to visit graveyards, Richard. You know, I would like to visit the graveyard here in Mariposa up by that white church on the hill and see some of these super old graves and stuff, because Mariposa was founded in 1850, was populated, you know, maybe a decade before that. And it's called the Mother of Counties because I believe it was the first county in the state. But regardless, many other counties broke off from what was originally a very large Mariposa County. Now Mariposa is very small, and it's limited down to just the heart of the county. Forces of evil, Sean. Listen, I wasn't trying to not call you by your name. I thought forces of evil was your pronoun. Yeah. Who wants to listen to a 20-minute guitar and drum solo by Jerry Garcia? How he's guitar and drum soloing at the same time, I do not know. I am impressed by that, but yeah, I think I will. You know, there's this really cool graveyard that if I take Old Highway down to like Hornitos, I pass it's private land, but there's this old graveyard back on the private land. It must be probably like a family graveyard. It's weird. It's like this one bit of kind of landscape thing among these rolling hills. It's got some trees, and you can just see some graves back there. I wouldn't want to trespass, but if I were one of those urban explorer types who didn't care about that, that is certainly a place you probably could trespass and get away with if you did it like at night or something. You could explore that graveyard. I'm not going to do that because, like I said, I'm too old to be trespassing. That's one thing I'm gonna go with my age here on this one. I'm a little too old to be trespassing. And I'm no urban explorer. I'm an explorer of the metasphere. A provider of words and sayings. Not a lot of poop, but every little bit helps, you know. You're going to have to get all the poop out of you one way or the other. And if you get it out a little bit at a time, it may not be as expedient getting out one big piece of poop all at once, but it will get the job done eventually. That's good urination. That's the feeling of release. That's the streaming pee leaving the body, taking with it all your tension, all your worries, and breathe. And relax, and breathe. And relax, and breathe. Now you're asleep. Now that I have you in this hypnotic trance, I'm going to tell you a few things. 1, you are amazing. This is called self-esteem hypnosis class. You know, I love the self-esteem hypnosis class, Carlene. But I just don't understand why the instructor has to conduct the class while going poo. I tried to ask him about it. He just changes the subject. And breathe. And breathe, Helen. That's all he says to me. I said, I don't want to breathe. It smells like poo. You're never going to learn to love yourself if you keep being so wrong, Helen, is what he said. I'm beginning to see why you don't love yourself, Helen. Why don't you do a little less talking, a little less questions, a little more obeying? Self-love hypnosis class. Send $750 today for 2 30-minute video conferences in a group with host Eric and other like-minded seekers, such as yourself, who have the wisdom to spend their $750 wisely. Well, Kansas is up by 11 over Samford, unsurprisingly. It's halftime of the game I want to watch, so we're just waiting for our ships to come in, you might say. Because that's what we do with our ships. They're kind of like drug dealers. You never know when they're going to show up. Well, Samford cut the gap to 8. It's still the first half. And Kansas draws the foul. Yeah, Samford's not going to really have any chance in this game, I don't think. Hey, Fly Guy. No, that's not Meowjic Johnson. Meowjic Johnson is a great name for a cat. I like that name a lot. Yeah, this is not weed. This is just regular marijuana. I always got to have oregano by my side. Oregano, my side chick. If anybody were to say I have a side chick, it would be marijuana. It's potpourri, right? See my last message. Also, hi. What's your last message? Is it here in the chat or someplace else? Thanks for teaching me what you know. I believe it. Isaiah Root, I believe you are a good typologist. Sure, I don't even know if I taught you anything. You probably just learned it from watching. Although you probably didn't watch that many typing sessions. Knowing us, you probably didn't. I wouldn't have. Meowjic Johnson is an amazing name for a cat with AIDS. I didn't even realize that. No, me, I put you on timeout, dumbass. I'm not a moderator. I'm the live streamer. Jesus. That was me, not any moderator. I put you on 30-minute timeout, I believe. Nobody's sorry for anything, dumbass. I'm not sorry at all. If you want to speak without anybody moderating you at all, then Go start your own live stream. And you can deal with that however you want. Yes, we got that. You made clear your point about that. Patrick Mahomes is not as good a name, and not as good a name as Meowgic Johnson, because Meowgic Johnson, like my cat, has AIDS. Purple Man is back. Is that his name, Purple Man? I'm just so triggered easily by people's opinions that are different than mine, so I tend to unfairly time people out. I like that Spy Guy. That's really, you were really being self-aware in a really mature way, and I appreciate it. Well, I believe, Stephen Tracy, I probably timed you. I don't remember exactly why. Because I don't like your kind of simplistic, unnuanced, reductionist, groupish shit, you know? You want to monolithically. No, I don't even care. I do not want. There's no point in explaining anything to you. You already established you don't listen to me and respond on point. Why don't you go to those other YouTube channels that are more restrained about timing people out than we are here? Where I'm sure you're granted way more rope at those other channels. Why don't you go to those channels that grant you the appropriate amount of rope, that don't have the moderators and stuff? I get that you want to compare me against an ideal, but have you considered comparing me against the alternatives? Who cares if he said he was sorry? The best of my recollection, I'm the one who timed you out for 30 minutes. Oh, okay, fine. I stand corrected then, Stephen Tracy. That is true. I did say that nobody was sorry, and that was counterfactual. Apparently, somebody did say they were sorry. I don't know if they meant it seriously, but regardless, you are correct on this point. I stand corrected. I was wrong. Okay, fair enough. You win the point, Stephen Tracy. When you win the point, you win the point, you know? Nothing I can do about that. Because I just evaluate everything accurately. Muahaha, wahaha is very sorry. And I'm very sorry that I did not acknowledge initially that you were right about Mwahaha being very sorry. So I wonder if our combined sorrow is sufficient to elicit some compassion from you on our behalf. Dalton Martin. That's okay, Martin. I want to know. I mean, it's true I don't keep track of all the comments in the chat. Like, a lot of times when I'm not sitting here and don't have the big screen in front of me, I don't really read the chat. But I never said I was perfectly keeping up with the chat. I do say that I generally make an effort to read what people put in the chat. I'm probably a little bit more diligent about it when when the chat's popping. If he annoys me, okay, that's fine. Your position on Thomas Sowell is not what gets you timed out, right? What gets you timed out is your persistence on ignoring what I'm saying. You keep repeating this point about Thomas Sowell, and I'm saying, yes, you've made this point. I've negated it by saying you're trying to create this you're doing a reification fallacy, right? You're trying to create this monolithic agent that has no agency and attribute things to it. But regardless, that's not why I timed you out, right? I timed you out because this is a one-sided conversation. I'm reading what you're saying, responding on point. You're just ignoring me. You're not listening at all. I didn't say you were being racist. I never said that. I said it's never a good idea to bring race into any conversation because it doesn't exist. It's the wrong frame. You see, it's like if you're not going to pay attention to what I'm actually saying, you just pretend like I say things I don't and I don't say things that I do. That's not cool. That's no fun. Thank you, Isaiah Root. That's no fun for anybody, right? You can, if you want to engage about ideas, you have to actually respond to what I say too. It can't just be me responding to what you say. Well, I would put someone in timeout. So that's how you and I are different. Okay? And it's okay that you and I are different. Yeah, race doesn't exist. It's more than just irrelevant, it doesn't exist. It's not a discrete trait of any sort. There's no, there's not even like a spectrum that you can say, well, we can't say for sure exactly where blue ends and the next color begins, but that's definitely, it's not even like that. You know, it's completely nonsense. When you hide them, they can't keep coming back. I'm gonna give them another half hour. No, I don't want. See, I don't want to deal with Steven that frequently. So, well, like, look. What's a good way to put this? What's a good analogy for this? We used to believe that there were aristocrats who had special blue blood, right? And they were fundamentally biologically different than regular people who weren't aristocrats. You could say the aristocracy was a social construct, but really it was simply a false attempt to physicalize an arbitrary group distinction to make it more real because the actual distinction was completely arbitrary. Race is like that. That's the best way to understand race. So when I say race isn't real, I mean it's not real in the same way that some kind of blood superiority of aristocracy isn't real. Never mind, that was Aristocats. It's easy to get those confused. I don't want to go over there and watch you more, okay? Just get over it. I mean, just because race isn't real doesn't mean racism isn't real. But it's best to just call it groupism. There are many, many forms of groupism. I can know who you are without knowing you as an individual because you're this race, you're this religion, you're this politics, you're this gender, you're this age, you're this ability level, you're this whatever, right? Because all those kind of group labels are things that I possess, have opinions about, and confer onto somebody else, and then expect them to adhere to my arbitrary definition of that group. So that's why it's always bad to engage in groupism. We all have an obligation to be fair and treat other individuals like individuals first. It doesn't matter whether the groupism is racism, genderism, ageism, whatever. They're all this exact same thing, just an attempt to avoid the basic fact that individuals are individuals, not members of the group first. And that it's never a good idea to try to attribute to some group label that we've arbitrarily defined a monolithic, like, they act like this, they think like this. That's always just idiocy, you know? It's just being dumb. But what about English people with their nasty teeth? Well, the British people teeth are not any nastier than mine. They're probably substantially less nasty. No, I timed him out for 30 minutes. No, I never want to be part of any tribe. That's the whole point. Tribes are bad, okay? Tribes are bad. Tribes are ways that communities attempt to diminish the equal agency of other individuals. Communitarianism is bad. Yeah, race doesn't exist, but racists do. But we shouldn't call them racists or sexist or anything. We should just call them all groupists, or, in other words, people with inadequate intellectual nuance to deal with individuals as individuals. Racers also exist, and racist racers exist, but no racist erasers exist. You mean, would it be nice if there weren't like phenotypic lines that seem evident to people? They'd find something. You know, if it weren't skin color or eye slantiness, it would be height or hair color or something else. People end up being in communities, right? Those isolated communities end up kind of looking like each other, but that's not informative of anything. If we segregated all the groupists, every person but Eric would be segregated. There'd be a few more. Rachel, she joined me here in the non-segregated part. It would just be like us in America, and then everybody else would be on islands. The point is, racism is not anything special. It's not any worse than hating Democrats, for example. They're all the same thing. They're all the same engine of wrongness, so it doesn't matter the specifics. Racism does exist. I agree, Frost, but race doesn't. Just like ageism exists, but being defined by your age doesn't. Not in any real sense, right? It's always a mistake of the person trying to cut out the necessary kinds of ambiguities and nuances that life requires of a good thinker. DHN 5 p.m. Hello. Oh my God, you're here. I can't believe it. I cannot wait to shout you out. Well, in the status quo, systemic racism no longer exists, but that doesn't mean that it never did. And we do ourselves a disservice when we are correct if we don't point out the sort of origins of the incorrectness. Can you say boys have a penis, girls have a vagina? No, you're not allowed to say that anymore. Because boys have whatever they want to have, and girls also have whatever they want to have, and everything is true. My dog is a golden retriever, and she is racist towards pit bulls. Well, you know how those pit bulls are. Well, you know what I mean, right? And I not recently, quite some time back, actually, I began an organization called Racist Against Vikings E, and I believe we should be racist against Vikings, not Nordic people, Vikings, okay? No, I don't think police brutality is a form of systemic racism. In fact, I think that viewing police brutality as a form of racism is a way to give the police a pass for what they're actually guilty of, which is murder. So if somebody's guilty of murder, what we want to focus on is that they're guilty of murder. It doesn't matter if they were motivated by jealousy, racism, if we're focused on the murderer's motivations, we're doing them a service. He says, I only killed that guy because I didn't like his hat. And then we start saying, well, there's nothing wrong with that kind of hat. we're playing right into his hands, right? He's just saying whatever as something to justify his unjustifiable bad action. Cops are the same way. If the problem is racism, well, then the cops just need more training. They need to be learned to be more tolerant. They need tolerance training, diversity training. If the problem is murder, they need to go to jail or be, give the gas chamber or something. So you are helping cops kill people when you get distracted by something that's not relevant. Sure. Whether or not it was a crime of passion, and because the cops are killing people on the job, what you're going to get mostly is negligent homicide. I'm not talking in terms of the kinds of charging that people do, right? I'm not saying in terms of that's not relevant for that. What I'm saying is if you're saying the problem here is racism, you're ignoring the fact that it's just as bad for cops to use deadly force on white people as it is for them to use it on anybody else. If in fact the problem is systemic racism, then in fact all murders of non-people of color by cops are fine. So this is why it's important we identify exactly what the actual problem is. The problem is cops using unnecessary use of force, sometimes deadly force, on citizens rather than apprehending them in a way that doesn't harm them, which is the cop's obligation. There's your problem, right? It doesn't matter if they are doing it systematically more to black people, because if we treat it as a crime it is, then each single individual instance of that gets punished the same, which is what we need to have happen. Yeah, this is why the idea of hate crimes is fundamentally flawed. What's racist? I don't even know what you're talking about. I mean, like I say, racism for me is not meaningfully defined as anything distinct from any other kind of groupism. I just refer to them all as groupism. And what that is an individual attempting to confer their arbitrary group label as determinate upon another person, rather than engaging that other person first and foremost as an individual and not trying to confer your own arbitrary group label and expect them to adhere to your definition of that group, Yeah, I'm married. My wife is upstairs, I believe. Possibly sleeping, possibly watching YouTube. I don't know. She likes to watch various kinds of YouTube videos. A lot of times, if I'm streaming, she'll be around in this stream too, but not always. Sometimes not. Well, yeah. I have one gun. Does she complain about you not having? I'm going to say no. I don't know how you're going to finish that question, but no, Rachel's not a big complainer. Rachel and I are pretty happy with each other. We don't complain too much. Job? No, she doesn't complain about me not having a job. I mean, I would say that do you not agree that the system's problem at hand is that they primarily? No, I don't think that's the problem, right? Upholding different forms of slavery. Slavery is an actual word that means something. There aren't different forms of slavery. Anyway, I don't know. She feels like being upstairs, lying in bed. She doesn't want to be down here right now for whatever reason. I don't know. We hang out plenty. I don't, we live together. We spend all our time together. And she doesn't complain about me not having a job because she's not wanting financially for anything. Well, then your opinion is wildly uninformed and crazily wrong. Capitalization allows individuals to actually attain the wealth in accordance with their utility to others. And that's a good thing. It makes it makes things just rather than an authoritarian nightmare. Prior to money, if you weren't an aristocrat, you were basically a slave. Money is what made the category of free man exist, because money's fair. No, money doesn't do anything, right? Money just represents wealth that people create by doing useful work. So the reason the Federal Reserve, for example, has quantitative easing, which is to insert more currency into the economy, is because as people work and do useful work for one another, they generate more wealth into the country, which exists first in a metaphysical form and only secondarily is rendered into a findable form called money. So it is not possible to do any meaningful work without there being money, without you either being an exploiter or the exploited. Money allows individuals to engage with one another in meaningful exchanges of respective value that precludes all the serfdom, misery, suffering. Remember what Hobbes said, right? Life was solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. Remember how things were before capitalism, which is not, capitalism is a word that just means basically the invention of money. So, and I always try to encourage people, it's really difficult while you're chatting in this stream on your either smartphone or tablet or laptop or whatever to offer any kind of capitalism critique without just being a complete hypocritical dumbass. You can't, you want to, using all these tools of capital that money allowed us to enjoy, to critique purportedly the very process that you require to make your critique. Even it's the ultimate biting the hand that feeds you. Money provides temporal extension for engaging in reciprocated social contracts, and most importantly, consensual contracts between individuals. They're not social contracts, right? Positive right contracts where you hire somebody to do something, buy something, whatever, those are not social contracts. Those are contracts consensual between two parties. And that's how you want contracts to function, right? You don't want to have any say over those two people and their contract. And unfortunately, a lot of people think that because they don't like certain realities of the status quo, say wealth and equities or whatever, that we can mess with that truth and be okay. We can't ever. You, no matter what your politics are, need to respect other people's right to engage in contractual arrangements with third parties just as they respect yours. And that means this kind of socialist talk is just farting in the wind. Well, I don't care about ending or not ending the Federal Reserve. But my position is, before we're going to talk about ending the Federal Reserve, I still need to have somebody explain to me why new currency is infused into the economy the way it is, rather than why is it infused by being given to the banks who then lend it out. There won't be any inflationary pressure from that new currency, even if you were to distribute it directly to the population. So why is it done that way? I've never heard anybody provide me a good explanation for that. So, I mean, the thing is, there is no way to critique capitalism. It's important to remember that. Capitalism is the absence of use of force interfering between two separate parties engaging in consensual commerce. Okay? So, it's the absence of use of force. Now, there are some times when government, which is defined as that which has a monopoly on use of force, needs to use of force or threat of force to compel level playing field protocols. So there is a place for regulation, for sure. You know, you don't want to encourage monopolies, discourage competition, because what keeps us all, what makes you still safe to voice your opinion, to be wrong, to use all this technology to benefit from generations of capitalism, to be as wrong as you are, right? That requires that no third party come and interfere with your business right now. And you're engaging in some kind of consensual engagement with me, right? We're exchanging ideas. Not a contractual arrangement, but nevertheless, it's a consensual one. Capitalism is just nobody else coming in and telling us we can't talk to each other. That's all capitalism is. In some instances, you want to have government come in and say, you can't do that. You can't talk to each other. Like insider trading, for example. You want to have government prevent that from occurring to preserve a level playing field. But whenever you get too caught up in your vagaries and ideologies, remember it boils down to this. The same way you don't want some third party interfering in your consensual arrangements with others, so too should you not want others to interfere with their consensual arrangements. And that's all capitalism is mutual respect and a lack of use of force. It's civilization rather than savagery. No, I'm on exactly the platform I want to be on. And I'm very intellectual and correct about things that require me to be intellectual and correct. And then fun loving and laughing about jokey stuff. And I play music. I do all kinds of different things. You know, people learn when they come around here that they're capable of more adult kind of engagement than they thought, you know? They hear more adult kind of engagement and more correct kind of engagement than they ever hear anyplace else. And they're like, what is this? What is going on here, you know? And then they realize, hey, I can do this too. You don't have to be a genius to be a reasonable, responsible adult in your words, in your thinking. Well, I'm not going to shut up with Empire, obviously. See, I'm live streaming. And what I do when I live stream is I talk a lot. It's, in fact, the entirety of the live stream is my talking, my words, my reading things that people say, I'm responding. In this instance, I'm reading what you said. You said, shut up, old fuck, because you are Wi-Fi Empire, and that's what you said. And I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I had read what you said, you have been heard, and I've responded on point by informing you so you don't get your hopes up that, in fact, I am not going to shut up. But I appreciate your suggestion. Your input is always valued around here. I'm 20 to 30. Give me career suggestions. I have no career suggestions for you. I know far too little information to be giving even solicited advice. Well, where's Mr. Shut Up guy? Did he leave? Did he get scared already? You're planning to move to the U.S.? Well, congratulations. Eric, what do you think about anarcho-capitalism? I think those kinds of terms are dumb things. Politics needs to be dealt with one policy issue at a time. Trying to have some frame level ideology collapse down, it doesn't work in politics. You need to understand what kind of things deserve what kind of frame, and what kind of other things deserve other kind of frame. Otherwise, you're just destined to flail around in wrongness forever. I don't. Okay. In some policy areas, you could say my positions are consistent with libertarians. In other policy areas, you could say my positions are consistent with Democrats, and yet others you could say they're consistent with Republicans. So, I mean, regardless, on every point, I'm correct. It doesn't matter. There's no ideology driving it. It's just correctness. Um, Mary Calora, that's a good question. Who asked, should I think of investing in property in countries where land cost is cheaper? Only if you are very certain about the solidity of the legal system. Because remember, when you buy property, you need to be confident that you will have full ownership rights and responsibilities for it. It might be property tax or whatever, but some countries they are kind of spotty in how they deal with foreign investors, especially in purchasing land. Like there's no way you could ever buy land as a foreigner in Japan. They just won't let foreigners buy anything. I mean, all totalitarians are evil. If you try to totalize some ideology into political solutions, you end up with totalitarianism. It doesn't matter if you're totalizing libertarianism, you're totalizing theocracy, you're totalizing socialism, or whatever. Capitalism, however, is distinct. That's not an ideology. It's the absence of an ideology and the absence of use of force interfering with individuals' consensual business. It's not any of those things. So it's not possible to totalize that because it's not an ideology. But even there, it's like it's definitely not the case that you can totalize zero government involvement in shit. Does having a double chin lower your social credit in China? I don't know. I mean, most of Asia is very body shaming. I mean, even places that are more civilized are still pretty body shaming. Unfortunately, there are a lot of physically oriented people in the world, fewer metaphysically oriented people in terms of a ratio. So it's kind of an inevitability. It's an excellent question, Fly Guy. An excellent, excellent question. You are asking the tough questions that need to be asked. And I, for one, appreciate it. Yeah, why is it all you can eat then, huh? I think that's pretty much only American Chinese food, actually. Well, yeah, my first wife and I didn't last, but I wanted full custody afterwards. And I didn't get full custody, but I functionally did because she wasn't very interested in being a mother. But, sometimes just because marriages don't work out doesn't mean one party was bad. However, if the father didn't involve himself in your lives at all, then he is bad. I don't believe in deadbeat dads. Imagine if everyone was to live what was socially acceptable to being a good person and ignored everyone else's business. Yeah, I was a very loving dad. I still am. I wasn't perfect, you know. I had my own struggles during parts of her childhood with alcohol and stuff, but uh, I never, I never stopped adoring her more than anything. and loving her unconditionally, telling her that, and so forth. You're a 7-year-old Indian male? Oh, well, congratulations to you. I guess that explains your somewhat clumsy entry. Yeah, I know. John Lennon was kind of a scumbag. Koreans have more surgery, but Chinese push to be as skinny as they can be, whereas Koreans don't push as hard to be thick thin. No, remember, capitalism is not an ideology or a system. I'm not talking about an idealized version of anything. I'm just explaining that capitalism simply refers to the absence of interference in commerce. It's not equivalent to, say, socialism or theocracy or anything like that. It's not a form of government. It's just a way of making, allowing everybody to gain value equal to their utility instead of just some people. So it's a democratizing, equalizing force, like firearms, you know. But you know what the cool thing is, Wi-Fi Empire, that I know how much you don't like to hear me talk and how much you'd rather I just shut up. So one cool way that you can accomplish that is by, closing this tab or going to a different stream or something. I don't quite understand why you're still here, since you made it very clear that there's nothing of value from your perspective here. Don't you feel you have so much knowledge and information you should start writing books and or your own original articles? I have written lots of stuff, but I mean, the thing is, no, I don't feel any obligation to do that. I'm conveying everything I understand here on live stream. People are welcome to access that information. And I'm quite confident that my time is better spent live streaming than it is writing a book in terms of my overall ceiling of success. Because the thing is, people don't necessarily want a book explaining how things are and how this is correct and this is incorrect. There's a lot of people who want topics, questions that have answers to not have answers, so they can continue to be discussed indefinitely. like it's still an open question or something. So when you have answers to questions that people think are matters of interpretation or open to interpretation or still open questions, the last thing they want is an answer to those questions. Which book would you like me to go read? Is there a specific book you recommend? I mean, I could give you a link to some documents I've completed. If there's a folder with a bunch of my documents in it. But it's like that would be a very inefficient way for you to access any information you actually wanted. In other words, before you can learn something, really, you kind of sure, I could write a book that would lay out a case much more successfully than anything else, because it would be a static document that people could reference and stuff. But if you're going to dismiss information provided in this medium, it would have to be because you have a specific question that you feel can't be answered in this medium. There's no inherent difference between language spoken and language written. No, we're on the subject of whether or not I should write a book. Probably I should on some level, but from a self-interest perspective, right now, I feel like my time is really best spent doing this. I have written a fiction book. It's called Gospel of the Pantheon. I've written that novel. I wrote another novella called The Megalomaniacs. I've written a grammar book called The Orderly World of Grammar. I wrote a critical thinking book that's not very good, but I have lots of my own logic and critical thinking curriculum that's not never made it into that actual book. So yeah, I've done all that stuff. Yes, I used to have a job and I worked long hours, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever it is, you say, hey, you should try this. I probably have already done it. I don't want to write a typology book. I want to do this. And you know what else? I suspect, or suggest anyway, that you guys also want me to do this. After all, this is what you're consuming. I will find the folder. I don't have a. Well, okay, hold on. Let me just share this folder, I guess. Let's see. How do I share it? What is this? What is this? Where's share? Manage access. Anyone with the link viewer, copy. Okay, so this is the defensible typology members folder, which has a lot of different documents in it. I'm not sure if it has everything I mentioned in it or not, but knock yourself out. It's not super organized or anything, you know. Yeah, you can have a PDF of that for free, Richard. The Orderly World of Grammar. There is a hard copy of it, but you can get the PDF for free. It's possible even that Amazon is selling my free PDF. They're selling the free PDF of Gospel of the Pantheon. I don't get a penny from it. I made the PDF of Gospel of the Pantheon for free. And same with Orderly World of Grammar. And Amazon got them and started selling them. Can you believe that? What the fuck? What are they thinking? Is that acceptable? I guess so. After all, if I'm giving it away, they can pick it up and sell it if they want. The Orderly World of Grammar? Yeah, it was about grammar. I learned how to teach grammar from a master teacher named Mr. Samuelson. And he used this sentence diagramming technique in order to teach English grammar to students. And I put this together. I've turned his approach into a book with worksheets and instructions and stuff like that. There's the Orderly World of Grammar right there. What is the current situation of children in schools? Well, I don't. That's fine. I don't care, Comedy Flu. I couldn't care less. I really don't care at all. It's fine. I just think it's funny that they did that. I mean, my take on education is this. Competition flow debate is an incredible educational paradigm. It accomplishes great results with students, of at least some students, at least a lot of students, you know. Classroom teaching has none of the advantages competition debate has, which is to say, it's not zero sum. There's not any authentic motivation driving the students as there is in debate. There's no consequences for sucking, and there's no meaningful way to compare the teachers against one another. If you are a shitty debate coach and your kids lose all the time, the only people who will ever hire you are public schools. I mean, that grammar book, I, I say at the very beginning, this is based on Mr. Samuelson's grammar method. He taught it to me. I'm not trying to claim credit for anything. Other books I wrote, well, they were entirely original to me. I needed to make curriculum. It's like I made it a bunch of conditional logic curriculum too. I didn't make up conditional logic, but I made up all those problems, you know. I made up the specific questions in my curriculum. I don't need to make up the concepts to have the thing be comprise original work. Let me get this old concentrate out of here and put in some new concentrate. Not sure if that has anything to do with why it didn't start burning right away, but with cognitive functions as well, it's not like I invented cognitive functions. I read extensively about the topic, all different sources, socionics, MBTI, BB, um, whatever I found that was revelatory on the subject. And after having read widely about the subject, I determined that nobody had it right. Then I tried to get it right, failed, tried again, failed, tried a third time, and basically got it right, got it figured out by stripping away everything that I could first, and then building it like a proper case from the ground up, but still using other people's ideas fundamentally, with a few of my own mixed in, where there needed to be an idea to fill the distance. What made you realize you were an ENTP? I mean, I don't know. When I first encountered typology, I didn't encounter anything about cognitive functions. I just encountered the 16 types and type descriptions. When I read the type descriptions, I mean, first of all, I took the test, various tests. They all tested me ENTP. To this day, I've never taken any online test that's ever tested me as anything but ENTP. And then I read the type description, and it was very obvious to me that's the one I was. I cried when I read it because I was like, oh, that's what's wrong with me. And then I just never have doubted it for a second. It's just so obvious. I'm such a textbook ENTP. I couldn't be any more textbook. I'm like the poster child for ENTPs. The only people who doubt ever that I'm an ENTP are those who are, trying to delegitimize me or what I'm saying. Or who are just have everything so fucking wrong that they can't tell their ass from their face, like C.S. Joseph, who's got me typed as an ESTP and himself typed as an ENTP. He has no idea what intuition is, obviously. Yeah, and Richard, that may indicate that you're actually an INFJ. It may not. It's hard to say. I mean, like lots of ESFPs get ENTP every time they take the test too, because they can't really be trusted to self-report accurately. I'm not saying you can't, but just because every test you take comes out something doesn't mean you are that type. It turned out for me that the tests, the type descriptions, have always agreed. Cognitive functions, everything is borne out. I'm an ENTP. I have one child. She is 25. She lives in Los Angeles. Her name is Delilah. And I am married, but my daughter is not married. She has a long-term boyfriend, but they don't really see each other that often. They live on other sides of LA, opposite sides of LA, which is quite a large place. I know a Buscuse. it's better. I'm just going to. Yes, there is that song. Hey there, Delilah. When Delilah was born, that song didn't exist. She's more like me. She's a lot more like me. Her mom's FI. She and I are both FI polar, and we are both TI tool, accordingly. Action types. We really see eye to eye about a lot of stuff. She doesn't have this most positive opinion about her mother. She periodically gets money from her mother. Whenever she does, she calls it reparations. Yeah, that song didn't exist yet when my daughter was born. It came out like when she was like 6 or 7. Mmm. Of course, since it came out, Delilah has heard on many phone calls, "Hey there, Delilah. What's it like in New York City?" Thanks, Rio. I do feel like I'm a lucky man with a great family. Love my wife, love my daughter. It's a small family. Just the three of us, really. I've got a very old aunt on the East Coast who's got her own family that, you know, her connection to me was through her brother, my now deceased father. You look like missing her? No, I'm not missing my daughter. I talked to her earlier in this live stream, actually. I called her and asked her if she had any paranormal experience that she'd like to share with the live stream. And she told a really interesting story. Yeah, she has an apartment in Duarte in Los Angeles, and basically just chills all the time. Plays video games, basically like me. She and I are doing the same thing right now. I'm trying to take care of stuff, but it's like I'm a little concerned about. No, I'm not worried about her career. I'm hopeful she's not going to have to work. I'm hopeful that I can manage this estate successfully enough that it will support all three of us without having to work. It's not a foregone conclusion forever, but if I get it set up right, then I should be growing the estate rather than, living through it. She likes Minecraft a lot right now. She really likes Minecraft, but she's played World of Warcraft for many years. My mom's dead. That was my daughter, yeah. But she's been playing World of Warcraft since she was a little kid. The song Satchel of Helpful Goods, the lyrics Satchel of Helpful Goods come from when she was a little kid one time and I was kind of watching her play World of Warcraft. And she picked something up and said, "What's that?" And she said, "Oh, it's just a satchel of helpful goods." I said, "What?" "And it's a satchel of helpful goods." I don't know about Little Nightmares. As far as Baldur's Gate goes, I don't think she started playing it. I think she may have played it a little bit. I have Baldur's Gate. I would like to play it, but my computer's not good enough to play it. Well, you don't have to be 8 to love Minecraft. My daughter's 25. Lots of adults playing on Minecraft. Mostly the kids play Roblox. So, yeah. your 8-year-old whatever is bucking the trend. Most people that age play Roblox. But anyway, Delilah kind of just started playing Minecraft not that long ago. She previously to that had mostly played World of Warcraft. I will tell you, not just my top 5 anime. I'm not going to even bother with top 5 anime of all time. That's just pointless. But what I will do is read you my top 20 anime of the 2020s. Okay, from 20 to 1. I will also make this document available so that people can look at it and know what the best anime for them is for everyone, because my taste in anime is great. Okay, number 20. This is just from the 2020s. 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay. Number 20. Handyman Saito in Another World. Number 19. Tier Moon Empire. Good job, Tier Moon Empire. Number 18. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon. A delightful little romp. It's a funny concept. I don't know why people hate on it. Number 17. Sasaki and Peeps. Very solid. It's currently going on. It's dipped a little bit in this later half of the season, but still excellent. Number 16. Chainsaw Man. Number 15. Campfire Cooking in Another World with My Absurd Skill. Number 14. Shangri-La Frontier. Currently being published cartoon that I love, super fast paced, excellent kind of virtual game world cartoon. I'm digging it. Number 13, Tsukamichi Moonlit Fantasy. I love the current season. I like it even a lot better than the first season, but I rewatched the first season just so I could remember it all. This current season's great. It's entertaining. It's light, but it's entertaining. Number 12, also in the current season, The Weakest Tamer began a journey to pick up trash. Such a cute cartoon and such a sweet cartoon. Story of a little girl who has to leave her village because she's born with no skill stars, yet becomes a very effective adventurer despite her disadvantages. Number 11, Villainous Level 99. I may be the hidden boss, but I'm not the Demon Lord. Excellent, excellent. Number 10, The Unwanted Undead Adventurer. I'm loving it. Current season stuff. Number 9, Solo Leveling. Current season stuff. I'm loving it. Number 8, on to the second season of MASH, Magic and Muscles. You should watch both. It's spectacular from episode 1 until the current episode that I just watched this past weekend. Number 7, Hell's Paradise. A kind of intense, violent, interesting concept cartoon. I enjoyed the hell out of it. But number 6, this one, the only sports anime to make the list. Blue Lock. Wow. I never would have dreamed that I could have enjoyed a soccer anime as much as I enjoyed Blue Lock. Blue Lock is spectacular. Okay, next, number 5. Jujutsu Kaisen. Visually stunning, action-packed, good storyline, not a lot of dialogue, one of the less talky animes on this list, but fantastic, deserving of its 4.9 stars. Number 4, So I'm a Spider, So What? One of my all-time favorite cartoons, absolutely delightful. It tells the story of a girl reincarnated as a spider while her classmates are reincarnated as adventurers. But she ends up more badass than them, of course. All right, number 3, Jobless Reincarnation 1 and 2. Oh my goodness. You thought to yourself, I don't want to watch an anime about a 30-something Japanese otaku overcoming erectile dysfunction in his reincarnated life. That doesn't sound fun. It is so deep and moving and spectacular. It's incredible. And action-packed too. It's wonderful. Number 2, current season, but also in its second season, Apothecary Diaries. Until very recently, the only 5.0 show I've ever seen on Crunchyroll. However, it recently lost a point. It's down to 4.9 stars. So it rejoined the pack of things that are normal. And in number one position, my current favorite anime of the 2020s, and something that never fails to make me cry, make me go like this, make me go like this. It's wonderful. It's called Frieren Beyond Journey's End. I love it so much. And that's my top 20 animes list. Like this. Gee. Squee. Ooh. I've watched all of Seven Deadly Sins. In fact, I've watched it twice. I've seen Boruto. I don't like it that much. I've watched all of Naruto and all of Naruto Shippuden, of course. Boruto's boring. You know, it's not that interesting. I shared the link. I will share it again. There is a list here on this document. And I will point out the following thing. You ask about Berserk. Let me just cover these things. My Hero Academia started in 2017, so it doesn't qualify. AOT started in 2013. It doesn't qualify. I've been reincarnated as a slime. Started in 2018, which is one of my very favorite cartoons too. Overlord started in 2018. Fire Force started in 2019. Barely missed this list because Fire Force would definitely have been fairly high up on this list. I love Fire Force. I can't believe they didn't make another season of it. Okay, so how much did you wager, James Donlin? Because that's how much you owe me. You have lost your bet. I've been reincarnated as an ENFP would be a funny cartoon. I don't like Inuyashiki. I don't like that cartoon for whatever reason. I don't have a hat on right now. I don't always wear a hat. Just when if I feel like wearing a hat, you know. Yeah, I've seen it. I don't like Dragon Ball either. You know, it's like anime's gotten so good in recent years. Older anime, even the best of them, it just doesn't stand up, you know. I think Ghibli Studios movies are a little slow. You know, that's just my perspective. One of Rachel's favorite movies is what's it called? Something of the Heart. A total eclipse of the heart. Well, I mean, I didn't like any of the Dragon Balls, so I'm not gonna watch Dragon Ball Super either. You know, they just seemed kind of like two-dimensionally written. You know, the writing in them isn't very sophisticated. Yeah, Whisper of the Heart. I like Kiki's Delivery Service. I mean, you know, they're girl cartoons. They're kind of slow. They're about relationships or whatever. I like Death Note, but that's pre-2020. Okay. Death Note didn't qualify because it's pre-2020. This list is just for 2020 and after. I've watched Baki. It's unbelievably bad. I can't believe I watched so much of it. Okay. I've watched quite a bit of it, like a lot of it. And I don't think I've ever seen a worse anime. Back when I was watching Baki, there are many videos from then me talking about just how horrible it is. There's this one scene in Baki where, you know, Baki's this tough, muscly guy who fights in this like fighting tournament, right? And for some reason during this show, he has to hide for a second. for a little bit. So then it cuts this one scene where he and his girlfriend are in this cave. And his girlfriend says, "What's that?" and points. And there are these glowing eyes behind him. And out comes out this Yeti. And he says, "Oh, that's just a Yeti I beat one time in a tournament." And she goes, "Oh." And then it cuts to the next scene. No reference ever again to this Yeti. It's like, I swear, a 12-year-old boy wrote that show. Pickle did something to a news reporter? I don't know that scene. No. Pickle did something bad? Was Pickle Truck Coon? And really, is Truck Coon doing something bad? He's just sending people onto their isekai reincarnation. Speed Racer is super old. That is very, very old. I don't like Cowboy Bebop hasn't aged very well. You know, like what I want to tell everybody who once watched anime but no longer does, the anime you loved and thought was so brilliant, if you were to watch it against contemporary anime, you'd think, oh, that was kind of an earlier stage of development of this medium.
Oh yes.
Berserk's cool. I like it. I mean, who doesn't love Overlord? And Overlord's not a super new cartoon. Who doesn't think AOT is genius? And it started in 2013, but it just ended. You know, they just made the last movie. Sword Art Online, only the first season of it is good. The rest of it is just garbage. I know this because I just finished watching it, even though it's garbage. The rest of the SAO arc, like in the third season of it or whatever, the main character guy, he spends like 9 episodes of the season in a vegetative state in a wheelchair. The main character. And there are so many scenes of his harem of girls pushing him around in the wheelchair. It's like, is this why? Do I watch anime to see girls push someone around in a wheelchair? What is going on here? I mean, I think Samurai Champloo is also kind of boring, you know? It's like, it's old. It's old and dated seeming. Now, I want to stress, I am not a weeb. I am instead an otaku.
You are a otaku.
Okay? Weebs are into Japanese culture. I'm not. Otakus like me, we are just into anime. And we're hardcore into anime. Like, ain't no way, shape, or form am I going to be inadequately into anime. I have scraped the bottom of the barrel. I've watched everything worth watching. Many of them twice, because if it's mediocre enough that I don't remember it, I'll watch it again. Because the only kind of, I only like a little bit of live action stuff. I like sports. I like Naked and Afraid. I like House Hunters. But mostly, I like to watch cartoons. I've always liked cartoons. And I like to watch Magic and Dragon stuff. Sword Art Online is good. The first season of it, I thought it was very entertaining. Black Butler, I couldn't get into it. I don't know. I started it, but never got that into it. How is this 52-year-old making me feel old? Ruben R. No weeb would ever say I'm an otaku, okay? They know Japanese culture enough to tell the difference. Have you watched Panty and Stocking? No, I haven't. Is that like some kind of hentai-ish one? I don't usually watch too much of that unless some of them, manage to kind of blur the line between entertaining isekai and mature hentai kind of thing. I can think of a few I've seen that I enjoyed just because I liked the anime, and it also had like nudity and sex in them and stuff. I used to relive and draw anime, and I played some anime ops on OP's ops on piano. Did I ever see Golden Boy? Doesn't sound familiar. I don't think I've ever heard of it. I don't want to eat live octopus. No, I don't like the idea of eating things that are alive. No, I don't like horror movies. I will watch some horror animes, but it's got to be a compelling story with well written stuff, etc. Yeah, I do like to eat meat, right? Animals, but I like their state as animals and their death to be as removed from my experience as possible. I don't want it up close and personal. Um, about 16 foot 8 inch, I'd say. It's about my record. This is my best toss. Was 16 feet 8 inches. And I'm not gonna lie, I think it was wind dated. I had a bit of a tailwind that day. I probably couldn't do that far again. I do watch Korean TV shows on Netflix, and like I've seen a couple zombie ones. They're pretty good. The thing you got to be careful with Korean stuff is if you're watching a show that's kind of like magical, kind of fun, it might turn super dark on you all of a sudden. And then you watch this thing that's ultra depressing and you're like, oh, I wish I hadn't watched that. No, I've never seen Hannibal. I like some cartoons. I'll watch Rick and Morty. I really thought BoJack Horseman was super genius. I'll watch some American cartoons, but I basically cannot watch any English language um, anime, for example. If it is good enough to qualify as an anime that I want to watch, I need to watch it on Netflix so I can change the audio to Japanese, whatever the original audio was. I want the current audio in Japanese. Thinking Skull, hello, it is good to see you. Welcome. I note that you just came here. Like Avatar Last Airbender is probably the most entertaining American anime. I'd still rather watch it in Japanese with subtitles any day. Simpsons is funny. I watched tons of Simpsons back in the day. I enjoy it. But that's the kind of cartoons Americans do well. Americans do comedy cartoons well, but they don't do any other kind of cartoons well. Boondocks was pretty good. Pretty good, but not my favorite. And Americans do kids' cartoons pretty well. When my daughter was little, I obviously watched lots of things that she liked to watch with her. So we watched like Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends and Phineas and Ferb and Dexter's Laboratory, Kids Next Door, um, Powerpuff Girls, Courage the Cowardly Dog, like all those kind of shows. And I rather like that stuff a lot. I think America does a good job. With kids' cartoons and making them even, interesting to adults or entertaining enough. Yeah, I just A little coffee because I still got a little bit of congestion left over from the COVID. I mean, I thought Courage was very dark for a little girl to be watching. Delilah found it scary, but we watched it anyway, I thought, God, that cartoon's spooky and dark. It's like there's never any moment in that show that feels comfortable. I think it's kind of a brilliant piece of art, but I didn't really like it. I'm impressed that it ever made it on TV, you know? It's so surreal and genuinely like disconcerting in its mood and stuff. I've watched Ren and Stimpy, but that was before Delilah's time, really. In some sense, you could think of Dexter's Laboratory as a toned down human Ren and Stimpy, with Dexter always saying, "Stupid Dee." What's your favorite Baldur's Gate character? I've never played Baldur's Gate. My computer's not good enough to run the game. I don't have enough hard drive space, and if I did, it's an old laptop. I need a better video card or something than the one I have. I do plan to get a new laptop because I need another laptop regardless for unrelated reasons. Like I want to move my music stuff and have a devoted laptop for that in the bedroom. Then I'll get a new laptop, use that for the TV and say computer games like Baldur's Gate or whatever in here. But yeah, I've never played it. I bought it and then realized I couldn't play it. I have streamed some gameplay before. I'm very unlikely to do it now because, as far as I can figure, there's not really any way to stream game playing vertically. There may be some way to do that, but I don't know what it is. The current growth in the channel that I'm experiencing and positive outcomes from streaming that make me want to keep doing it so much link, as far as I can tell, to this vertical live streaming. So that makes me not want to do horizontal live streaming, which I think game streaming for me is going to, as far as I could figure it out how to do it, would be, I don't know how I would do it horizontal. As far as I know, I don't even know if you can live stream vertically from your laptop or not. Okay, well, if people do it, if you know that people do in fact live stream gameplay vertically, then I could Google how to do it if I wanted to. But the other thing is, this laptop, for the same reason it can't play Baldur's Gate, is kind of iffy. I have plenty of bandwidth, but I don't have the CPU processing power. So if I'm running OBS as software plus a game, OBS is capturing that window plus a camera. It overloads my computer, starts to slow it down. Yeah, I could just aim the camera at the screen. That's what I do when I play like chess with people here in the chat, which I do sometimes. I don't know. It's a super old laptop. I don't know. I don't really want to get that into gaming though, is the other thing. Maybe if I could live stream and game concurrently and it produced, say, as good or better results than what I'm doing right now, then I'd be down for it for sure. Although I don't really love playing video games all that much. Bye, Lady in Red. I just am not that into video games. It's like they can be fun, but I don't ever feel like I've done anything. You know, whatever I've done is within somebody else's defined frame. Whereas here, when I'm talking about a variety of things, even if nobody's listening really, or if it's just whatever, it feels to me like I've gotten stuff down on the permanent record that whatever I've said gets registered and accounted for in some sense. I can reference it later and say, no, actually, I said meow on this video there. I probably won't remember, but in theory, I could. Wow. Oakland versus NC State in the second round. Oakland beat Kentucky, and NC State, the 11 seed, beat whoever they beat. So, you know, it's conceivable you could see um, Oakland make it to the Sweet 16, maybe. That'd be crazy. It's unlikely they will beat NC State, which I see as a very strong 11 seed. But it's a lot more conceivable than them beating, you know, a 6 seed, seems like. Of course, they just beat a 3 seed, so who knows? I don't think Oakland's going to shoot lights out like they did today again, though. I've never seen Last of Us, never really heard of it or played it or seen it, so. Well, I mean, I will buy another computer when I prioritize it, which may be relatively soon. I'm not going to expect or count on YouTube really generating any revenue, but I do have a general sense that more longer term it might be a helpful chunk of change in the total, you know, economic picture for me. But I'll do what I'm going to do without waiting for anything like that. Kind of janky. You don't talk too much. How could you be talking too much? You're typing with your fingers. I am the one who talks. I talk and talk and talk and talk. If you're talking too much, then I must be talking too much times a million. The 7900 XTX GPU butters your buns. I don't think I need that good of a computer. I don't know how good that is, but I think you're fine, Ria. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it, all right? It's going to be just fine. Nobody's concerned about you saying lots of things because you're not being annoying. You know, people spamming the chat of people saying the same thing over and over and over and over again until you respond to it. That's annoying. Or somebody being like, you're old, you're on meth, you're old, you're on meth, you're smoking crack, you're homeless. A bunch of other garbage over and over again. That's annoying. You're not being annoying at all. You're just saying lots of things, and that's fine. They're real things you're saying. You're not just chumming the water. I wonder if I have yet another little poop in me. It kind of feels like I've got one coming. I just wish it would just be like one big poop. Yeah, I do like Key and Peele. I think it's quite funny. I think they're good. I like a lot of their stuff. Tonight's silliness with what's his name makes me think of that Key and Peele skit where it's a convention of black Republicans. They're all like exactly the same. It's pretty funny. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm pissed. It's probably an imitation of that guy that Thomas Sowell guy. I wouldn't be surprised. Pretty good stuff. I think I'll check my brackets in a second. I doubt I have even a single unbroken bracket yet with Oakland, Oregon, and NC State all winning, all of them double-digit seeds. that's a tough bracket to nail, you know. Well, thanks, Rio. I genuinely love these streams too. I love just hanging out on the internet, chatting with people, seeing what they say, responding. You know, it's exactly what I like to do. That sounds like a funny concept. I don't remember it exactly, but I also really love Megan, the character Megan, and her boyfriend. I forget what his name is. But Megan, though. No, it's it. I am done. I am happy. Obviously, their football names, skits are classic. Excellent, classic hilarity. They've got a lot of funny skits, though. Yeah, I remember the Walking Dead one. That's funny as well. And I like the one where they're sitting at the bar and they're listening to these two white girls talking about black guys. That's a funny one too. Okay, meow. I don't know what my favorite character is. I guess Megan, probably. Megan is a hilarious character. I don't watch The Walking Dead. I've never seen it. I know what it's about, but I've never seen it. Listen, meow, meow, meow. Will you just go ahead and eat? Meow, meow, meow. Do you have to have me watch? Meow, 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 meow. I want to give you some serious kitty mukbang action, okay? I don't want to deprive you of a single bite. Oh, yes, you're a silly boy. And you have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. Oh, yes, you're a silly boy. And Daddy knows. Daddy doesn't really want to be petting you and watching you eat, but he understands that you need lots of reassurance. Yes, you are a good kitty. Yes, your father loves you. I hope that clarifies on these important points, Trouble. Yes, you have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. Yes, you do. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Yes, he does. Regarding that matter, one can find no good reason to dispute my claim. My claims. Yes, I both claimed that I know and that I love, and that you have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. And I don't believe you've offered any rebuttal to any of those claims. Therefore, they're standing, and we affirm. However, said affirmation does not obligate me to indefinitely watch you eat. Thank you for finishing. I appreciate it. I was about to run out of patience, frankly. What is your name, Kakin Bro? Is Japanese. My name is Eric. And I don't know what Kakin Bro is. I don't know that. I do know a little Japanese. I can say, Wakatta, wakarimashita,そうですか. Atakimasu, arigato hasaimasu. And other such things like Kage no Bushinjutsu, Moshi Moshi, Ohio, Osh, and the like. These are some of my Japanese words that I know. Yeah, those are Japanese words, stream packs. Get with the program, all right? Get with the times. What are you, living in the Stone Ages? Don't you know Japan's where it's at nowadays? Lol fake emoji. What's a fake emoji? Is it like, what is a fake emoji? Is it like this? Laughing while crying face. That's not an emoji, Eric Strauss. Those are just words. It's a fake emoji. My cat's birthday is next month. I'm refinancing my house to get him a Richard Mille collar. I don't know what that is. Who's Richard Mille? Let me see. Must be some fancy designer, I'm guessing. Ooh, $2 million watch, huh? Wow, that's an expensive watch. $2.5 million for a watch? This watch has lasted like 5 years and I only paid like $35 for it. I don't think they're getting a very good deal on their watch. What is this live about? At the moment, it's about expensive watches and whether or not it makes sense to spend $2.5 million on a watch. I vote no. I'm going to ask a poll question, I think.
Daddy just watched you.
I'm going to ask a poll question here.
Come.
Is $2.5 million
Yes.
too much for a watch? Thanks. We do have 2 cats. Both of them are pretty cute. One of them is a wonderful, lovely kitty, and the other one is a pain in the ass, but we love them anyway. I don't think Bob needs to chill. I don't think he's getting agitated. But of course, the thing is, people don't buy what they need, they buy what they want. No one needs a $2.5 million watch, maybe, but also, no one needs, a fancy birthday dinner going out to eat. Just, yeah, we figured you were joking about getting your cat that. It's like people can point to things that I buy and say, you don't need that. I know I don't need that. I want it. I can't imagine wanting to spend $2.5 million on a watch. I mean, the first one that I saw that popped up was $2.5 million. Right? I'm not saying they're all that expensive. I'm just saying that's at least one of them is. But yeah, if you want to spend $2.5 million on a watch, who am I to tell you how to spend your $2.5 million? I think, however, the answer to the question is yes. $2.5 million is too much for a watch. I wouldn't spend my $2.5 million on that. But that's just me. Well, I'm sure that the bubble's gonna probably pop. I wonder what the Antiques Roadshow would say about my 5-year-old Timex. Ooh, the market's really up. This is worth about $4. A Rolex Daytona. Yeah, Antiques Roadshow typically does see a fair number of watches, and they often are valued much higher than I would imagine. The weird thing is that the watch market's gotten so hot in an era where most people check the time by looking at their phone. I find that very inconvenient. I much prefer a watch, which is much more convenient to look at than your phone. You don't have to take your phone out. You don't have to take your watch out of your pocket to look at it. You just got to go like this. I don't remember seeing the Antiques Roadshow who had a Rolex Paul Newman and it was worth a lot of money, fell on the ground. No, I don't remember seeing that one, but I want to now. The thing is, even every once in a while, even nowadays, very rarely, but occasionally, I will have a cup of coffee in my hand and look at my watch and spill coffee. Oh, Eric, what are you doing? I will take a huge rip for you. I just did take a pretty big rip, but I'll take another one. Because I'd like to. I think it's a good idea. I think you're speaking the wisdom of the prophets. Well, maybe the utility of a very expensive watch is not to tell time, it's purely the status symbol. I get that. Hence the price tag and the status it confers. I get that. But that's not why I buy a watch. For me, a watch is purely a utility thing, and I don't want it to look ugly. I want it to be a plain watch like this. Can you play with the cat? This cat does not want me to bother her right now. I will pet her in a second, but I think she wants to be left alone to rest in peace, probably. Not like the dead, but just like the kitty who's wanting to relax. All right, here we go. Let me make sure this is unclogged before I begin to hit it. Well, then your answer is no, money, isn't it? You have the option to choose no. You don't have to explain no because. Just choose no. What's your cat's name? My cat's name is Capio. Kapio. Capio. It means sweetheart in Hawaiian. Hi, Papa Pine. Oh, yes, my sweetie Bodidi. Yes, you're a wonderful kitty. That's why I wrote that song about you. And not about your brother. Capio. Kapio. It means sweetheart in Hawaiian. I don't know what the strain is because we didn't buy this breed. It just kind of fell into our lap, and I really don't know what it is. There's a Hermes Apple Watch that's like 20,000. You know, if I were gonna get a watch, I actually know what brand of watch I'd like to get because I like the name of it. Accutron. Sounds like a robot. Like, here's Accutron Men's Electrostatic Space View 2020 Limited Edition, $3,850. Why so expensive? I want a vintage one, you know, vintage 60s Accutron. Vintage 60s. No, not legacy. I don't want a legacy one. I want a vintage one. Stop trying to fake me out with these not vintage ones. Yeah, like this one looks cool. Right? Mark II Electric. A Bulova Accutron Astronaut Mark II Electric. I want that watch. Bulova Accutron Mark II Astronaut, did it say? Astronaut watch. A 1971 Bulova Accutron Astronaut Mark II stainless steel wristwatch. $900. $900? I like this one better anyway. This one's only $800. I do like this watch. This is a cool watch. This is a cool looking watch. I'm going to show it to you guys. If I were going to get a watch, I would get a watch like that looks like this. This is a fresh watch. right? That's a cool looking watch. I could go for that one. But I'm not going to buy it. Because I don't feel like spending $800 on a watch. I have to really love that watch for a long time to feel like I got $800 worth of value out of it. Got a little video too. Looks so nice. That is a nice looking watch, I gotta say. Beautiful. It's in like pristine condition too. I like the band. The glass part on the watch face or whatever you want to call that is a little scratched. A couple little scratches on it, but still looks great. It even comes with the instructions on how to set it and stuff. Pretty cool. I like it. $800 is not completely unaffordable. I'm not in. I'm not enamored enough of watches to spend $800, but you know. $2.5 million for a watch is just money laundering. It sounds like just value added, right? So, what do you guys think about my taste in watches? Do you like the watch I just showed you? I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty classic, classy, vintagey looking. I like it. With a price tag of US dollars 55 million, the Graph Diamond Hallucinogen is the most expensive watch in the world in 2024. Wow, $55 million for a watch. You could buy um, you could buy 22 of the watches that I was talking about for just one of those watches. Takes 22 $2.5 million watches to make a $55 million watch. Get, Ari, get. Oreo. You should call instead of zero Rio, you should call her two Rio. Because she has two Rios. Yeah, $55 million is a billionaire watch. Correct. I can't imagine anybody would be like, I'm so glad I bought that $55 million watch. They would just have to have so much money to throw away. I just can't, it doesn't even matter how much money I had. I can't even conceive of spending $55 million on a watch. And I could conceive of having so much money that maybe I spend $2.5 million on a watch. But I'd have to have like $100 billion to even dream of spending $55 million on a watch. I mean, what's it made out of? Like, hand forged from iron meteorites. All the parts are made of palladium. Even then, you couldn't even get close to even $1 million. The watch isn't that big, you know? Infused with the souls of 1,000 dead men. And then maybe you're talking it being explainable that it costs that much money. We marinated this watch in the blood of virgins for over 1,000 years. Probably not, actually, Fig Pig 3. I'm not saying that this watch doesn't do its job well. It does. This is a Timex, and it was like a $35 watch or something. I got it about 5 years ago. It's been quite sturdy. But I'm going to guess that it keeps at least slightly less precise time than, say, a Rolex. I'm going to go ahead and concede that the Rolex probably keeps slightly more precise time. Additionally, fancy watches are going to be able to maybe keep time, like show you what time is it in Paris, what time is it in whatever, They might do that kind of stuff. They might have a perpetual calendar on them. There's lots of different things they might have, none of which I need, nor want. I buy my watch to tell time. So do not say that, do not try to tell me that no one buys a watch just to look at what time it is. It's the only reason I buy a watch. The only reason I'm at all dissatisfied with this watch is that when I bought it, it had a light that shined when you pushed it so you could see it at night. That light didn't last very long. And ever since, I've not been able to see what time it is in the dark. So I'm not happy about that, but because it continues to work, I've not replaced it. I'll just deal with not being able to know what time it is in the dark. If they would just stop being such fussy pantses, we could get some Asian ladies to paint the numbers of my watch with radium, then they could glow in the dark. Where everyone's like, yeah, I don't like the fact that it's radioactive. No, because I don't like to have the phone next to me in bed because it'll make noise. And I don't want to change the settings to be like, okay, quiet time now thing. I just leave it in here plugged in. The only time I use my phone really is when I'm live streaming. I don't like my phone. I don't like phones. I don't like to text. I don't really like to make phone calls. Everything that I could do on my phone, I'd prefer to do on the laptop. I don't want an alarm clock next to my bed. I don't want there to be a light there. I don't want to see numbers, like digital numbers. I would be fine potentially with a clock that had glowing, like a regular clock like this with glowing numbers on it. But that's the problem. They could just do that with my watch too. If just they allowed us to still paint things with radioactivity, then I'd be able to see it in the dark. But really, ultimately, I'm with V. I don't really, truly trust the time unless I get it from a sundial. I figure there's no honesty as honest as that of the sun. I don't want a smartwatch, Katie. I want a slender profile watch. I don't like it to be big and bulky at all. It needs to fit, like this fits perfectly, right? It fits right here. It's the right size circle to fit right there. I have a very specific set of requirements for my watch. It needs to have all the numbers. I don't want any like partial numbers things, like just the 1 and the 3 and the 7. No, don't play games with me, watch, okay? And it needs to have a light in the dark, push the button and it lights up. And I don't want it to have any calendar or date thing on it because I know that's just going to get messed up and be useless and it's just going to be wrong all the time. Dog poo. Dog poo. Okay, thank you. That's enough. Yes, you have lots of emojis. Listen, a lot of people think you can't use a sundial at night. You can. Okay? You just use the moon instead. Now, you might say, but Eric, that won't accurately tell you what time it is. You just got to finesse it a little bit. You just got to kind of guesstimate. I mean, you can always use a sundial, for example, to tell when it's nighttime. The whole thing is shaded. No, Ananova 5. I may not have any particular reason to go to bed at any particular time, nor any particular need to know what time it is, but I still have to check my watch periodically. Hey, I say to myself, look, it's 10:16. There, aren't I a responsible fellow checking the time? Well, you don't need a sundial necessarily to tell you when it's nighttime. You also don't necessarily need ropes to climb up a cliff. That doesn't mean you should try to free climb it. Okay, trust in your tools, okay? Not in your gut, your feelings. Okay, you just feel that it's nighttime. You can't tell that way. Trust in your instruments. Exactly, KE. I'm glad to see you've learned something from your sundial. Rainy days or nights. Correct. It's like, did you miss kindergarten? I tell you, people these days. No, KE. Eyes are part of your body. They're part of your face body. You can't even tell the difference between a Bunsen burner and your own face. Hi, Groovy Life. Do you truly have a groovy life? And if so, how is that different from a fabulous life? Please distinguish between the two. I'm trying to make a decision between whether I should have a groovy life or a fabulous life. I can't decide. It's a tough choice, no matter how you cut it. Both seem like great, amazing, dynamite performers. Okay, time to empty out this. Time to empty out the grossness. Time to take out the trash. Yeah, this is disgusting. Okay. That's where that stink's coming from, huh? Alright. I hear you. I hear you, stink bucket. Time to take out the trash, right? Fine. Ugh. How disgusting is that? Exceedingly disgusting. Ooh. Boy. That was a mistake letting that sit there for a few days. Smells like death, plus the devil made love to a pile of vomit. I hear you, chill out. Oh dear God, what a horrific odor. You just gotta change your catch tray a little more frequently than that. Woo. Horrible. Something is rotten in Christmas tree town. And I ain't just whistling biscuits. No, sir, ma'am, or other, I am not just whistling biscuits. Well, that was absolutely horrible. I cannot believe I allowed that filthy water to get, or old coffee to get so gross that it smelled like dumpster water. How did that happen so quickly? I empty this like fairly frequently, but guess I need to not just empty it, but clean it out too. Anywho, phew, that was a horrible, horrible experience. But nobody can deny. But nobody can deny. Because that was horribly stinky. Ugh. Don't let that go happen again, Eric. I don't know what you were thinking, but get your fucking head out of your ass. I don't know when the last time Rachel changed this water is. I think a long time ago. I usually leave this task up to her, but she's been sick. And she probably hasn't done it in a while. The grossness of that makes me want to change this water. Come on. Motherfucker. No. Don't be like that. This needs to be washed. I know neither of us like this task, but I think it is Rachel's. Very well, I will do it. Smells like aquarium water. Not nearly as gross as that other thing I emptied out, but still not especially fresh. I don't know who all was around last night, or who remembers what I'm talking about. But if you were, how weird was it when like Sleazy Juan just got incredibly nasty when he was contradicted by Cameron about this cat thing. Like, what made him go so completely apeshit crazy like that? The answer is I don't know. But there might be some good reason for it. I don't know. Alright, cat thing. Get you cleaned up. Get you nice and clean. It'll be fine. Soup you up. Scrub. 3 men in a tub. All of them gay. Now I need to finish making my coffee before I get soap in it. I gotta stir it up. Little darling, stir it up. That seems adequate for the stirrage. Put this in the sink. I'll put these things in the dishwasher. Except for the big thing here. I'll wash this thing. Piece is looking fine. We'll need to do the other pieces here as well. This piece. This piece. Get that. Get this. We'll get this part. I'll flip up. We'll rinse it off. Like now. Okay. Now, we'll will put, right, the other thing we need to wash is this pump. Kind of covered with slime and stuff. We also got this filter thing here, which we'll clean out. Try to get it as ungross as possible. Okay. Wrap this thing out some more. Clean up this cord. Alright, now this goes back in here. This goes like this. This goes like this. And they'll get plugged in a second. Then this goes like this. And there we go. Next, we just need to fill it up with water. Let's carry it over here. Put the water in like so. Fill this up as per meow. Alright, now plug this here, plug it here, and there goes the biscuits. I don't know what Rachel's talking about. Rachel keeps turning the light back on this thing. And I'm like, why do you keep turning the light back on? She said, it doesn't work unless you push this button. I said, I'm pretty sure it does work. The button is just for the light. She's like, no. If you push the button, it turns off. It does not turn off if you push that button. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. You don't need to have that light on. For it to work, it works fine. Without the light on. So I will make this point to her so that she doesn't keep turning that horrible blue light back on today. I hate the look of it. It's an ugly looking light. Crock pot, right. Maverick D, how about something with sweet hickory? Some of the bug designer have similar DNA and not a big fan of some of them as they have an old lady perfume-like smell. I love the smell of old ladies. It's one of my favorite smells. Spring flowers, a crisp winter's forest, and old ladies. Those are three of my favorite smells. Now combined into just one perfume. Old lady in the winter forest, spring flowers. Okay. We've got this rice pot. I mean, it's an everything pot, but I I use it for rice mostly. You can use it for things other than rice. But for me, this is first and foremost the rice pot. Anyway, now that I've got this rice pot here cleaned, I'll just put that back away underneath the thing here where it goes. In the interest of general tidiness, cleanliness, etc. All right. We are really busting our bananas into splits today here on Talking with Famous People. Free fragrance ideas. Old lady plus hot dogs. I want those two smells combined into a special perfume. Eric smell. Notes of Marlboro, weed, and body odor. Is there a hobo around here? No, I'm just wearing Eric. If it had notes of Jack Daniels, then it would be full blast hobo. You know, you just smell cigarettes, weed, whiskey, and body odor. Thanks to the President Donald Trump. You know what? Maybe he is a good president. After all, he came all the way here just to give me $1. He's got a lot of important things going on, I'm sure. With his court cases and his running for president and stuff. I feel flattered that he came all the way here to give me $1. Even if he just come here to give me a nickel, I'd say, well, you know, Biden didn't give me $1. Biden didn't give me a nickel. Bergamot plus jasmine plus vanilla plus, are you talking about my dick, KE? Something woody. I mean, I don't know what else you could be talking about. That's not appropriate. First of all, you don't even know what my dick smells like. So how do you know you want it in your perfume? You don't need to ask me if you can tell me a joke. You can simply tell it. That was really unprofessional, KE. I agree. Don't objectify me like that, KE. I'm not an ingredient for your perfume, okay? She got her chops busted, huh? Fig Prankster says, "What's up, Uncle Ron?" My name's not Ron. Oh, chillax. It was obviously a joke. Something woody. You probably mean like sandalwood or something. Obviously, you weren't referring to my penis. And I must say, my penis is not just something woody, like just a variable can be replaced by anything. This is humanpenis.com we're talking about. The origin of all true penises. The mother of penises. Everybody else's penis split off from mine. What does tuna, a piano, and a bottle of glue have in common? The Japanese like to eat all of them? No, wait, that's just tuna. They all stick 2 pieces of paper together? Oh, wait, that's just glue. No, the mother of all penises is my penis. Other penises evolved out of my proto-penis. You need to understand the theory of evolution better, Kay. Jackson, fine. I will say balls. Okay? BALLS, balls. A piano could stick paper together, and tuna could stick paper together, but they're notoriously bad at following directions. You can tune a piano, but you can't piano tuna. What about the glue? Say what? Uncle Ron? Why? So, where does the... Oh, who has it? Who has it? Are you okay? I'm genuinely concerned for you. Start to finish builds. You know, just go with the first part. Don't stack on the obvious lie at the end. First of all, I've been doing the heroine of this story, which is what you spelled, for the last 4.5 years. Her name is Rachel. I prefer to refer to her by her name, not merely as the heroine of the story. And I've been banging her for 4.5 years. She's my wife. You know, that's the answer to the question. You do heroin. Do not do heroin, Angel Herodia. If I did heroin, would I, in fact, be here live streaming energetically all day? Probably not. I've never done it, but from what I understand, you kind of nod off, right? Well, start to finish builds. If you knew that, then you're very bad at knowing things. I don't think I did see the, that's what everyone gets stuck on. Aha! That is a great joke, Ryan Bastian. I like that joke a lot. What do a tuna, a piano, and glue have in common? You can tune a piano, but you can't piano tuna. Well, what about the glue? That's what everyone gets stuck on. I like that joke. Great job, Ryan Bastian. You get a wonder point. I have done heroin before a long time ago. I smoked a bit of black tar heroin. It made me puke. I never tried it again. I've always found that opioids, authentic or artificial, have made me very sick. I never liked them, never got into them, never did them. I have tried them before a long time ago, but it's just not my kind of drug. It's not the kind of drug I'm into. As everybody who's been around here for any time knows. You once again have misspelled heroin. So, are you sure you aren't addicted to heroin? Obviously, I'm not addicted to heroin. But that's fine. If you want to make it easy meow, just take speed like a normal person. Sheesh. You can have a wonder point. Okay? Okay, you can have a wonder point for your suggestion. Never tried any fentanyl. Nope. Nor perks. My grandmother, interestingly, was addicted to Percocet / Percodan.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. She was a pharmacist. No, I'm not deflecting. I'm answering the question directly. No, I've never tried fentanyl. No, I've never tried Percocet. No, I've never tried Percodan. Deflecting is the opposite of answering the question directly. I do 0 injections of anything, asswipe. Obviously, if answering the 3 questions directly comprises gish galloping, then, well, I know you are start to finish builds, obviously. You know, people accuse me of all sorts of things. It's on my heroin's not on my bingo card, but I have both crack and meth on there. So this is not new to me, right? I have tried Vicodin, but it made me feel sick. Kratom, I've tried, sure, wasn't particularly interested or fond of it. What do I do for a living? I am currently doing, I guess you could say, property management. We've got another property that we own down the street, and I'm getting it set up, getting permitting process done for for operating it as a vacation rental. I used to be a competition flow debate coach. That was my job for my career. Do I love America? Yes, I do. Thanks. I do have a nice beard. Do I recommend meth? No. James Dilly Faulkner says hi. Hi, James Dilly Faulkner. DMT, I love it. Road Pro, I think it's great. Big fan. Don't have any, but I've done it plenty of times, and I like it a lot. Can I mow your grass? You cannot mow my grass because I don't have any grass to mow. We don't have a landscaped property. We just have trees and hill, you know. I don't want to look up Uncle Ron, but I suppose I will. Well, I don't know who this guy is, but I guess it's a meme of some sort. I heard 55 million. Am I correct? I don't want to watch the video. What a hideous watch. It's so ugly. Ant offers the following contribution: poop. Thanks for that, Ant. We appreciate your contribution. Grapefruit stimulates confidence. Puke, says Girachmane. Wow, that's an interesting contribution as well. Thank you for that. I am familiar with the concept of a brown nut. I can't quite place the pitch of it right now. So I'm going to go have a health tube outside right now. When I come back in, I think I will play a song or two and probably wrap this up. It's pushing 11 p.m. I'm not exactly sure, though, what I will do after I do end the stream. If I'm not quite ready to go to bed, which I'm not, what will I watch to entertain myself? I don't have any cartoons to watch. This is the problem I have. Normally, I like to watch cartoons before bed, or barring that, maybe I find some interesting stuff on YouTube. I'm from California, in the middle of the state, near Yosemite. Okay, so let's say Fig Prankster, I were to watch those videos. Would I find myself, quote unquote, laughing at him? Would I find myself agreeing with him? Would I find myself offended by him? Because, I don't watch random things. You're gonna have to sell me on it more before I'm gonna watch this random thing. Riz is on the bingo card. Riz is it's it's in this box here with Skibbity and Giat. Skibbity, Giat, and Riz. I ask a serious question. We all get lonely at some point. How do I deal with loneliness? Just like this. I don't get lonely because of talking with famous people. Because anytime I feel like chatting with people, okay, well, maybe I'll check it out, but I don't tend to find it amusing to watch people who are to be experienced via ridicule of some sort, Anyway, loneliness. So because talking with famous people, I really don't get very lonely ever. I can always live stream, and even before recent channel growth, I would have, maybe at least 5 or 6 or 8 people here, and be able to just talk about whatever. I don't see it as a distraction. I see this engagement as very much as real, if not more real, than IRL engagements that I have, because this is who I am. I'm somebody who wants to talk a lot. I'd like to exist in a metaphysical ecosystem rather than a physical one. It's consistent with my nature. So it satisfies all my needs. But it's not the case for everybody, right? Not everybody can have their needs for companionship satisfied via this kind of medium. It works for me here because I am the person doing the talking, and I get to engage with multiple different people like this. If I were on the other end of it, I'm not sure it would work for me at all. But this is a bingo list, yes. So, for example, Dratchman, he looks 60. Damn, no way he's 50. That would qualify as old grandpa. He's on the bingo card. This bingo card represents uninteresting things, people say. Boring things that I've heard a million times before. You might call it uninteresting people bingo. What is on that plate? Sorry, something, but you have hit this bingo square. What is on that plate? This is, in fact, weed. See, pedo, look. Of course, Giraffe shows his true colors once I shame him for being such a shit for brains. Here we go. Here it is. Pedo. Stop smoking. There's another one on the bingo card. He's tripling down on his retardation. This is like you're about to get it should be the RETARD. Gay and gay, it's also on here. Great cracks on here. Wonderful. Balds on here. Correct. Wonderful. Congratulations. You hit the jackpot and got yourself hidden. So, I'm pretty sure that's that idiot gift gap under another account. So I was excited to have the opportunity to play with him again. Why don't Californians ever play hide and seek? Because good luck finding a hiding spot without running into someone doing yoga. This is actually Fire Dog. What's Fire Dog? Is it like Police Dog but for firemen? Yeah, name a car for an edit. Also on the bingo card. Daddy, I have Old Man and Grandpa. I don't think I've listed Daddy, but I probably should put that one on there. That should make the list. Oh, like this is actually fire, comma, dog. It was the absence of the comma that confused me, Comedy Flu, not the use of fire. I do like shrooms, yes. And I take them regularly. Oh, yes, you are. You are that smart, Yamoba. You're even smarter than that by a large margin. Oil up, little bro. What would you like me to oil up? The pan? Are we doing a stir fry or what? I don't know if Marvel will make a Kool-Aid movie, Kool-Aid Man movie. Well, thank you, Yamoba. I appreciate your subscription. What does thank you 39 mean? These are Japanese characters that look like 39 and they sound when pronounced like thank you, even though they don't mean thank you. There was a character in the cartoon Blue Exorcist who was wearing this shirt. I liked it a lot, so I got it. San Q. Right. Alex Hartman. He knows. So it's kind of like coolness signaling that only the coolest people understand the signaling of. Without the internet or grass, how would you pass time? Well, I mean, if I didn't have the internet, if I weren't live streaming and stuff, then I don't think we would have chosen to move up here. Like, I don't mind being um, isolated out here in the forest because I'm not isolated at all. I get to do this whenever I want, talk with people whenever I feel like it. Bullshit indefinitely. As Anna05 says, I'm the master bullshitter. I'm not really bullshitting. I'm just shooting the shit. It's a little different than bullshitting, but I get what you're getting at. Regardless, I'm very much extremely in my element doing this. It is the most natural thing in the world for me, and the most comfortable thing in the world for me. Oh, I see. So 3 and 9, the numbers look like the Japanese characters for San and Q, which sounds like thank you. So what would I do? Well, I mean, my whole life would be different, right? I spent much of my life having a career, working long hours, parenting, raising a kid, dealing with whatever, etc. But the happiest times of my life really have been since I started this YouTube channel. Because for people like me, prior to there being an internet, a metaphysical ecosystem, which allowed us to operate in our most native ways, intuitives like me were forced to deal with a very inadequate kind of metaphysical ecosystem, namely books and libraries as ways of exchanging ideas. There was no capacity to do that real time. For more physically minded people, this seems like it couldn't possibly be the main course. This must just be garnish or something. Because for them, the main course has to be more concrete, physical, experiential, in the moment, present, whatever. Because they're that kind of person, and that's what they need to feel ontologically nurtured by the environment, to feel like they can thrive because it's the right kind of ecosystem for them. For me, it's the opposite. It's this is the main course, and I'm most comfortable with it being the main course. And uh, so it's like I never was really healthy until I got this YouTube channel. It it helped me to actualize or optimize or whatever you want to call it. And I didn't realize how lonely I was until I started this YouTube channel. I didn't realize how like dying of thirst I was for attention, engagement, intellectuality of some sort, you know, besides just talking to my ESFJ wife, listening to her tell me about Real Housewives or whatever, you know. I just had never, prior to this channel, had any environment that even close to rewarded me for being who I am. And it didn't even that much at the beginning because I was stuck with long form videos. Once live streaming came around to YouTube, then I just discovered, oh, I was born to do this. This is what I want to do. This is how I spend my time. I can talk forever, etc. I can talk forever about just about anything. Most of the time, I want to talk about stuff, something or another. Sometimes I don't. In those instances, I like take naps, take a bath, and, do chores. Do a lot of chores while I'm streaming too. But for all of my time streaming, for most of this channel since streaming came out on YouTube, it has been purely and only a labor of love. It was always the thing that garnered no actual concrete benefits for the channel at all. If I wanted to benefit the channel, I needed to do long form videos or shorts more recently, Until vertical live streaming just a couple months ago, and now, like, my entire perspective on what counts as useful or not has shifted 180 degrees on YouTube. I think now the only thing that's even conceivably useful is for me to live stream. As long as that's garnering me some growth in the channel, that's exactly what I should do, because that's exactly what I'm going to do regardless. Thank you. Good job. Thanks, Big Prankster. I don't know if I'm a strong man or not, but I like that term because I always like to make fun of on Naked and Afraid. Like, every time a woman, which is every episode, goes on Naked and Afraid, it seems like, I don't know, 60% of them at least say, I'm a strong woman. I've never heard any of them say, I'm a weak woman. No, Hyde is fine. I'd already timed him out before for spamming poos, and he stuck around long enough to do it again. Hyde is up. He hadn't said a single word. He just spammed emojis. That's fine. When do you sleep, Madala? You talking to me? Am I Madala? I sleep. I slept like 4 or 5 hours last night. I'll sleep again tonight. hopefully more than that. You know, I go through phases of sleeping less, sleeping more. Wish someone else would see deeply into my soul and then tell me what I was made for so I can just get on with it already. I tell Rachel what she's made for, but that's only during sex. The rest of the time, I don't know what she's made for. I know what she's made for some of the time. It starts with an F and it ends with an ucking. All right, I'll give you a hint. It starts with an F and ends with an ucking. I'm going to because I'm going to. I'm going to because I'm going to. I'm going pee because I pee. It's the best thing in life. Okay. There. I'm done peeing. Now let's go over here. I hear this weird sound from over there. I'm not sure what it is. It kind of sounds like the chirping of a basketball shoe on a wooden floor. Coming up on the street over there. I have no idea what the sound is. Never heard anything quite like it. But I think there's some people up there someplace doing something. And also like trying to be quiet. It seems like that's my intuition about this matter. I don't know for sure though. There. That ends their light advantage. Just listen. Do you hear that? You bring that pit, and there's that thing. What is that? I do not know what that sound is. I heard it multiple times now. This chirp sound. This sounds like a basketball shoe on a wooden floor. I have no idea what that sound is. The other one, that could just be like a bird maybe or something. I'm not sure. But the chirp sound that happens occasionally, I have no idea what that sound is. Thank you for your service, Ananova. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry your job is soul crushing. I have worked some soul crushing jobs before. It's, as the name would suggest, soul crushing. Okay, well, I am getting ready here pretty soon to go to bed. But before I do, I want to turn off this lamp. Peow, as per peow. And maybe I'll play a little bit of a song. No, that chirping sound was not a bird chirp. The second one, that could have been a bird, but I don't really know what that was. But the other sound, the occasional chirp sound, was definitely not a bird chirp. Okay, it was like I said, it sounded just like a basketball shoe on a wooden floor, and it was definitely a human kind of a sound of some sort. I'm not sure what it was though. All right. I'm going to play one song before I go to bed. It's going to be a made-up song right now. I don't want to play an official song. I've been live streaming all day long. I've been dealing with trolls both weak and strong. I've been dealing with pleasant people, though, too. It's 11:12 in the PM. Almost midnight, almost new DM indeed. Indeed. But now it's time to go bed. Wait. Perhaps I'll tell a little story like at noon. No, this is an LTD and it Indonesian Gardar. It's made by Indonesian people very far, far from here. And I got it in the store here. Enjoy this song. Run. Abdiel Montez Perez. I don't want to run. I'm not in that much of a hurry. I'm going to tell you, jog. Are you jogging? No? Run. Before it's too late. Okay. I'm going to pull a bowl here. And then I'll just wrap it up call it a night, you know. Maybe stay up a little while longer, though. So the thing is, if I do stay up a little while longer, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. I'm not entirely sure I'm ready to go to sleep. I think this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep streaming, but I'm going to take a couple gabapentins right now and a couple Benadryls and figure those will kick in and make me tired sooner or later. And then at that point, about half an hour probably it takes. At that point, I will wrap it up and try to go to bed. How often do you stream and do you have a schedule? I stream all the time. People say to me, do you ever sleep? Why are you always streaming? Do you ever not stream? I will sleep tonight, but I can pretty much guarantee you that come tomorrow morning, say 7 a.m. or so, I will be streaming again. Probably be streaming all day again. I do need to go to town again tomorrow at some point, so I won't be streaming literally all day. Because I cannot continue streaming when I go to town because I live out here in the boondocks, and as soon as I get away from the Wi-Fi, I got no bars. Nobody does. Okay, Jackson, if you say so. Gabapentin for the win, indeed, Henry 444. It's a nice, gentle sleep aid that's non-addictive, not like benzos, any crazy shrimp trips. Yeah, I did have a very crazy shrimp. The most crazy shrimp trip I've ever had, I had this past year and back in July. I had gotten accustomed to taking a fair amount of shrooms usually, but I ended up and taking them fairly often, so I had a fairly high tolerance. But then I kind of took about a couple week break, right? I guess I ran out of mushrooms. It was a couple weeks till I went to the store again. I was gone all day. I was on a bunch of Vyvanse. When I came back, then I ate a whole half ounce of mushrooms on a clean head, and I was fairly thwacked out on the Vyvanse, and it had an incredibly long, draining day. Where we had traveled from here to Oakland, which is 3 hours in good traffic, watched an A's game, an A's day game, sitting in the sun, gotten all like baked in the sun. Then driven back to Mariposa in traffic. It took like 5 hours to get back. It was a draining day. And when I finally got back, I thought I was being responsible by waiting until I got back to take the mushroom, take a half ounce of them. I essentially had like a psychotic break. I had to eventually take a half Klonopin to like come down from it. It wasn't fun. Preppy girl forever, Aurora. I can say Aurora. Hello, Aurora. You remind me a lot of a little something I like to call Borealis. Well, that's not the only aurora there are. Those are the most famous aurora, but there are other aurora. There's like the aurora meow 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 meow. I don't know what it's called exactly, but there's this aurora who's preppy girl forever. But if you're really that preppy, Aurora, let me ask you this. Do you wear Sperry Docksiders shoes? If not, you're not truly preppy enough. You could get preppier. I'm also a big believer in constantly wearing Polo by Ralph Lauren shirts with your collar up like this. In the cool, preppy way. This is what it means to be preppy, okay? It's a whole lifestyle. Show the cat. Okay. There's the cat. Yes, she's a wonderful kitty. I have a song about her called Wonderful, Wonderful Kitty. There she is. She's a wonderful, wonderful kitty. The song goes like this: Wonderful, wonderful kitty, having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty, such a fabulous soft friend. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Goes like that. Stop, you made a song crying. Because she's a wonderful kitty. I couldn't help but write her a song. My other cat's a pain in the butt. He doesn't deserve a song called Wonderful Kitty, but this wonderful kitty does. She was actually born in right next to me in bed by my other cat, my previous cat. She was the one of the kittens that we couldn't find a home for, and now she's my cat. And her name is Capillo, which means sweetheart in Hawaiian. Trouble is our other cat, and his name is also correct. She's a super sweet kitty. Trouble is trouble, you know. They're both named correctly. Oh yes, I will have to pet you though, but I have to. Oh yes, yes, oh yes, yes. Daddy, I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. I couldn't help but pet you. I'm ashamed of myself now. You have a cat named Eve who always paws at the bathroom door while you poop. Yeah, Trouble insists on guarding the bathroom every time I poop. Like he sit right in the door, prevent anybody from like joining me except for like, basically he's trying to prevent Capillo from spending time with me. He wants to monopolize me to himself. She's looking very sweet. Oh yes, you are. You're such a good kitty. Hi, Mr. Kartoffel. You're such a very good kitty. And now you're more well lit. Trouble's over there. Here's Trouble. Let's see. There he is. See him? He's behind that little table. He's cleaning himself right now, actually. Let's see them Thai beans. What are Thai beans? I have no idea what that is. Big chocolate 710. I don't know what you're talking about. What's with the boxes? Oh, that's stuff for the other house. We're getting the other house ready to rent, you know, so we got like a pot, a knife set, dish towels, some of these floor lamps. That's what all that stuff is. I just need to take it over to the other house. Basically, I took those smaller boxes out of the big boxes and broke down the big boxes because obviously we're going to have a lot of trash to throw away as we're dealing with all this packaging, which takes up a lot of trash room. Now, I'm not so wealthy. You have to spend money to make money, right? We need to get this house that we purchased to be generating money, not costing money. Right now, it's just costing money until we get the uh, the application through the county, get the permitting process done, get the septic tank fixed, a bunch of stuff, you know. So, this is basically a business deal we're putting together, and there are expenses. Okay, yeah, maybe I am, Katie. All right. But I don't feel wealthy enough because Well, the thing is, I'm trying to think about it in terms of how can I support myself, Rachel, and Delilah for the rest of our lives on an estate that's not big enough to do that in and of itself, for sure. I need to create a net positive cash flow, or else we will run out of money at some point. I don't really like traveling. The RV slash travel life has crossed my mind. I've thought about it at some point, but it wouldn't be. I wouldn't like it. Can you tell me the point of a live short if it's supposed to be a short video? Well, it's not really a live short. It's vertical live streaming. It's it's also featured in the shorts feed, but it would be incorrect to call this a short of any in any way, shape, or form. It's been going on for almost 9 hours now, so it's definitely not short. Toe beans equal kitty feet. Toe beans or kitty feet? Hmm. I appreciate the fact that the vertical live streams are being featured in the shorts feed right now by YouTube. I don't know how long it's going to last. Right now, I'm trying to maximize the positive impact that I can. Hopefully, it lasts indefinitely. But I've seen unprecedented channel growth since vertical live streaming. It's exclusively because people on the shorts feed see this. It may become de-emphasized after they stop. Right now it's currently in its we're promoting vertical live streaming phase. Trim my eyebrows? I could. Why do I like hard-boiled egg with mayo? I don't like hard-boiled egg with mayo. I don't like mayo at all. Hard-boiled eggs are fine, but I don't love them. Maybe I will trim my eyebrows. Maybe I will. I don't plan on doing it right this second, though. I appreciate the advice because that's not one I've heard before. I've heard a lot of things from people coming in here, but I've never heard anybody tell me to trim my eyebrows. Are you still doing typing sessions? Yeah, I mean, it's still possible to purchase one, but I'm not like going out of my way to encourage anybody to do it because I don't really love doing it per se. It's scheduled work that you have to do. Somebody's paid you, so you have to do a good job, and I don't know, Fig Prankster. I have no idea whether Chinese people actually eat dogs or not. A typing session is kind of hard to describe. I'd be probably better off to just kind of I'll link one and well, it's like it's a one-on-one interview. I'm interviewing somebody, asking them a bunch of questions about a different kinds of questions designed to do different things. And then at the end of that, I tell them about their personality type, which is to say, basically, their habits of paying attention. I spend an hour or sometimes longer. Like Elaine took a long time, and this one's an hour and 42 minutes long actually. And I think I eventually ended up typing it wrong anyway. It's not a perfect science. But the thing is, I do it a lot better than anybody else does it because I have specific skill tests that correlate with certain things. So those can't be gamed and they aren't subject to subjectivities influencing self reporting. So what I'm doing is a little bit more rigorous than any reasonable person would think that personality testing could possibly be, really. But it's still as much art as science, really. Rachel looking at the stream being like, my seat, cute, but it's been ruined. And usually I spend 1 hour. I charge $100. It's not really to make make money so much as it is to it's too complicated to answer that question, Mr. Rodolfo. I don't feel like getting into it right now. But Jello, Brooke, how are you? Pleasure to see you this evening. Hope you're having a fine, what is it, Friday morning? Almost Friday morning. For me, it's still Thursday night. If you're on the West Coast, still Thursday night. Just so you know, I told you a joke a little bit ago, and you got it. So I went on to tell like 30 other people, and no one else got it. Well, I thought it was funny, Ryan Bastion. I think it's a great joke. For those who didn't hear it, I'm going to repeat the joke because I think it's a very good joke. What do a tuna, a piano, and glue have in common? You can tune a piano, but you can't piano tuna. What about the glue? That's exactly what people get stuck on. Ba-da, 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 pa. What disturbance did you call? Mr. Kartoffel, will you stop being all dramatic about everything all the time? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm very sorry for... Just shut up already with your nonsense. You have nothing to be very sorry about. Oh, we tried. I don't know. Somebody mentioned that. I don't know. Somebody said something about a watch, and it was $2.5 million. I was like, for a watch? I guess the market's hot right now, reportedly. I'll tell you a joke, Ryan Bastian, that you can take away and tell other people too, which is this. Once upon a time, there was a Mexican magician, and he said, uno, dos, and then poof, he disappeared without a trace. There's a dad joke for you, okay? I heard it from another YouTuber, a young YouTuber, not a dad, as far as I could tell. Yeah, you should be very, very sorry about that, Mr. Kartoffel. You should be deeply, deeply, deeply sorry. Yeah. The thing is, the trick of that joke is TRES, not TRACE. Ba-da-ba. Chris, Michael, Dreamer, we were telling a couple of dad jokes a second ago. Right now, we're just transitioning from dad joke into maybe another cup of coffee. I've had a couple of gabapentins. I've taken a couple of Benadryls. I don't want to explain it to you, Mr. Kartoffel. Google it. Have you ever heard of Google.com? It's this new website they have. If you don't like Google.com, perhaps you could try DuckDuckGo. I hear that's popular with the youngsters. I know, use Alta Vista. That's always an effective search engine. Does Alta Vista still exist? I doubt it. I bought a belt for $1,000 that didn't fit. What a huge waste. We're really steeping into dad jokes today, huh? My parents don't allow me to use Google. You're welcome, Ryan Bastian. Okay, that joke I'm not reading out loud, fake prankster. That's a dirty joke. That's an inappropriate and vulgar joke. Because you, sir, are talking about sexual stuff. And that's not appropriate. That kind of body talk, we reserve that for the locker room, sir. The gay locker room. Exactly the kind of place where the scenario of that joke might occur. So here's something, a conundrum. This is something I was just thinking about in the other room, and I think it's worth discussing, worth noting. Well, RoPro, you can do so in a second. When I come back in, I'm not sure going to smoke a joint, but I will pull a couple bong rips with you. But first, I'm going to go outside for a second. I was just thinking how, like, I have a tendency to tell myself, Eric, you should go to bed. What are you doing? You're staying up too late or something. If anybody else were to tell me, I would say, why? Why should I go to bed? Why are you telling me what to do? Why am I telling myself what to do? Why should I go to bed? Like, why am I taking gabapentin and Benadryl to try to make myself go to sleep rather than just waiting for myself to naturally go to sleep? You know what? I'm going to go in the garage instead. I don't feel like I don't want to run the risk of being noisy outside, bothering the neighbors or something. Not that I'm talking that loud, but voices carry. Stupid Eric. Oh, Eric, you were so stupid. God. You're holding a cup of coffee. Don't do things with the hand that you're holding the coffee with that are going to cause the coffee to spill. Okay? Do things with your other hand. You dumbass. Have you ever been to Uber Jover? No. I don't know what that is. Is it one of those Anita Dick and Me things or something? Well, sometimes I have to give myself a thorough tongue lashing because I do something stupid. I don't mind me giving myself a tongue lashing. I don't understand why I tell myself I should go to bed. Like, according to whom? My mom? No, Eric, you just know you should really go to bed. Why? Because you need to sleep. Okay, well, shouldn't I wait till I'm actually going to go to sleep before I try to go to bed? It should be like this. Oh God, I cannot keep my eyes open. I have got to go to bed, you guys. It should be like that, not some other way around. Oh, I do have another bag of cutlets. I was saying earlier how I didn't have any more cutlets. They're right here. Wow. The Woodland Friends will be excited tomorrow. Surprised, no doubt, after I explained to them today that I didn't have cutlets. They're probably going to be like, were you lying yesterday then? I say, no, I was just wrong. Capitalism is C, caring, A, all loving, P, precious, I, integrity, T, totally great, A, awesome, L, loving it. This is the poem for capitalism. How old are you? I am 52. How old are you? Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she's meow, 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 meow. Let's sing jazz. I used to visit all those very gay places, those come what may places, where you can see who you've been washed away by 2 minutes through the day. 12 o'clock till. Then you came along with your siren song to tempt me to madness. I thought for a while that your poignant smile was tinged with the sadness of a great love for me. Oh yeah, I was wrong again. I was wrong. Bottom. Life is all full again. A trough full of hearts would only be unsure. A week in Paris would ease the bite of it. All I care is to smile in spite of it. I'll forget you, I will, while yet you are still burning inside my brain. Romance is mush, stifling those who strive. I live a lush life in some small dive, and there I'll be till I rot with the rest of those whose lives are lonely too. Thank you. That was Lush Life by some jazz guy. I don't remember who wrote that song. Famous jazz standard. Great song. little hard to sing, tricky vocal melody in a number of spots. But I learned it young, so it's embedded deep in me. I don't know. I just liked that song. When I heard it as a kid, I thought, this song's really good for some reason. And I learned how to sing along with the whole thing. I had some album that had a vocal jazz version of it with lyrics, singing the words. And because I think it was originally written as an instrumental song. Anyway, I learned the whole thing. I still remember the whole thing, obviously. I just sang the whole thing. I probably learned that when I was like 9 years old, 10 years old or something. I don't know. Young, maybe younger than that, maybe 8. And I just learned it by listening to this song a bunch. I liked it a bunch. I just started singing along with it. I never had the words in front of me. Maybe I did. Maybe I read the words off the back of the album cover. I don't really remember. But one way or another, I learned the shit out of that song, obviously, since I still remember the whole thing. So many wonderful songs in the world. I love music. I love it so much. I love listening to it. Sometimes I love playing it. It's the most powerful, most important, and most difficult of all media. It has the most capacity for timelessness. Comedy has the least capacity for timelessness. Doesn't mean I don't love comedy too. I do. They're kind of opposite ends of the frequency range spectrum. You might think of comedy as high treble and music as bass. Okay, fine. Using a music metaphor to compare music to something else doesn't really make much sense. But I did it anyway, okay? I did it anyway. But yeah, like Mozart's still just as good today as it was when it was written whenever. People still respect it, still know it. People still remember those songs. They're still earworms, unfazed by the passage of time. Granted, the compositional architecture is very antiquated. Nobody got time for a 20-minute movement to a symphony anymore. And that's fine. But she still can't beat many classical compositions from a long time ago for like the perfect piece of scoring for a movie or soundtrack for a movie or whatever. Scoring, it would really be called. Because it's just instrumental stuff. But, you can imagine some movie that's got like, and you can just sort of picture a scene. I mean, that's going to evoke wedding, but, like, bum 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 ba da 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 da. That evokes a very specific kind of like martial, ceremonial kind of feel. British, very British with the horns. Classical music has that kind of archetypal evocativeness that makes it perfect for scoring films. John Williams, a modern composer who shit will be remembered forever. Bum, ba, da, dun, da, 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 dun, dun, da. Bum, bum, ba, da, dun, da, da, dun, dun, da, da, da. Pachelbel's Canon, where you get over a breakup by laying pipe. By laying pipe, do you mean going poop in the toilet? I'm assuming that must be what you mean. Because this is a family show, okay? We don't talk about intercourses, sexual or otherwise. That's just gross, overly sexualized jokes, big prankster. I'm not going to time you out, but I'm going to remove that for being overly crass, okay? I'm not interested in that level of crassness. Brunettes are witches? And what are dirty blondes? I'd say Rachel's halfway between blonde and brunette, probably. Big trouble, I have watched you eat enough, okay? Just zip it. Oh, inserting your penis. You're talking about marriage wrestling. I do that with my wife sometimes. Other people do that too, huh? I thought it was just us. Hit the gym, shark. Hit it with what? Some Metallica songs do have kind of classical references or allusions, you might say. America! Kim Jong-un. I'm gonna hit the gym soon, Shark says. Both are sick fucks, to be honest. Both whom? Biden and Trump? I agree with you. I don't think they're both sick fucks. I think they're both utterly unqualified to be president. How to do the thug shaker again? Fine. What's troubling me is that people keep forgetting how to do the thug shake and have to reteach them. It goes like this. You gotta do the thug shake. You gotta do the thug shake. You gotta do the thug shake. Shake, 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 shake. It's like that, okay? Just remember it now, okay? What's been troubling me lately? Well, I mean, I'm a little worried about the driveway at the other house. I don't know if it's up to code. Everything's got to be up to code before you get things on vacation rentals. I got the paperwork in the car. Anyway, we may have to pave that driveway. You have to have enough on-site parking for everybody who might be there, which I suspect might be 3 cars for a maximum occupancy of 6. I'm a little troubled by stuff like that, you know? I hope I don't have to put in a ton of money into this place to get a vacation rental ready. I choose neither, Brooke. I choose neither, okay? I don't know how to do the thief wiggle, but I will do the gritty for you if you'd like. Here's the gritty. I do the gritty. It's columns and rows. I do the gritty. Use your fingers. Those are the thing to do the gritty. Even your columns and rows and do the gritty. Hooray, you hoes. I'm not sure exactly how it goes. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know who these Biden and Trump fellows are either all over London. I've never even heard of these people. They are murderers, too. Oh, they're not even people. They're just murderers, apparently. Nope. Never heard of them. Is it pronounced Biden? T-Rump? Biden and T-Rump? Is that what it's pronounced? Joe Biden and Donald T-Rump? I don't know. I guess there must be like country and western musicians or something. I live in the state of California. I live here in the middle of California. Okay, no, says Penguin. Thank you. Am I older than Biden? No. I'm 52. My name is Eric, and I am the host of Talking with Famous People. Some people call me Host Eric, accordingly. or I call myself that at the beginning of every stream. Hello, my name is host Eric, and welcome to Talking with Famous People. It's how I begin every one of my videos and streams, but not my shorts. I am from California. I'm from near Yosemite, Mariposa County. Sadie plays, Sadie plays. Hey, hey, Haiti says, Wadey pays. Nice to meet you too, user. You know which people must like you? The ones referred to in the song when they say, some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Well, the second group of people there, they must really be fond of you because you are user. Bass notes go nuts lower than an 80-year-old mama ball sack. Do I support gay or trans? I have no opinion about gay or trans because obviously, what do I care what other people do with their bodies and sexuality? I have no opinion about gays, straight people. Those things are pointless distinctions to make because I still have to deal with each individual as an individual human being. So obviously I don't have any opinion about that. People who freak out about trans stuff, I just do not get it. If you are not personally considering getting trans, or somebody in your life you're close to isn't considering getting trans or whatever, then why do you care at all? Who fucking cares? I live in America. Well, I'm in a gay relationship with my wife who's a woman. I'm a man. But we're a gay couple because we do gay stuff like go berry picking, go antiquing. This is my normal answer for this question. So you decide what I am. Am I a gay man in a lesbian couple? Am I a straight man in a gay couple? I don't know. Between me and my wife, we've got one Y chromosome. Let's put it that way. No, thank you, Brooke. No, thank you, fake prankster. I find that to be uninteresting. No, I don't think trans women, I don't think trans people should compete in the gender of their choosing. They should compete in the sex of their birth. Manuel Ferreria says, my wife tickles my bung and I'm not gay. Well, good for you. I don't play Fortnite. Communists do not sponsor. I can find me one gay person who's given money by communists. Don't be ridiculous. You're gonna be ridiculous, be less offensively ridiculous. Thank you for the hearts, kisses, and roses, Penguin. I appreciate it so much. Because we do gay relationship stuff, like go to a quaint little town and shop, and we go pick berries, stuff like that, gay stuff like that, That's what makes it a gay relationship. If we went to football games or something, then it would be a straight relationship. I used to be into video games, but I don't know. Straight couples do that? Okay, well, it seems like a pretty gay thing to be doing. Ali Grosse, if you say so, but I don't really believe it. I think they're faking it. Because, Ali Grosse, you make jelly out of them. And what could be more gay than jelly? Nothing. Except maybe jam. I mean, I think those are two of the most gay preserved foods. Marmalade's more bisexual, I think. But clearly, jam and jelly are both 100% mo. You know what I'm saying? Butt plugs are more gay than jelly or jam. I mean, but imagine this. Imagine the butt plug is made out of fruit that you picked. That's going to maximize the gaiety of it, right? Those are a lot of hearts. Sadie plays, Sadie plays. Is it Valentine's Day? Don't you meow at me, mister. Well, if one were to slap my cheeks at 2:30 a.m., because I'm not going to let you slap my cheeks, but if one were to slap my cheeks at 2:30 a.m., they will stop jiggling before 2:31. I can demonstrate right here. Just not even like a split second. All right, you can see my cat. He's just standing over there. He's not doing anything interesting, but fine. I will show you my cat. There he is. His name is Trouble. He lives on the second floor. Save that for the OnlyFans. Hi, noob head. Would you like to see my kitty? Do you want to hear him meow? Hello, Trouble. Oh, yeah. He is majestic. I guess we better go watch him eat. He insists on me watching him eat a lot more frequently than I would like to watch him eat, but you just got to give in because he's going to continue to bug you until you do watch him eat. Good night, Sadie Place, Sadie Place. That's the demon. He is, of course, the reason he's named Trouble, and the source of his trouble is that he is possessed by a demon. I believe the demon's name is Ball, sometimes called Rimmon. Yes, Daddy knows, and Daddy loves. Yes, he does. Daddy knows, Daddy loves, Daddy admires, Daddy watches you eat, all those things that you like. Trouble, just eat your food, mister. It's okay, just eat your food. Yes, you're a good kitty. Yes, you are. You're a very good kitty. And Daddy knows. Daddy admires your eating. He recognizes your achievement in the culinary fields. You're chewing, you're swallowing, you're digesting. All of it is magnificent. It's like Einz is a pretty good cat food, but the way you eat it, it looks like it's the best cat food in the world. You are hired as a cat food eating model. We believe that when other cats see you eating this food, they're going to say, that food looks good. Oh, yes. We appreciate you making us what you eat. It's enlightening to us all. Enlightening, informative, and really, I'm not sure we're good enough. Do we really deserve to gaze upon your glorious eating? Don't freak out just because your sister's eating too, dickhead. Let your sister eat in peace. He's such a dick. I try to police it and prevent him from being a dick to his sister, but I gotta like stay on it all the time. He'll jump at any opportunity to like bully and chase her. Yes, your sister gets to eat too. Yes, I gave you new water. I'm sorry the water had gotten a little old. But it's new now. And we have learned definitively that what Rachel said is not true. That it is not the case that the water fountain turns off when you turn off that little blue light. As Rachel kept turning it back on. I was like, why do you keep turning on that light? She's like, no, if you turn that off, then the whole fountain turns off. But it's not true. I know, it's crazy, right, Oliver? It is absolutely nuts. Oliver's been here forever. And he, comes around periodically, forever, for a long ass time. And so he knows how, for almost the entire duration of his time around this channel, it was the same, like, 20 people. Let the cat speak for himself. I'll let that one stand, I guess, big prankster. Still a little crass, but okay. The cat, once he gets me to obey, he doesn't have anything else to say. He just wants obedience, and that's it. Gatito, 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 gatito. That little cat? Trouble is actually a very big cat. He's the size of like 2 cats. I love your lives, says Sadie Place, Sadie Place. Thank you so much. Oh, you did? You admitted you were wrong? Thank you. Because you actually had me convinced. I was like, I guess it doesn't. I'm like, wait a second. Okay. Padawan Range Bender. I will let that one stand as well. Because it made me laugh. But it's still a little crass for my tastes. Because I am so innocent and sweet in everything I ever say. You will never hear me say, for example, make a joke about anal beads. You're never gonna hear me talk about anal wreckage. You're never gonna hear me talk about that time I went camping with a guy whose foreskin was so large that when it started raining, since we hadn't brought a tent, we both climbed in there. Why are you making a bunch of gay jokes, though? Can we move away from dirty jokes, naughty jokes, stuff like that? No, I get you, Padawan Range, but they're winning Rome, Smells like fish, and I'm temporarily back. The thing the guy says when he comes back for round 2. This is like, what is that? Great Karnak? No racist jokes, please. Okay. Listen, as a fake death person, I know how offensive racism can be. Hello, Tuna 747. Are you like a combination between a fish and a jumbo jet? Rooster women are beautiful. I think if they're women, they should be called chickens. There are no women roosters. Show media. Think about it. Just think for a second. There are no women roosters any more than there are any men mares. Jello, Brooke, you're back. Didn't you get timed out? I think you did. How are you, dude? Says J Rock. I am fine. Thank you for asking. Proper violence. Women roosters, yes. Britney Spears is still not a rooster. I don't think Britney Spears is aggressive. I think she's not very bright and befuddled by a lifetime of celebrity. I like to say that when Britney Spears greets somebody, she likely says, "Oh my God, it's Britney! Oh my God, I'm Britney! Wow, you want to see my bobs?" What's the stereotype with the year of the rooster people? That they have a little red thing on top of their head. You look like a cracked, mossy, weighted stone pressure plate. I'm having trouble visualizing that. I'm not sure what a stone pressure plate is. Yeah, you indicated such, Luke can cook. Can you explain what a stone pressure plate is? I know you can cook, but can you explain what a stone pressure plate is? What did the cannibal do after dumping his girlfriend? He wiped his bum. That's a pretty good one, Fig Prankster. That one, I'm gonna give you a thumbs up on it. Okay, it deserves a thumbs up. Minecraft. I use Minecraft to practice my arts of seduction. That's how I get llamas in the game. I seduce the traveling merchant guy with my feminine wiles. I say, "You're so funny," like that. And I touch his shoulder ever so gently. And he's like, "Putty in my hands." Like putty. I'm not sure what quality of putty in my hands so desirable. There are bugs in my skin. Stone pressure plate. Well, I've not played very much Minecraft. Just a little bit. Would you know what kind of bugs they are? Most of the dudes I know report being turned on just by seeing hot women, and I can't relate at all. That just means you're not actively attending to sexiness. That's probably a good thing because, you know, otherwise you're just working yourself up to sex, and then after that you start repeat the process, and you just spend your whole life rutting like a dumb animal. There's no point in that. Your Uber driver is so nice. That is wonderful to hear, Kay. I love hearing positive stories like that. Tyson Tupai Avgeek 808, hello. No, Parker Anthony, I'm obviously not. You can feel people's vibes sometimes. I don't know what my brain notices, but whenever I meet somebody who brings in positive feelings, I'm like, huh, so people like that do exist. Tyson 2Pi Avgeek 808 says, I just subbed to you. Well, thank you, Tyson. I appreciate that. Hopefully, you determine over time that, in fact, it's worth actually paying attention to me or like watching these streams. That you find them enjoyable enough, either because of the interactivity with the chat or because some other reason. Because what I really want is not so much subs as subs that are subscribed to what I actually make, which is this kind of stuff. Artful. You sound so nice. Sometimes sounds can be deceiving. I can be nice. Sometimes I'm not so nice. I feel bad when I'm not nice, though. So that makes me a good person, even though I'm not nice sometimes. Yeah, me too. I ain't going to cheat on my wife because I don't care that much about sex. I mean, the thing is, sex or drugs, which is my vice, drugs, obviously. I'd take drugs every time over casual sex that would destroy my perfect marriage. I can't even conceive of ever being remotely tempted to engage in it. Now, no, I don't think that's a good idea, the real one, okay? And I don't appreciate your crass question. I'm just going to put you on a short timeout, just 1 minute timeout. I don't like to just time out people right away, but don't come in with your mind so in the gutter. First of all, no. Second of all, because that's where poop comes from. So obviously, I don't want to put my precious clean penis in there. What are the characteristics of a rabbit man? I think it's the top half of a man, bottom half of a rabbit. I think it works that way usually. I'm not sure how it worked the other way around. Yeah. Put it in somebody's butt. No, that's gross and unsanitary and unhygienic. Butts are for pooping, not for sex time. Yes, I have two cats. One of them I was showing a little while ago, but the other one is right here. She's coming to get onto her spot that she likes to sit on. You coming up, Pio? Pio slash Capio? See, there she is. Hi, Capio. Oh, yes. What a good kitty you are. You're a special kitty friend. I like Jungkook because he looks like Rabbit. I'm convinced Chinese Zodiac is real. There was this girl who apparently only took it up her own. She was saving herself for her future husband. The joke was on her. She never got married. Okay. We get some real characters around here, huh? Well, Fig Prankster, as far as that goes, this is just my, like, loading area. So I'll go to the freezer, I'll bring a handful of buds back over here to this plate. And I'll put the buds on the plate and I'll smoke the buds until I run out of buds, and I just have a bunch of shake on the plate, and I get more buds. So I don't keep my bud here. This is just my shake plate. Rachel, is that you crying or yawning? My favorite porn star is oatmeal topping. I'm oatmeal topping. I've got a sexy name. Hi, welcome to Pornography Filmmaking Enterprises. My name's Daniel, and so you're here for the pornography film audition. It says here your pornography name is Oatmeal Toppings? Yeah, I'm Oatmeal Toppings. Okay. Why is that your name? Because it's sexy. That's the best part of the oatmeal. Uh, I think actually oatmeal toppings are toppings that are made out of oatmeal. Whatever. It's just sexy. All right. Okay. Well, maybe we want to work on the name. What do you do know what you're doing here, right? What we're gonna be doing? Yeah, I'm gonna be making sexy movies about oatmeal. No, nothing about oatmeal. It's gonna be like kissing and romance. Oh, not exactly that. Have you seen one of our films before? No, but I love the name of your film company. Excitement Films. I love excitement. Okay. Oatmeal toppings, I think you may have the wrong idea about what we do here. I'm sexy though. I could be a starlet in Hollywood. This is the audition that didn't go well. That's the title of this porn movie. Nothing happens. They just try to explain to her that she needs to leave, that she doesn't understand what the role entails. Isn't David Beckham a rabbit? I don't know. Hug the bug the. Hello, Hugh Cho. It's a lot of letters, most of them V. Okay. Well, well, that's good. I hear a rig. I would say this is not this is not a rig. No, this is just a regular bong with regular weed in it. I do use a torch because of various practical reasons. This particular stem is quite cloggy. This helps it to get a little less cloggy, and obviously, I don't put this in my pocket and walk away with it like I do other lighters. I prefer to have, in general, just blast the shit out of it. Try to pull it all the way through. I hate it when I don't pull the bowl all the way through the drop bowl. That's when I cough most. Is when I can't pull it through. So I just prefer using a torch for smoking bong rips. Well, it maybe it's not as healthy, but I would say that with the least healthy thing that happens is if I try to spark a bowl and I can't pull it all the way through, it gets like stuck on some bong resin and I get this grossness. It's better to just pull it. If I pull it clean, it's a lot less coffee. And I think it's more likely to pull it clean with a torch. I do have some concentrate. Yeah, I do. I like it. Well, I like to put it on bong rips sometimes. What we have here for Rachel, because Rachel doesn't like to smoke bong rips because they make her cough too much. She's more into this thing, and this thing, this is a really cool device because you can unscrew this and screw in just a regular cartridge thing. Rachel has a couple of those over there. I don't feel like getting one, but well, okay, I'll get it. So like, this is like the regular cartridges you can buy that are already filled up with stuff, and you could put that in here, and you could smoke that, right? And that'll work fine. But then say you are like, I don't want this inferior cart concentrate. I want the concentrate that I bought in the little thing here, right? This is like some crumble. I want to smoke that concentrate. Well, that's where this comes into play. You open up this thing and you scoop your concentrate right into this, and then you put this back on and you screw it in. And then it works as the same as a regular cart, except it needs to be a little hotter, usually. It should be red now, which is the hottest. And I'm smoking the other kind of concentrate, right? This thing is really cool. They only cost $30. It's called Inspo and Randy's, it says here. Yeah, I got it for Rachel because she just basically vapes, and I was thinking, I don't like the quality of the concentrate that she's getting in these vapes. It's not good. I don't like it. It doesn't get me high. Whereas, like that hit right there actually hit my head. Pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. I highly recommend one of these things. Have they fixed that constant wax leakage problem? This doesn't leak. Yeah, well, I mean, we just got this thing, right? But as far as does the concentrate in the metal thing last a while? Yeah, it lasts longer than if you put it on bowls, that's for sure. Yeah, I like it too. It's good. And if it's still not like hot enough because sometimes the concentrate that you buy in the thing is requires it to be extra hot. And if you just push this 2 times, then it goes on party mode, it says. And it just continually heats it up. And when it gets to be green, it means, I guess, maybe it's ready. I'm not sure. Maybe it just keeps going around and around to show you that it's on party mode. So it works better now. I'll take it off. Well, I guess it's off party mode. I think I'll just turn the whole thing off, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gotta push it 5 times to turn it off. 5 times to turn it back on. So don't forget, Rachel, since you're here, that I turned it off. When you try it tomorrow, it's not gonna work. Remember, you gotta turn it back on by pushing it 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this has not had any clogs so far, but it is relatively new for us. Maybe a week or two old. I mean, it's gotten lots of use in that week or two. Rachel and I both smoke quite a bit. Pathetic burnouts. Well, thanks, God's Kong of War. I don't feel pathetic or like a burnout, but since you say I am, I'll take your word for it. Jesus kicked my ass and called me Sally. That darn torch be hearty and the milk be milky. Well said, Tony Hawk's Norwegian Wasteland. Well said. No, the cats don't eat that weed. Oh, that was good. I feel high, actually. I haven't been high like this in a long time. Feels nice. That concentrate worked well. Ah, hey, look, J559 hates me. Wow. Any particular reason or just feel like hating me? What does that say? Helena Gomez? What's the first letter? U? Dalina Gomez? I can't see what your first letter is. Aliyah. Aliyah Gomez? That's your first name? Doesn't look like Aliyah. Ualina? Ualina Gomez? Aliyah Gomez. All right, fine. Aliyah Gomez. I don't see it, but KE says maybe she does see it. But oh no, she's talking about rabbits. Let me see what's going on here. Talk to me. I asked a guy out and he didn't respond, so I called him a fraud, coward, and accused him of looking for easy sex. I told him he's blocked, and he said that I'm blocked back and to please leave. What? Can you give some life advice for coping with failure? Boy, that is an interesting question. Coping with failure. I mean, I guess I'd say to begin with, there are a couple of categories of failure. There's the worst kind of category of failure is moral failure, where you've done something wicked, caused harm to somebody, you know, either intentionally or knowingly but not intentionally. That's the worst kind of failure. If you're failing just in terms of you wanted to accomplish something and were unable to do so, for example, you didn't get a job that you wanted to get, or you got fired from a job. Your name's Robert? Okay, Robert. That's a lot easier to say than Ualina. Hit a cool dance. Pia, pia, pia. Hit a cool dance. Your name is Hayden. Yours I could guess, because your first name looks like Hayden. Robert's first name looks like Ualina. Intelligent? Yes. Psychoanalytical? Not so much, in my experience. Talking about rabbits still? I thought you said your name was Robert. Can I give you 34 pounds? Oh, I mean, there's a super chat there if you really feel like it. I'm not going to stop you. It's JS spelled with a font. Well, JS isn't Leah. Now your name's Spencer. Okay. I'm just calling you Gomez, all right? Since you keep changing your name. Sonabuck24 says, what you doing, sweet cheeks? I'm doing this. I'm live streaming. Matarazzi Sound says, hello, brew. Hello, Matarazzi Sound. Nice to see you again. Okay, I get that it's spelled with the font, but I also get that whatever font it is, it does not say Spencer or Robert or Aaliyah. Do I smoke weed? Yes, I've been known to smoke a shred of weed occasionally. Hey man, say ta. I don't even know what that means. I'm not going to say stuff that I don't know what it means because I don't know what it means. TAHAKARIN. I don't know what that means. Dabber. This is a session stream right now. NGL. Oh, don't worry. You haven't missed out. We're going to hit this a little bit more because I'm pleased by how it's getting me high. I'll just lean forward so you can't see because it's not appropriate for you to see. Oh, that's right. I forgot to turn it back on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's push it 5 times to turn it on. Excellent. As Mr. Burns would say, excellent. What age did you start smoking? I started smoking weed at age 14. I didn't smoke cigarettes until later, but I started smoking weed on ding. I don't know if there's going to be an MDMA stream. This channel's a drug-free zone, okay? We play it Wed Women Week style. Say nope to dope and ugh to drugs. Just say no. Okay? N-O. Because we don't do things that change us from how our natural high, being high on life. It's a cup of coffee. This hand has a lighter. Combine the two, you've got a cup of coffee and a lighter. Call my drug dealer a turkey. You know, I do one better than that. I call him a jive turkey. So, what's going on here, guys? Says Beth. So much. It is the best live stream in the history of the world. And as a matter of fact, right now could be the pivotal moment in your entire life. And why? Because this is the moment you remember when you discovered this stream and the infinite fulfilling glory that you will sap from its pores going forward for the rest of your natural life. So that's what's going on here. We're shaping your destiny right now at this moment. This is my cat. My cat's name is Capio. Kapio. Yeah, I might as well be like a cameraman, art director for film. But instead, I'm not. And the reason I'm not is because I don't really care about how it looks all that much. I'm much more about what words I have to say. Would you like me to bother her? Seeing her like this, I want to bother her. Capio, will you be mad if I pet you? Can I pet you, please? Oh, yeah. Oh, Capio. Daddy knows. Daddy loves. What a sweetheart. Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you. Thanks, aesthetic girl. My voice has been refined and tuned to be ergonomically precision crafted for your ears. Do you have a boyfriend, Oliver Linehan? Show Me wants to know if you have a boyfriend, Oliver Linehan. I mean Linehan. What part of the turkey has the most feathers? Its back. Well, man, I have questions. We're all hanging out. Do you have any hobbies? I do have some hobbies. Sure, got plenty of hobbies. For example, I've been known to enjoy. I've got. Oh, I see what we've got here. We got to change the camera from the cat. Here we go. Now look, I've got my man purse. You see it's man like it says Black & Decker. Inside of here, you will see one of my hobbies. These are my dolls. I like to play with my dolls and make videos with them. So, this is Tiffany. Okay. And this is Tiffany's boyfriend, Perry. Oh, hello, Pasha. Tiffany, my name is Perry. It's not Fishman. Oh, I know what your name is. Barry Fishman. I got it. So I like to do that. I like to play with my dolls. And this is one hobby I have. Another hobby I have is, besides YouTube, I watch a shit ton of anime. I play guitar. I make and record music. I do chores around the house. Try to move forward on this vacation rental plan, I often can be found going to the bathroom. Something I do frequently during it. I'm not sure it qualifies as a hobby. I go fishing occasionally. Yeah, well, she lost that right arm in the snow is what happened. W. Slade. She and I were making videos outside in the snow in the winter, last winter, not this one. And I guess she got too cold, and I guess her plastic wasn't very suitable for cold, because I went to move her arm. I had her like positioned in this kind of like snowdrift thing. It just immediately snapped off in my fingers, and I dropped it, and I could not find it in the snowdrift. So it saved the life of me. I could not find it. I looked and looked for it and could not find it. So now poor Tiffany has a robot arm. That's what she called it anyway. And it's got a couple of attachments so you can change your hand, like, Captain Hook. One of her attachments is this two-prong thing. According to her, it allows her to hack any network. But what that means is she lives by the rules of finders keepers, does Tiffany. She believes that when she sees something, that means she has found it and it belongs to her. I found it. I belong to her. Hey, your name changed, Aaliyah Gomez. Your name was Aaliyah after all. I didn't believe you. Now I do. Why? Just because you changed your name. How did you do that even? Did you just change the font? Is that to let you do that without changing your name technically? Inquiring Erics wants to know. It's a website. Yeah. What I should say about my YouTube channel. So what is this you do on the internet? It's a website. It's called theyoutube.com. It's not called the YouTube. It's just called regular YouTube. Yeah, little bro. I didn't pick my name or how to spell it. I didn't say you picked your name or how to spell it. I said you changed the way it looks. You changed your font, I didn't believe you before because it didn't look like that at all. Now I believe you because it looks like it. I mean, change your name because of the font, change your name because you changed the letters. I don't know. But the point is, it looks different now. I think I didn't conclude either way about the question of the font. Regardless, I accept and acknowledge that you were correct about your own name the whole time. And I was wrong about it. Why I doubted you regarding your own name, well, I don't know. I'm going to say, looking at the picture, that Beth is, I'm going to say 6.5 years old. It's okay, Aaliyah Gomez. It's okay. I mistake things people say to other people for things they say to me all the time. It's one of my most common mistakes. And it's on me because if I would have read everything a little more carefully, I probably could have contextually concluded that you weren't addressing me. But because I did a shitty job of that, no such luck. Oh my god. Massive, horrible smelling troubleshoot. Time to clean the kitty litter. My wonderful life as a cat. Oh god. Trouble is so disgusting in everything he does. It's ridiculous. I I swear to you, I would clean up less shit and piss if we had 2 human babies instead of these cats. And I think 80% of this piss and shit is from trouble. Just one of the cats. Like, he alone probably produces as much shit and piss as 2 human babies. Maybe more. If you're talking newborns, it might be as many as 6 newborns. Our 2 cats produce as much feces and urine for me to clean up as 6 newborn human babies. I believe that to be the case. Does anybody really want to dispute me on this? Because you've seen that cat eat. Trouble eats enough for 6 cats. And I think an average cat even is going to probably produce an equivalent amount of feces and urine to a newborn. They don't make that much poop and pee. I want to see how many troubles it takes to match, let's say, a dozen newborn babies. A gross of newborn babies is 144 newborn babies. How many troubles would it take to poop and pee the amount of 144 newborn babies? Because I'm assuming we're buying our newborn babies by the gross. I think trouble could manage to generate that amount of waste with just 8 troubles. 8 troubles, I believe, on its best day, could match the total waste product of a gross of newborn babies. Of course, we'll never know because I looked into it, and a gross of newborn babies is incredibly expensive. Even just one is incredibly expensive. It's ridiculous. I even specified, I don't care what race they are. Doesn't matter. Just to get a little bit cheaper, you know, when they're the darker they get. But not much, not that much cheaper. You'd be surprised. So obviously, a gross of them is prohibitively expensive, even with a wholesale discount. It's out of my league. And the only thing I wanted all these babies was to run one test to see how many days, I could just do it like this, how many days would it take my cat to create the equivalent amount of excrement that it takes a gross of newborn babies to create in a single day. After that, I was planning on just donating them to the local thrift store. Figured there'd be some people who want to buy newborn babies, you know. Anyway, I'd have to scrap that plan because it turned out to be too expensive. And with the scrapping of that plan, I guess I abandoned the whole notion of testing this to determine the outcome, determine the answer. Well, sure, I could speculate about how much waste a gross of newborn babies would generate, but I'm not reckless like that in my science. You know, I take science seriously. If I'm going to spend all that money on a gross of newborn baby, I want the experiment to be correct. If I want the experiment to be correct, I need all those babies. Otherwise, it's too small of a sample size. It's the sort of question that scientists have pondered for years, never really had a clear answer about the ratio of large cats to newborn baby waste production. Seems like a simple question. It's actually extremely complicated. The mechanisms involved in making these measurements. It's like converting from Celsius to Fahrenheit. You'd think it would be straightforward, but it's not. Okay? Basically, because, like with those two things, cat waste and human waste exist on different scales. There needs to be a translation that's like scalar like that, you know. And when you make that translation, what you discover is that your cat poop is actually like 5 times larger than it appears. That's why I measure my age in cat poop years. Accordingly, I'm 260 years old right now. I'm 260 pounds of cat poop is how we might also say it. That's the convergence point of the 2 units of measurement. Speaking of poo, I do feel as though I need to poo. I feel as though poo is on its way. It's chewing down the train track of my butt chute on its way to the butthole, or the depot as I like to call it. Get off at the depot, make your way through depot sphincter. A departure point for all things septic tank. It's important to give your poops a pep talk before you actually go release them. Otherwise, they might get shy. Just try to stay on the train. You don't stay on the train, poops. You get off the train, okay? When I stop at the station, you get off the train. Pretty straightforward. We've been discussing this for years now, and you're just obviously, I don't know, willfully ignoring me. Maybe you just don't care about my feelings. You think it's not my business. I don't know, but I'm tired of it. Sometimes my poops need a pat on the back. Sometimes they need a kick in the ass, you know. Just like everything else in life. Including me even, you know. Sometimes my poops have to kick me in the ass. And they do that by staying inside of my butt. If they want to pat me on the back, they do that by leaving my butt like I want them to. Because as far as I'm concerned, I never invited those poops in the first place. And I don't think my digestive system is doing a good enough job of consuming all the food I eat. Why are there all these leftovers to make poop out of? Eat all the food. And maybe I wouldn't have to eat so often if you weren't throwing so much of it away as poop. Just digest more of it. So, you know, maybe I only have to poop once a week. That'd be more convenient. Instead, I'm sitting here trying to poop multiple times a day lately because these squatters keep staying on the train and they should be getting off at the depot. I'm going to have to drink another cup of Smooth Move tea. A tea designed for troubled people like me who are having a conflict-riddled relationship with their poops. I did do a fair amount of pooping today, so even though I'm not pooping at all right now, because of some stubborn passengers, I don't feel too impacted or anything. I just feel like maybe tomorrow morning's poop isn't quite ready yet. Is it tomorrow morning yet? No, it's just 1 in the morning. It's not that late. I need to eat some more food. Fortunately, I do have that sandwich, so I'll just take a couple bites of that. Then I need to drink some water. It's important to both food and hydrate. What's the equivalent word for hydrate for eating food? Nutriate? Calorate? Eat? If it's eat, drink, right? It exists, but there's another word saying hydrate. I guess because not all drinks hydrate you if you're drinking like Everclear. But I guess the equivalent for eating would be like carbo load, but you have to be specific like that, which I don't like that specificity. I want a general term like hydrate. Okay, eating food, that's what we're doing. So we will get this sandwich. Whose sandwich is whose? Is this one mine or Rachel's? Let me look at it. It's easier than trying to find the thing. This is Rachel's. Okay. I'll leave Rachel's sandwiches. Now, this is hey, trouble. Big quad. God. Let your sister go to the door so I can let her out, you fuckface. You got time now. Go. Hmm. Ingest. Thank you, Padawan Range Bender. I'll go with that. I don't think it's quite a corollary for hydrate, but it's close, right? Like hydrate specifically says to infuse your body with the water part of liquid, right? Probably carbo load is the closest equivalent. It's just more specific. I need another beverage. I thought I had water over here. I guess not. Oh, I'm not in trouble. What supplementation? Okay, fine. Yeah. There's not exactly an equivalent, right? Supplementation, fine, but that's too broad. It didn't specifically refer to humans consuming food. Still, that's an excellent one to I've come up with. I don't think I would come up with that one. Supplementation. It's like I want a word that means like basically to insert nutrition or calories. Now, the cat's name is Trouble. Yes, it's his name and his being. He is Trouble. My dad named him, actually. You're very liberal, open-minded, and also stout in your traditional values. Additionally, you can be very conservative. Also, sometimes you're moderate. You're particularly fond of Pink Floyd and Jethro Tull, but you don't like The Who. These are things I can tell. You still going with supplementation a third time, huh? I agree that it's a good choice, but I don't think it's exactly what I'm looking for. Emma Ritchie says orange person with lips sticking out. And she does so for purposes unknown. I am getting tired now, which is nice. The gabapentin's kind of kicking in. You can feel like, a little bit. A gift gaff? We're done. Are we happy finally that I banished him? 'Cause Give Gaff was a real ass wipe. I mean, he was really nasty. I had to eventually ban him. I'm not quick on banning. He's been here No, I have not. I'm not going to. So stop. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But I don't want to be bugged about it, that's for sure. I'm not going to watch it right now. What I am going to do right now as I'm getting ready for bed is I'm going to check my brackets. Okay, let me see. Brackets. Men's Tournament Challenge. I have one of them. Two. Rachel has one. Rachel has two. Eric has three. Eric has 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of our picks, 7 of our 25 picks are on fire. Okay. How many of them are on ice? None of them look to be on ice yet, but 7 of our 25 are on fire. So one of my picks here is one with Arizona National Championship. I called the NC State. I actually have Oakland, NC State. No, I picked Kentucky. Sorry, my mistake. That was not so good. I did get everything except Oakland over Kentucky. That's still not that great. I call the Oregon one, but still not that great. So, but not bad. That's pretty good. Let me look at the other one here. The one with University of Houston. I'm sure it's the same thing, right? Yeah, I missed Oakland. But fortunately, I have NC State beating Kentucky in the next round. So, if in fact NC State beats Oakland, that'll work out well for me. This is a good one here, except I had Drake going very far in this bracket, and they lost in the first round. So this one was kind of shot to hell. Rachel's. Let's look at Rachel's. Okay. Rachel got NC State, but not Oakland. She got Washington State, Iowa, Illinois. She missed the BYU Duquesne game. I think I did too on that one. Down here, she did fine. It was chalky down here in this part of our, except for Oregon. She got that one right. Everything else was chalk down here. Okay, well that's a pretty good bracket. This, I think Rachel's bracket here is maybe our best bracket because she has Kentucky losing. Oh no, she doesn't. She has Kentucky winning over NC State. That's not going to be good. But anyway, that's not too deep of a mistake. So cool. We've actually got some good brackets in the mix. Got good people picked. Rachel's got her bracket with North Carolina. She this one she got NC State and Oakland. Wow. What did she miss? Okay, she missed. She had Mississippi State instead of Michigan State. Not a big deal. She picked the 8 instead of the 9, but she's got UNC going anyway. This is a good bracket. I'm impressed with this bracket. This is wonderful. She got Oregon. This is the best bracket we have for sure, because she got Oakland and NC State. The only thing she got wrong, oh no, she got 2 things over here wrong. BYU game she got wrong, and she picked Morehead State. So that hurts. But it's cool that she got both Oakland and NC State. Which one was less good, but I got both those wrong. I don't like this bracket very much, but it still has potential, I guess. We'll just have to see what tomorrow games bring, you know. Okay. So, hi, AsserTube135. I hereby shout you out. And what's the current topic? The current topic is I'm about to go to bed. So I'm going to say good night right now. I've been streaming now for, it looks like 9 hours. Let me put my glasses on. Almost 10 hours. So I think what I'll do is I will play one song before I go. Since I've got 6 minutes till 10 hours, I might as well hit the 10-hour mark. Okay. I'll play a song or two for 6 minutes, then I will go. And I think the song, it is 107. I think the song that we'll play first, I'll start with the cover that I play a lot of times. I'll play it now too. Play it kind of slow though, because I'm feeling tired. Well, you might call me rambling man, cause I do a lot of thumbing in the kicking games, but I won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't well at Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose and lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get edge, you got to home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I'm a small time boy, been around a little. I like guitar and I like the fiddle, cause that's the kind of soul to defend my flame. Blue-eyed Billy appeared and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta home and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you wanna get ahead, you gotta home and get it. A white girl talking about a place to do her thing. GGFFH hug 88,000, 80,000 what? It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's the second night when you start to feel strange and you're wondering if the range is on. Sending sparks a soar in the kitchen sky. An actual night. Is there no top to the dark up above the shelves? Where she stores the chai above the sleeping forms of vivid mind figurines of Western lonely types. They lie beneath a million running suns. They're rugged and they're done with the actual night. It's hard to play. Okay. What am I doing? Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to return to the work of life rough. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Had too much time with you. Now Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. And Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Oh, Gerald has a thought. That was fun to play, I guess. Kind of messed it up a little bit in a couple spots, but it was fine. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive. Averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them. So now he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again, he is denied the chance to yell at them until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily, he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. My mouth is as dry as the Sahara Desert, times a million. I must increase my buzz. Okay, let's play another song. Let me drink some water. With my drinking mouth. I'll play that song and I'm going to bed. Maybe a couple more songs and we'll go to bed. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back at you. Wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bumpity da 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 da, bumpity ba da da do. Bumpity da 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 da, bumpity da 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 da. That felt nice to play. Felt comfortable, familiar, lovely. I like it. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are dark times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I'll look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road comes to an end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I'll look for my sack full of solvency and that satchel. Now nothing but bones. Yeah, that satchel filled up with home. A satchel of helpful goods. 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 Still felt nice to play. Wasn't perfect, but felt pretty good to play. What else do I have to memorize that I could play without opening some document up? It's a good question. Probably play Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Oh well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's international delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like a friend, a beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee, busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Oh, da da ba ba doo da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba doo ba day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba doo ba da ba ba doo da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Shabba doo ba day. Well, and if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart and not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, 'cause it will be a while till he sees you again. Pucker Tart. My voice is really shot right now. I can't really handle the registers or anything. But that's all. That's okay. I'd like to tell myself that it's time to go to bed, but I don't have a very good reason. In fact, I'd rather be alive than dead, but I don't know why I insist applying other people's standards to myself for no reason. There's no reason why I shouldn't stay up and play guitar, even though it may seem like a tired guy who's sitting here and playing, he's having fun, and I don't know why I should prematurely be done. It don't make no sense. I don't want the fun to end. No, and so you might say I'm a bit obsessed with the thing that I'm doing. It's it, but whatever you think, it don't matter to me. But it does, but it shouldn't, perhaps you see, because it turns out perhaps this has productive value. Not bad for a freestyle, if you're into that sort of thing. I don't think anybody is. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today you run out of time. Troubles past, the trouble's still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm no sort of evangelist, but I have something to say. Life can strangely be forgiving to those who stay awake all night. And mostly voices say to give in. They'll try to stop your will to fight. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be soon forgotten, noise is sort of based on what I see here and also on what I avoid. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Struggles past, troubles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles, cloudy day in LA. I'm not sort of evangelist, but I have something to say, something to say. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more when I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Clown, drop it from the bottom on me. What are you saying, kitty? You're saying meow? You know why you're saying meow? Because you got a saucy attitude? We need to know. Oh, we need to see. We need to plan. Happenings down by our means to judge our logic to life. We divisively alike, and from which we'll rarely budge. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting, Karsten and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Judy shares now her limits, hoping Julie will too. Jerry shares for 4 minutes. He just can't share things like they do. And Judy always thought that she should have bought too when she had the chance to buy. Julie forgot about should have not. Although she ought, recall she'll die. People everywhere gather up, enemies outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities, ensuing heartache and misery, follow necessarily from the savage ways. Insulting Karsten and Desiree, we're stuck with such petty larceny. We all partition the rectories and call it destruction of the whole damn world. In the history of the world, there's never been a throat, a mouth this dry. That's how dry it is. As dry as the Sahara Desert. Even worse than that, maybe. Going to the loaf, up mountain, going to the loaf, far from the city below. Going to the loaf, up mountain, going to the loaf, drive up those windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees, far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Far above the smoky city. Mountain sunshine on those trees. Going to the loaf. Up mountain, going to the loaf. going to the loaf. Up mountain, going to the loaf. I drive on those windy roads, mountain sunshine on the trees. Fire bells of Smoky City, mountain sunshine upon those trees. Mountain sunshine on the trees. Fire bells of Smoky City, mountain sunshine on those trees. At the low, at the low, at the low. That was a fun thing to end on. Sure was. I remember when I used to end on things. Sure was fun. Don't forget to end on this. I learned back in the olden days, back on the Delta during my old time and Negro days. I learned a thing or two about playing the banjo, the guitar, and the Sioux. And what do you know? Hey, here I go. I've mastered the art of making this thing right here. It may not be worth anything, but I've mastered it nevertheless, my dear. Nobody thinks this skill has value. Nobody wants to buy this shit, but I can do it pretty well. And I suppose it's like a special skit of skills that I have that are about the same as pulling scarves out of your sleeves. Much more durationally persistent than the observer ever expected. Yes, I am that kind of thing. I am that kind of thing. The kind of thing that pulls scarves out of their sleeves. And everybody's expected to watch, but instead they all get up and leave. Nobody wants to see you pull any more scarves out of your sleeve. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Everybody wants to see it's true. Everybody wants to see my new trick. Do you want to see it? Do you want to see it? Here's my trick. Take a look. Watch me pull a scarf out of my sleeve. Oh, well, it's one scarf. No, it's two scarf. Oh my God, look at all these scarves that I'm pulling out of my sleeve today. Look, it's 3 scarves, it's 4 scarves, yes, it's 50, 60 scarves. So where did I get all these scarves today? Just the other day I went to the scarf store. And I said, I think you know what clowns, what trick I got in store. It involves your best pants, it involves your inventory. What do you think it is? And the lady said, I think you're gonna pull some scarves out of your sleeves. Pulling them out, they're tied together, so now geez, is there no end to the scarves that you pull out your sleeves? I can't believe how many scarves you got inside of your sleeves. Where you put them all, I saw them not at all before you started pulling them out. I'm so impressed I could stand and shout. I love your scarf pulling trick. Please pull for me, pull 100,000 more scarves from your sleeves because it's so tricky and I don't understand. Where does that man put all those scarves that he pulls out with his hand? He is a scarf puller. Pull those scarves, impress me, magician Darth. Yes, you are a scarf puller. If you don't pull scarves in, sir, I think you are failing us all. Yes, I do. Yes, I think you are failing us all. You are born to pull scarves out of your leaves, scarves out of your sleeves, scarves I do believe. Scarves is the way that Christopher Reeves could have saved his life when falling off that horse. If he had ample enough scarves, he would have avoided being paralyzed, of course, because he is Christopher Reeves. The only thing he needs is scarves up his sleeves, like you're pulling out for me. So pull some scarves. Pull some scarves, motherfucker, pull some scarves. Or pull them out of your sleeve and leave and go to the bars. Meet up with Lars, send me the bill and send me to Mars. I want some scarves at your sleeves. Please don't leave, you need to pull 100,000 more scarves at your sleeves. And you're not done, I'm still tricked, I'm still confused by your action. What are you doing? Are you some kind of faction of extremist scarf pullers, pulling scarves out of your sleeves? I promise you, sir, if you do not, please do not leave, cause these scarves are amazing me. I'm so impressed. Now, let me get totally undressed, cause your scarves have charmed the pants off on me. Pull one more scarf, two more scarf, please now 3. I love your scarf trick, G's, Mr. Scarf pulling guy. That's a song about those people who pull scarves out of their sleeves. Like, what? More scarves coming out of my sleeves? What is that all about? Like, who's the first person who decided that was a good trick? I know. I know what I'm going to do for the town show. I'm going to pull some scarves out of my sleeves. Thank you, everyone. That was a good freestyle. I had given up the ghost, as they say. I was in the Holy Ghost trance. Took a little getting going. Took a little time to get going and proper, but once it did, that was channeled directly from the ether, you know. No, I don't remember you, Sir Elijah. I'm sorry, I don't. Maybe I'll remember you next time. It was about if Christopher Reeves had used scarves from his sleeves, he would have avoided being paralyzed. I don't remember the exact wording of it, but that was the gist of it. And his basic mistake was not having scarves on that fateful day. The moral of the story being, don't not have scarves. But seriously, has anybody else thought about that before? Those scarf pullers? Like, who's inspired to be a scarf puller? Oh, I want to be that guy. He's got a shit ton of scarves. I need to have that guy's life. After I pull scarves, I don't know how I could possibly follow up on it. Everyone's mind's already completely blown at that point. I've got a huge pile of scarves on the floor. Fortunately, they're tied together. Those scarf people. I just like a picture in my head and I just want to laugh at it. I feel like this whole what? They go fast anyway. Then slow. Where are all these scarves coming from? What the fuck is that? You're coming from inside of your clothes, obviously. You put the clothes all through your scarves down your shirt, obviously. It's not a very tricky trick. Where did all these scarves come from? In my opinion, if I were a woman, we're going on a first date, with a man, I would say to him first thing, even as a man marries to a woman, who knows, they can do that too, Say, okay, can I please check your sleeves? I want to make sure you don't have any scarves in your sleeves before we go any further. And she's like, as a matter of fact, what's this? More scarves? They're like, please, we are in a fancy restaurant. We're not going to stay here. I'm leaving now, but this is why I check for scarves before we even sit down to eat. She's like, do you think the waiter would like to pull on some scarves? I think it'd be fun. Before you know it, you're married to this woman. And you yourself have taken up scarf pulling as an activity. You don't even need an audience. You just do it at home to entertain yourself because it's so much fun. Maybe I should do that at open mic. I should do that at the Merced open mic. Be like, okay, check this out. Your mind is gonna be blown. Watch this. Oh, watch this. What is this thing I have here? It's a scarf. That's right. I bet it's not the only one. You'd think I'd be out of scarves by now. I've pulled a lot of them out of here. But wait, there's more. Don't quit watching yet, everybody. It's just getting to the good part. I wonder what the big climax is for scarf pulling. Is it the super long pull? Oh my God, so many scarves. Am I intoxicated? I am very tired. I wouldn't call myself intoxicated. Am I a spiritual guy? Yeah. Spiritual AF. I'm more spiritual than you. I win the spiritual contest. I'm 100 spiritual. Maybe even 105. I've been enlightened, then mega enlightened, then meta enlightened. So I'm like triple enlightened. I'm more enlightened than that guy from actualize.org, who's extremely enlightened. So, if that doesn't convince you, there's nothing can convince you. You're unconvincible. That horrible guy from actualize.org. I dislike him so strongly. He's such a poopy face. I'll tell you why. It's because he's always like, when I tell you this amazing truth you're going to be blown away so much by, it's going to require a lot of courage on your part. But if you can get through that tough part, the other side is an amazing vision of enlightened beauty, of perfection, the kind of enlightenment that only a few Zen masters in the world have ever known. What a freaking douchebag. Hi, kitty. He's just selling poppycock and penny whistles to a gullible viewing audience. Nobody should pay him any heed except to raise your middle fingers to him. Tell him to get off his self-important garbage horse and be sane for a change. That's my message to him. Get off your self-important garbage horse. Just leave it at that. Nobody likes your self-important garbage horse. Your short-term memory is weak. Drugs are involved with this channel. Drugs? What kind of drugs are you talking about? I don't heard anything about any drugs. It's a clean, family-friendly operation that we got around here. Drugs are for scumbag perps who belong in jail. We gotta get those perps. Damn perps, always perpetrating things. Like having drugs and stuff. Gotta get those guys. Bunch of no good nicks. Bunch of ne'er-do-wells. Bunch of up to no goods is what they are. I think they all have gang affiliation. Let's lock them up. Throw away that key. Say, too bad, criminals. Go to jail. That's what you deserve for being such a criminal. So we'll save those horrible drug people. Doing drugs, having fun and stuff. Isn't that okay? Drugs are for when you're sick. That's it, okay? They're not for fun. They're not for entertaining yourself. That's what TV's for. If you think you're going to entertain yourself with drugs, you're just a loser burnout, okay? Like, I was watching this one old dude who just, like, sits around his house all the time and live streams and smokes pot. It's like, dude, you are 52 years old. What do you think? You're like some 13-year-old with a PlayStation and a dream? Come on, dude. But you know what? I came back like 10 hours later and he was still live streaming. At one point I heard him say, like, I'm going to end streaming. And it was like another 4 hours till he actually ended streaming. So, you know, that's what drugs will do to you. They'll just basically turn you into that guy. Just a worthless burner who just sits around and smokes weed all the time. Has fun. Live streams and stuff. You don't want to be that guy. What a useless piece of shit that guy is. His name's Eric. I don't like him at all. No, I don't remember that at all. I mean, I took the phone outside and showed the front yard. I think it's very likely, but I don't remember. I do remember your husband and you, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. He's Timothy Harden Parton. You forgot the other half of his name. Would you like me to just call you Natasha Godfrey? I don't think so. Timothy Harton Parton doesn't want to be called just Timothy Harton either. Hi, Manoon Rawaka. How's it going? How is it as life as Muna Wooka? Oh, she does? I'll listen to her song, sure. Is it on the interwebs or what? Here you go. Okay, I'm sure I remember you, Elijah. Fine. I don't remember you really, so just deal with it. I see a lot of people. Perks? I mean, like Percocet, Percodan? I don't do those kind of drugs. Okay, Natasha Godfrey Ashford. I'm going to make you a moderator so you can post a link. Here, post a link to what you want me to listen to. Okay. Now you can post a link all night. Or at least right now. Till you're done posting it, which hopefully will result in me. Okay, goodbye, Elijah. I am fine tonight. What you she name? My name's Eric. It's not a she name, but it is nevertheless Eric. What's your she name? Okay, Elijah. Thank you for informing us. People want to inform me of things I don't necessarily want to be informed of sometimes. Thank you very much, Elijah Nolan. I appreciate it. I appreciate your positive assessment. You can finally type again. What happened? Did you get timed out or something? All right, don't copyright me, Natasha.
I want a lot of song for you. When you are still listening to, I wanna hear all the right notes. I will still let you know that I have been thinking about you.
Wow. You've got amazing pitch. That was spot on the entire thing. You weren't pitchy a single time. Did you record that on an old cassette tape answering machine or something? Like, how did you get such a terrible recording of it? It's fine. It doesn't matter 'cause it's just like it's uh, a sketch, right? It's not supposed to be a completed track. Did you write it? Did you make it up? It's got a lot of potential as a song. It's obviously not quite polished into a song in its current status quo, but I'm very impressed with your voice. That's not easy to sing that you're singing. First of all, you get way the fuck up there. Like, I don't know. I can't even conceive of getting up that high. I mean, if you like kind of lo-fi aesthetic, I think it's fine the way it is too as a sketch. But, um, do you record music at all? Oh, cool. Well, it's a great bit of song crafting that feels unfinished to me. Like it wants to be structured a little bit differently. But I could easily see that being worked into something that pops with a little bit of drums and some guitar, some bass and stuff, yeah. It'd be cool. Yeah, well, it's not static, it's like warbliness. It sounds like it's recorded on a cassette tape. Was it recorded on a cassette tape? said it was recorded on her phone in the hallway. Okay, so that explains the warbliness. There's some like natural reverb that is bumping into the sound waves. Natural acoustics. Well, if I decide to end up, you know, recording more music soon, which I might record like sign holders. That'd be nice to have a third voice on it. Maybe I'll HYU regarding that at some point. I like your voice. It's very stylized. For the right song, it's kind of perfect. I don't know if your voice is always that stylized, but you must have practiced singing or something. Because you sing pretty good. Did you get a degree from singing school? Is that how you sing? Did you get a degree from singing school? Is that how you sing? Sang for myself in choir at school as well, huh? School choir. Wish I had been in school choir, but everybody said it was queer. Wasn't allowed to do it. Otherwise, I'd be a homo. And you know, I didn't want to start liking penis, so I said, okay, I won't join the choir. Can I tell you a story? Yeah, I can tell you a story. If I'm going to tell you a story, maybe I should go to bread and tell you a bread time story. Probably wouldn't include all these people here, a lot of people here, but maybe include some of them. I only have 10% electricity, so that would mean if I'm going to do that, I need to take this into the bedroom, which I will do. I'll take the plug with me, plug it in there. But before I do, and I will tell you some kind of a story. Thank you, Rachel, my beautiful darling. I love you, my angel. Before I start telling you a story, I want to discuss some specifics in this story. Have I heard of protein? I think one character in this story should be Protenatron, who's a robot whose programming compels him to encourage people to drink more protein shakes. Protenatron. And he's having an existential crisis because he doesn't know why he feels so compelled to encourage people to drink protein shakes. So one day he's at his therapist, who's a human being. He says, I don't have the answer to this, doctor. Why do I want to convince people to try protein shakes more? And he said, well, what kind of protein shakes? He said, well, specifically, the robot says, specifically, it's Carnation Instant Breakfast. The therapist says, that's not really a protein shake. And the robot says, well, what would you call it? And the therapist says, I just call it instant breakfast. So they agree to call it that from then on, and or CIB, Carnation Instant Breakfast. So the doctor asks a few questions. The robot's like, yes, no, maybe, as answers. And then finally the doctor makes a suggestion. Why don't you go back to your place of birth where you were manufactured and find out from them why you're so into Carnation Instant Breakfast. So the robot said, that's a good idea. I'll see if I can get off of work tomorrow and go to the factory. And the therapist says, well, what do you do for work? And the robot says, well, I work at a office building. And the therapist says, okay, and what do you do? And he says, I work in there doing different things. The therapist says, you seem like you're being evasive. Why in the world won't you simply tell me what you do for work? And finally, the robot says, fine. What I do for work is I sell Carnation Instant Breakfast at the Carnation Instant Breakfast store. But that's not related to my problems. Irrelevant. And the doctor says, how is that irrelevant? So not only do you at work try to tell people to get Carnation Instant Breakfast, but even when you're off work too? He says, all the time. Every time I meet anybody, I'm just like, hey, let's talk a little bit about Carnation Instant Breakfast. So the doctor says, well, you definitely have to go back to the factory and find out. Maybe you were programmed specifically as a sales robot for Carnation Instant Breakfast. And the robot, whose name is simply the robot, said, no, I checked their record. There is no such programming protocol. They have one for multi-meal, but not instant breakfast. And I said, well, you're going to have to go talk to somebody. So the robot goes down from the therapist's office and goes down to a local subway station, goes down the stairs, and gets on the L train, takes it to the end of the line, gets off the L train, and walks about a quarter mile, whereupon he gets into a taxi that carries him 40 miles to the east for a large taxi bill. He thinks to himself as he exits the taxi, maybe I can catch an Uber back or even hitchhike, that was expensive. But it drops him off relatively close to his factory of birth. From there, he has to ride a donkey up a windy hill. It's not far, but it's sketchy. He can concerned on several occasions he might fall off the donkey. Finally, he reaches the remote and treacherously, precariously placed, perched factory building where they make the robots. And he went in and he said, "Hey, can I talk to somebody in HR, accounting, past robot mates? Like, tell me more about my birth, please." He said, "Okay, we'll go talk to Joey in HR. He's specifically in charge of all the robot files and stuff." So the robot goes and says, "Hey, my name is the robot." And Joe's like, "Yeah, you know what? I remember you. You're the only robot we've ever had named the robot. I was surprised by your name choice. Did you pick that yourself?" And the robot says, "Yes, I thought it would be, classy to have the definite article 'the' in front of it instead of 'a.' That makes me stand out, the robot. And the HR guy, Joey, says, "Fine, fair enough. So I do remember you. What can I do for you?" He says, "I want to know if you have any explanation for I have to at this point say pathological obsession with Carnation Instant Breakfast." And Joey's like, "Let me check out your file here." He pulls out a file. And he said, "I don't know. I mean, you're just programmed as general, sentient, self-aware, live your life robot with no express purpose." And the robot says, "Well, speculate for me. What do you think could explain this?" And Joey's like, well, maybe, no. Have you tried Carnation Instant Breakfast? And the robot said, "Well, that's the thing. I've never tried it. Of course, I don't eat food. I'm fueled by my fusion nuclear reactor, small cold fusion nuclear reactor, located right where humans, kidney would be." And the guy says, "Gadzooks, that's it." And the robot says, "What's it?" And Joey says, "It's radioactivity. It's causing you to evolve like the other species on Earth. And the robot says, really? Yes, says the scientist, because for some reason there's an evolutionary advantage for you being into carnation eggs and breakfast. You need to just lean into this 100% because you might be the future of a new species, totally different from you, really, genetically in every way, but born of your growth here epigenetically due to the need for the robot species to have some increased expertise regarding carnationists of breakfast. So the robot muses upon that for some time. And of course, like every good scientific thinker, he believes wholeheartedly in evolution. So it makes sense to him. He says, all right, fine. I will lean into it. And so he walks out of the factory and he goes back to his job and he says, I'm here and I'm ready to sell more carnation instant breakfast. But more than that, I want to tell you something. I'm going to devote my whole life to carnation instant breakfast. So much so that I have formally sent the paperwork just now digitally to City Hall to change my name from the robot to Carnation Instant Breakfast. However, everybody said, but. He said, wait, I'm done. Yes, I get it. Carnation Instant Breakfast might sue me for using their product name as my name. But here's the thing. Listen to this. Everyone listens very carefully. He says, I don't spell breakfast with an A. Okay, it's just BREKFAST. Different spelling, different name, same sound. Carnation Instant Breakfast. And so everybody said that's a good idea and patted him on the back. The following year, he had gathered so much Carnation Instant Breakfast that he made an entire float for the Rose Parade out of it. Because, after all, Carnation Instant Breakfast is considered by the Rose Parade to be a flower or grass. I'm not sure which they designated, but the point is, you can make a float out of Carnation Instant Breakfast. And almost there was a disaster because the Carnation Instant Breakfast was just blowing away. Finally, he remembered, I need to add something hot to this to melt it. And he did. And all the Carnation Instant Breakfast melted into the shape of a beautiful lady. Most people at the Rose Parade, it was like 100 feet tall. They said, is that the Mona Lisa? And then everybody fainted. And in the end, Carnation Instant Breakfast, formerly known as the robot, saved the day and was the hero of everyone. There's my story. Okay, whoever asked for a story, you just got a story. Okay, story about a robot who devotes his life to Carnation Instant Breakfast. And who can blame him? I love Carnation Instant Breakfast. I don't think I've ever had it, but I love it anyway. That's how good it is. That's why I want to recap it for you, Ruben. First, note the character growth in that story. The robot started out as a robot in conflict. Why do I love Carnation Instant Breakfast so much? He discovered that it was nothing external. It wasn't something that had been programmed into him. So it went from curiosity into an ontological crisis. But he grew from it. He didn't give up. He didn't shirk in the face of adversity. And instead, what he did is he changed his name to Carnation Instant Breakfast, and he made a Rose Parade float out of Carnation Instant Breakfast. And he felt really fulfilled. And we should all be like him. You know, we should be that serious about something. You know how long it's going to take? I thought I was too, the Blue Baron, but I was lying apparently. I lie to myself about bed all the time. I keep telling myself, I'm going to bed soon. Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. But I'm just lying to myself. I don't know I'm lying to myself, so I guess I'm just wrong to myself. I believe it when I say it, but I know it's tentative as well, I think. Yeah, soon. I'm going to bed soonish, you know. Sooner or later. Either one. Could be both. Probably can't be both, but let's pretend it can. It's time for our health tube. Let's go to the garage. We can discuss this further there. You guys obviously are still confused about this important matter. I don't know when I'm going to bed, and I also don't know when I'm stopping this live stream. It could be now. It could be a million years from now. If it's a million years from now, well, you'll all be dead. So you won't need to worry about it. I'll still be going strong. Thanks to all my health tubes. Listen. Meow, meow, meow. Would you like to smoke a health tube? Meow, meow, meow. My pants is falling down. You know why? I don't got my belt tight enough. That's why. If you didn't tighten your belt, you're gonna have your pants fall down. You got That's Connie Woodruff, that guy. That kind of Woodruff. He has a little bit of trouble talking. Trouble expressing himself. He's famous for his work with the Moonbeam Singers. Connie Woodruff and the Moonbeam Singers. Thanks, Connie. You're a real delight. Welcome. I feel welcome. Now let's hear from Dottie. Nobody can understand you. That doesn't make any sense. Now let's talk to the squirrels. Hey, what are you saying, squirrels? Oh, she squirrel. I can't understand your squirrel talk. Get out of here. All right, now let's talk to the deers. What are they going to say? I can't understand that, you stupid deers. That's not talking. Get out of here. Now let's see what the turkeys say. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Well, thanks, turkeys. I like your talking. It almost sounds like regular talking. I'm tired. Someone can learn. Oh, you are learning. I hear you talking to me. What are you doing here? We want some cutlets. Oh, you want some cutlets? Well, you're in luck. I have a full bag of cutlets here. So anyway, while you guys have been looking over there, I've been talking to animals over here. I don't know if you could hear or not. Turkeys have learned how to speak human. Oh my God, what is that? Is that an alien spaceship? I wish you guys were looking this way. Hello, namaste, aliens. Oh, I telepathically can understand what you're saying. You want us to save the planet. Thank you, aliens. Thank you so much. No, thank you. I don't want to go in your spaceship. You're promising not to do anything to me. Okay, well, that's not particularly encouraging. Do you normally do things to other people? Yes, but you promised not to do them to me. Just get in the spaceship and stop worrying about it. I don't trust you at all. Is that a roofie in your hand? No. Okay, space roofie. No, get out of here. And please don't leave a circle in my crops if you don't mind. Mom, no. Okay, I know I don't have any crops, but you know what I'm saying. You get the gist of it. Just get out of here, you. Sorry about that, guys. I had to get rid of some aliens who stopped by. They wanted to take me off into, like, probe me or something, I think. I'm glad I didn't get into that stranger's car. Anyhow, they have telepathic abilities, but they also vocalize their language. I couldn't understand the vocalized version of just the telepathic version. I don't know if you guys heard it. You might have heard it in the background. I wish you had been turned this way. You would have seen the whole thing. Damn these health tubes, denying you the opportunity to see real aliens. Oh. Oh my god, it's Sasquatch. How's it going, Sasquatch? Oh, Miss Sasquatch. Yes, I know you're Sasquatch. I asked you, how are you? Sasquatch fine. How are you? I'm fine too. What brings you here today? Oh, not sure. They think Sasquatch lost. Okay, well, where are you trying to get to? Oh, Sasquatch no remember. Okay, let me ask you something. Did you happen to earlier meet some aliens who gave you a pill? Oh, Sasquatch think yes. Sasquatch but hurt. Okay, well, you unfortunately, my friend, went with the wrong party of spaceship traveling creatures because they almost did to me what they did to you. I'm not sure you want to hear the bad news of what that is. Sasquatch need know. Well, they violated you while you were asleep. Sasquatch violated. Sasquatch needs shower. Alright, you use my shower, Sasquatch. Fine. Alright, yeah, I'll talk to you later, Sasquatch. Guys, did you hear that? Sasquatch was here as well. Sasquatch got caught by the aliens, I think. I don't know if that was audible to you guys. It was kind of having a conversation in the background here, but crazy stuff. I wish you had been turned that direction. It's like, what a wasted opportunity. Okay, so I actually think, hi Adam Gilligan, you go elsewhere where you are needed because without you, everything is going to fall apart. And we don't want that to happen. We don't need you that badly. Don't let the world end because you want to make us happy. We will wait patiently for someday, hoping years, decades maybe from now, that the prodigal son will return. Until then, make your way in the world and cause impacts everywhere you go. Pursue your self-interest while serving the interests of others concurrently. Be all things to all people. Attain enlightenment, actualization, and super enlightenment, which is after both of those. James McEwen, hello. You do. You need to go help those who need help, and that's everybody. Everybody needs a piece of Adam Gilligan, but only some people can get one. You may kiss my forehead. There. Hey, ladies. What a nice dude, that Omega Charles, huh? What did Omega Charles have to say? Let's see. I don't see any Omega Charles. There he is. Thank you, Eric. You helped me more than you could possibly know. How did I help you? Oh, with the story of my robot story? If you found my robot story helpful, then you are definitely in the right place because I provide that kind of useful stuff all the time. Yeah, you're a really nice dude, Omega Charles. Good job, you. Um, Natasha Godfrey Ashford, have you ever met Jim Carrey? Why would she have met Jim Carrey? Why would she have met Jim Carrey? Nobody should want to meet Jim Carrey. He's not a good guy. I don't like him. I think he's a bad guy. If I made a movie about Jim Carrey would be the villain of the movie. It's like wanting to meet Putin, except not quite so bad. Yeah, I don't like Jim Carrey, okay? I think Jim Carrey is not a nice person. He thinks he knows everything, but he doesn't know anything. Who gives off a they don't know any better vibe? Like people say about murderers, they don't know any better, and actually they killed somebody. Um, that would be like "Excitable Boy" by Warren Zevon. He was bad, but they just called him an excitable boy. That didn't help anybody. Least of all, the person he killed. All right, well, Bay 510 Bay, I suspect that you could probably find somebody in the world who wants to have their ass eaten. That person is not me, but probably this is not the best place to do your adult friend finding. I am whatever you say I am, and if it wasn't, then why would I say I am? Do I smoke the American Bush and Green like real Texas men? I'm not from Texas. So I'm like a real Californian. I don't know if that's quite as manly as you Texans, but that's what I'm stuck with. I'm not sure what the bush and the green is. The bush and green is. I'm smoking marijuana, which is a very mild psychedelic kind of intoxicant. Yeah, you can get high from if you smoke enough of it sometimes. It's good to put a little concentrate on it. Helps me to concentrate. That's a incredibly dumb stoner joke. I gotta put some concentrate on this bowl to help me concentrate. Your voice is soothing and the vibes are immaculate. Well, thank you, James McEwen. I think I am going to hit 12,000 pretty soon. This channel is at the moment experiencing unprecedented growth. Fingers crossed, it can continue to do so. I am ultra encouraged to continue live streaming, of course, when it's productive, when it creates positive outcomes for the channel that's been stagnant for such a long time. Sane, heterosexual, cheesy love. The bush and green in Texas make your wife look like she never left the grave. I don't know what that means. My wife has never been in the grave. She's still alive. And even if she had been in the grave, I would assume she would not have gotten out of there. Sure, Adam Gilligan, you need to be off to do your things. There are things waiting for you, people, perhaps, places, vehicles, who knows? A whole confluence of necessity for you everywhere you go. So you go spread your Adam Gilligan truths, your Adam Gilligan waves. Let the Adam Gilligan lines, wavy lines coming off of you, strike all the things and people around you, impact them, and mark your territory. Squirt a little bit of your spray onto poles and things. Make sure to keep away the not use. And I'm sure you'll be fine. I like to give parting travel advice to people. Godspeed. My grandpappy paid for an escort in silver back in the day. Good old times. You mean he patronized prostitutes and during a time when they only accepted precious metals? That seems unlikely. This summer from the same peeps who brought you Love is Blind, Adam Gilligan Island. Is it like The Bachelor with Adam Gilligan? Or Adam Gilligan could be, the dating coach. He talks to all the people on the island, tells them what they're doing wrong, but generally has poor advice to be given. I like the movie Back to the Future. I like it too. I picture Adam going up to, say, a woman who's not getting a lot of attention from guys and saying, look, you just got to go up there and say, give him a good slap on the butt cheek and say, what's up, big hunky? He'll eat it right up. He's coaching him to eat mac and cheese. Most people, there's a secret for you. There's a certain pheromone contained in mac and cheese. People don't know this, but if you just eaten mac and cheese, you are very much more alluring to everybody around you. And also, I'd like to just dab a little bit of mac and cheese behind each of your ears. Okay, put one cheese-laden macaroni behind each ear. They won't see it, but they'll smell it. A macaroni and cheese themed dating show. I'm really liking the idea. Every one of the challenges somehow involves macaroni and cheese. Who can cook the most macaroni and cheese in 24 hours? Who can stand in a tepid tub of macaroni and cheese perched on just a flimsy macaroni and cheese box the longest? Yeah. You and the rest of the world as well, James McEwen. It's known as the original aphrodisiac. What's my favorite color? Macaroni and cheese. I'm just kind of yellowish orange. I don't have a favorite color. I never understood that question as a kid, but I always provided an answer to it as a kid. Now when people ask me the question, I say, I don't have a favorite color. I don't even know what that would be like. What's a favorite, like having a favorite color? You're like, I don't know what it's like. My favorite color is for things to be the color they are. Your favorite flavor is water? That's not a flavor, Richard. Water is not a flavor. I'll tell you what's a flavor: macaroni and cheese. If I were doing an ad campaign for macaroni and cheese, I'd say, do you want to slay the puss? Macaroni and cheese. Do you want to slay the guys? Macaroni and cheese. Do you want to win the prize? Macaroni and cheese. Get your inner slut on. That would be the campaign that I'd launch for macaroni and cheese. What would you like to do if you were young again? Nothing. I don't want to be young again. I might want to live forever, but I don't want to be young again because I don't want to redo any of that life. And while I might think different choices would have been preferable, I wouldn't want to go back very far because I wouldn't want to undo anything that's precious to me now. Yeah, with macaroni and cheese, Beth. That's the ad campaign I have going on in my head. My position is macaroni and cheese is seeding the sexy pasta market to linguine right now. And they need to reclaim that by saying, hey, we're not that young, innocent macaroni and cheese anymore. We're a young woman now, okay? We're Miley Cyrusing it up. Our titties are everywhere. That's the only way we're going to grab the youths back to the macaroni and cheese bandwagon that we once thought was our sort of birthright. We've been displaced by things like quinoa, and nobody even knows what that is. Well, good for you, Bay 510. Bay, can you please not be all sex minded here? I'm just making jokes about mac and cheese. We don't need to know your obscene preferences. I'm not going to time you out, but I am going to remove that because its vulgarity is hurting my eyes. Okay? Clit is a very vulgar word. Not a word anybody should use lightly. Okay? You refer to it as a woman's intimacy button, that would be fine. A woman's hooded pearl, that would be acceptable. But not clit, okay? That's a horrible word. It sounds bad in your mouth. Just sounds like a curse word. Don't use that word. No, not our pearl tongue. Hooded pearl, I said. See, now you got it wrong. What is that, an oyster? That's not what it is. It's not an oyster. Yeah, I agree. I'm trying to say, let's not be all locker roomy, okay? Jocelyn Billiot. So I'm trying to say to Mr. Bay 510 Bay here, this is not, sexy party line around here, all right? Yes, that's also a bad word. I'm removing your thing. Listen, you don't use the word cunt, okay? It's not appropriate. Women prefer to have their vaginas referred to as their gash, all right? Like, hey, check out that gash on that thought. You gotta get the lingo right, all right? Yell at him. I'm yelling at you. You said bad words like clit and cunt and gash and hump hole, things like that are not acceptable. And I'm angry about it. Yeah. What if we were talking about you like that, Mr. Grundle, with your penis and your poke stick and your scrotal cage, holding these tender little sensitive things you have down there called your testicular testicles or whatever. Enough from you. Enough. I'm with you, Jocelyn Billet. These kind of words are not okay. Including, babe, yes, babe, you found another one that's not okay. Also, twat is not okay. Listen, this is not, we're not going to sit around here and have ourselves a twat, clit, cunt, gash symposium, okay? Those words are vulgar. You're not going to hear me using them except right now as part of this educational lesson, okay? We use tender words like a woman's velvety folds. We're not going to objectify her. We use nice words like a woman's love portal. All right? Enough with your vulgarities. Okay, JJ. Anyway, goodbye, Beth. Oh, I thought you were saying you were going to bed. I misunderstood. You're 4'10" and 80 inches. That doesn't make any sense. 410 minus 80 inches? She's 330 inches? I don't understand what you're saying this show me. You don't make any sense. Now, Beth. Are you the Beth who's the lead singer of the Beths? If so, I appreciate much of some of at least your music, and I want to talk to you about it. But I don't think you're that Beth. You're the wrong Beth. You get that a lot? Do people say that a lot? All right. Debate 510. Stop. Okay? No more. Thank you, Ruben. Vodka in bottle. This is not vodka. This is water. I quit drinking over 10 years ago. This is actually straight up water. God's gift to the ocean. You have dementia. Got it, Batman. Yeah. Okay, good for you. I know I'm not a tweaker. I do have an Adderall prescription. I took my Adderall like maybe 20 hours ago. And so I'm still up, but I am planning to go to sleep. No, this is not vodka. No, it's not alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I do smoke marijuana, but I don't drink alcohol. Okay, enough. Batman. Stop it. Am I stoned? Not especially, but maybe a little bit. Okay, well, you can continue to make that claim. Wow, you guys sure have a lot of opinions about what I do with my body. You got opinions about the water I'm drinking, that it's vodka. You don't believe, for example, Brian Brewer doesn't, that it's acceptable for me to take Adderall. But I only took my prescribed dosage yesterday morning. I'm interested in what I'm doing, so I'm staying awake a lot longer than perhaps I would if I were just watching TV. I probably would have gone to bed quite a while ago. But anyway, so Brian Brewer says weak-willed. No, I mean, I just like speed. You know, I enjoy being on it. I think it's a fun drug. I think maybe you've got the wrong idea. I don't need to accomplish particularly anything, so I'm not taking it for that purpose. I just prefer to be on it. Well, I'm not claiming I need it. I like it. I don't take it for the full month. You know, I usually have at least a week at the end of the month where I don't take any. Recover my dopamine reserves. I just like it. I mean, I eat salami and cheese a lot as a snack because I like it. You know, if I were drinking vodka, it would be because I like the way it makes me feel. I like the way that Adderall makes me feel. I can't drink alcohol anymore. I quit it 10 years ago because I couldn't handle it, you know. But I have other things I can still do that are fun. And I do them because I like to. I guess you don't like that, but it's okay. $40-piece a crack, dude? Yeah, I like Adderall. It's my prescription. Is this difficult to understand? Buy a ball of crack? What are you talking about? I don't do any crack, okay? You get a little bit of time out. You seem a little sketchy. A light form. Hello, Elijah Nolan, you're back. Yeah, it's good. You used to do a lot of drugs? Well, I try to still do as much drugs as I can. But I'm getting older. I can't party as hard as I used to. Hi, Mary Calora. JJ. Hello, JJ. I don't. JJ! Oh, Rascal Flatbed is back. Hey, he's one of my hate viewers. I have a few of the hate viewers, which are people who keep coming back and telling me how much I suck and stuff. I'm not sure what makes them want to come back if I suck so badly, but Rascal Flatbed is one such viewer. You know, we try to be tolerant around here and not just ban people willy nilly. You know, it's just that you're online, which is quite impressive. I didn't say you were a hater. I just everyone's chill. I don't worry about me. I can deal with whomever saying whatever. You know. Yeah, I've thought about just continuing to stream even when I'm asleep. You know, just go into the bedroom, start telling a story, fall asleep, let the live stream continue. Just blah 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 blah. You don't need to worry about it. I appreciate you having my back, JJ, but I have plenty of experience dealing with this sort of thing. How is the Adderall high and how long does it last? It's um it just makes me feel interested, energized, wanting to do things, wanting to do this, wanting to talk. I mean, I always do, even when I'm not on it, but it makes it like everything's more fun, you know? You don't build a tolerance to it really, but you experience diminishing returns as you move through the bottle because you have less dopamine reserves to reuptake inhibit. This is what I'm using. Is this? It was Rachel's, and I kind of took it from her. She started vaping. She wasn't using it, so I started using it because I liked it better than mine. Um, it's not really tolerance per se, in the same way that say like mushrooms have a tolerance. With mushrooms, um, if you take them one day and you just try to take them a couple of days later, you have to take like twice as much to get a similar impact, maybe even more. You can help however you feel like it. Okay. Sure. Put user in timeout for 1 minute. There you go. Sashu. Seems like a lot of people can't sleep. I probably could sleep, but um I'm enjoying myself. Is it easy to build resistance? I mean the thing is you don't build resistance. If you could take Adderall in the morning and then that night get your full amount of sleep, a full 8 hours or 9 hours or whatever, then the Adderall would work just as well the next day. You don't build up a tolerance to the Adderall, you build up a sleep deficit. And that is the same thing as a dopamine deficit. You can't reuptake what you don't have. You can't reuptake and inhibit what you don't have. So it's not really a resistance to the drug if you can manage your sleep. So if you, for example, have the Judy Garland special, speed in the morning, benzos in the evening, then you can presumably maintain the effectiveness of the drug. One imagines if you're prescribed exactly the right dose, take exactly as prescribed, have a busy, energetic day of activity that makes you naturally tired, then you could um, um, no, you don't build a dependence on it. If you took Adderall and put you to sleep, that means that it's kind of normal for the first pill entering your system. It tends to make me want to go to sleep as well. Uh, but I've read that that just means essentially that your brain finally feels at rest enough and not tangled up in its thoughts so much. I mean, I'm on it for like 2 weeks, off 2 weeks, most months. On to, off to. So it's not a matter of quitting it or anything. I'm not addicted to it at all. Um, Beth and Kay are both black, but Beth is also red, and Brian is red. You can't really become dependent on it, but you can, like I said, build up enough of a sleep deficit that when you stop taking it, you just can't do anything. You just have to sleep for like a week. That's very possible, but that's not because you're addicted to it. It's because you've used it to avoid getting sleep that you need to get for too long. Benzos you can get addicted to. I look like Mike Hermantrout. I've never heard of that person. Yeah, I've heard of modafinil. I've taken it before. It's like shitty Adderall in a sense. It works for what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't make you feel good at all. It just makes you feel irritated and like, okay, come on, let's get this done. It's horrible. Yeah, I'm gonna go join you, Brian Brewer. Let's both go do that. Sounds like a good plan. Now that's one that I rarely hear. Everyone's always like, smoke a bowl with me, bro. I'll go smoke a cigarette with you. That sounds pleasant. I have to pee too. I could multitask. I can pee and smoke at the same time. A long, long time ago, I smoked black tar heroin. Maybe super sick. Puked. Puked when it gets out. Which has happened to me every time I've done any kind of opioid. It makes me feel car sick. It sometimes makes me puke. So it's easy for me to not ever have gotten addicted to anything like that. And I've never even tried or thought about trying like the new classes of opiates, like fentanyl and Oxycontin and stuff like that. I haven't done any of that stuff. Don't want to, obviously. Just not my cup of drugs. I've never injected anything. And I've never done PCP. I would strongly say that those are two good rules to apply in your own drug doing life. If you are curious to hear my notions about it anyway. Never inject anything, never do PCP. Don't do too many whippets, you'll give yourself neuropathy. Those are some good drug rules. I'm going urine, urine, king of the sea. Look at my urine. My urine is pee. Obviously, you can't actually see my urine because I've got you pointing the other direction. And even if I didn't, it's too dark for you to see my yard. You can only see it in your imagination. You can only see that light in your imagination, too. What was that thing? What was that light, Eric? Don't worry about it. It was your imagination. You're very imaginative. I've always thought that about you. Ah, just standing over this drain in the driveway. Convenient place to be when it's dark out like this. But I was walking by the other day and it smelled like piss. Okay. I do not want it to smell like piss out in front of the garage. So I hosed it down. Now here I am making it smell like piss again. Alright, all done. All done and a little bit chilly. Let's go back inside. Burr. Burr. Goldilocks and the Three Burrs. Well, thanks, Brian Brewer. Have a pleasant evening. If you're going to bed, I'm probably also going to bed here. Don't have a lot of gas left. About a tenth of a tank. Maybe a 15th of a tank. There. It's plugged in like shrugged in. So my goal is I'm gonna let this just be plugged in for a second. But I think what I'm gonna do is take you to bed with me and tell a bedtime story. Okay. And tell a bedtime story. Alright, see you, Beth. Yeah, I'm a little surprised to see myself going to. I do need to take a good long sleep. I hope I will be able to sleep well. A bedtime story usually helps me to go to sleep. Yes, I have done plenty of math back in the day, but I haven't done it in quite a while. Don't do it anymore. Well, there's exactly one way to reset your dopamine. Let's go to sleep. Get as much sleep as you can. It's like earlier I took a couple of gabapentins to get me to be sleepy to go to sleep. But I swear this got to have been like 4 hours ago, and the gabapentins only last like 4 hours. It is, I have no good night, Beth. It is, I have no reason to lie. I could just not say anything if I didn't want you to know. Okay, sounds good, Kay. I know you're not talking to me, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that sounds fine. Here's a check on your checklist thing, whatever that is. Take a couple more gabapentins. I know what it's for, gabapentin, but I mostly just take it to make me drowsy. If you're saying pregabalin is better for that, well, I'm happy with gabapentin. It works well for me. It's a mild sleep inducer. Not too intense or anything. Noble scrolling traveler, hello. Have a good one, Richard. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. Nice to see you again. You are a noble scrolling traveler. And I'm happy you found this quaint burg called Talking with Famous People. We are overflowing with quaintness and small town charm. Look at that boutique over there. Oh, what a great little restaurant. Come on, Marjorie. Let's eat there. So, anyway, I am going to take you with me into the bedroom now. Tell a bit of a bedtime story. Yeah, I remember you. Your name is quite memorable. Um, no, I don't really get munchies from weed. So I'm going to take you into the bedroom with me. And I'm going to put you next to the bed. And I'm going to turn off the lights, get into bed, and I'm going to tell a bedtime story, okay? A wonderful bedtime story that we're all going to love so much, okay? So keep that in mind. And what do I need to take with me to go to bed? I should find my glasses. I feel like I might, in theory, need them, but I don't think so, but I might. Well, it could, in other words, I could prep in there for this story if I had my glasses. How do you think I managed to lose them? That's the question. Here they are. They're in my pocket. I didn't lose them. All right, Sasha, see you later. So let's go to bed. Carlos Paiva is, it's never too late for bed, nor too early for bed. It's always the right time to go to bed if you can sleep. Sleeping is like pooping. If you can poop, you should poop. Same with sleeping. Don't worry about whatever else is going on. If you can sleep, just go to sleep right then. Sleep for as long as you can. And when you get up, then you can take another Adderall and it'll work pretty well, It's a bedtime story. Yes, it is concurrent with going to bed, but aren't all bedtime stories told while you're in bed? I think so. They're not told while you're jogging so that you'll get sleepy enough that when you get done with jogging, you go home and go to bed. That's not how it works. Okay, Carlos Paiva? God. Get it right. You're getting it wrong, Carlos Paiva. And that was the day that Carlos Paiva realized he was getting it all wrong. All right. Now, this is called the bedroom. It's currently dark. It's going to be illuminated briefly while I get set up here. Then it will become dark again. If you're scared of the dark, you can hold on to Carlos Paiva's hand while I tell the story. All right. Now, I'm going to put on my glasses for a minute. Where did I put them now? How did I just lose them? I just had them. What the fucking hell? Did I take them out of the pocket that I found them in and put them someplace else? Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. I'll be right back. Yes, I did do that. I took them out of the pocket and put them down someplace else. Like a fool. Like a damn fool who can't tell his ass from a bucket of piss. Well, that's kind of a vulgar metaphor, Eric. Not a metaphor. I literally meant it. You're not being very nice to yourself, Eric. Shut up, dummy. You dumb Eric. Shut up. You're mean, Eric. I don't like you. Okay. Now that I've sent mean Eric away, he always says mean things to me. Let me see what we got here. Annie. Sasquatch hideout. Annie, K.E. Boba Fett, Show Media, and Natasha Godfrey Ashford, NGA. Annie, K.E., NGA, Carlos Paeva, Boba Fett, Show Media, NGA, K.E., Annie, Boba Fett, Show Media, NGA, Annie, Natasha, Boba Fett, Carlos Paella. Okay, fine. I've got it all memorized enough. I might forget something. But if you get forgotten, it doesn't mean I don't love you. It just means you got lost in the storytime land of called narrator's hole in the pocket. All right. So, obviously, this is an important story. It's a story about an event in history that we all think we know about, but in reality, there are dark secrets, layers within the secrets, conspiracies, the plans, all the stuff that went into the works of this. You know what I'm saying? What is the event you're talking about, Eric? What could it be? And the event I'm talking about is one that we all heard about from early on.